This is a work of fiction created for entertainment. Any controversial or offensive statements serve only to develop the story and its characters. We oppose all forms of discrimination and intolerance. Please view this as fantasy, not reality.
I live in a world where, after the wars, there are barely any men left. Now, for every man, there are 5 women, and the government gives out wives for money. I'm a blind beggar, barely able to feed myself. But when the last girl fell to her knees in front of me and whispered,
"Please, take me. If you walk away, my father will kill me."
I couldn't take it anymore. I simply took her hand and walked away. That's how I got my first wife. And that was only the beginning. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. All the villages outside the city were completely empty, with every house tightly shut. Only the scarecrows in the already harvested wheat fields still swayed in the wind, seemingly welcoming Lingair and his entourage. Even all the way to the city gates, the scene remained the same. As for any grand welcoming formations of commoners lining the streets, arrays of flowers, or road sprinkling, none of that existed. It was only when they arrived at the city gate that Lingair saw Xiao waiting there with all the officials of Yingyang City, along with a dozen soldiers. "Respectfully welcome, Your Majesty." Everyone bowed together, but even this display was inferior to the welcoming etiquette of some villages. What does Duke Qing mean by this? Deliberately neglecting His Majesty? Ever since he obtained the provisional power of command, he has become increasingly dismissive of His Majesty. Your Majesty, you've seen it yourself, he clearly does not welcome your arrival. It's because you've disrupted his independent plans. This presented a perfect opportunity, and all the officials launched verbal attacks on Xiao. If this could be used to derail the judgment, even better. Before they could finish speaking, Lingair waved his hand, "Enter the city." Wang Chongyang remained worried that Lingair might lose his temper on the spot, nervously watching as the royal carriage entered the city. Is His Majesty not angered? Wang Chongyang asked in confusion. Xiao ignored him, and instead, a small eunuch came forward to personally invite Xiao to board the royal carriage. As soon as he got on, Lingair laughed. "I really didn't expect that along the whole journey, only you would dare to neglect me. Are you planning to make me stay at a post station next, sleeping with the smell of horse manure?" Xiao replied indifferently, "When Your Majesty was fighting to unify the country, didn't you spend 3 whole days in Langshu Valley without dismounting? Surely a bit of horse manure doesn't bother you." Lingair was slightly taken aback, then burst out laughing, "You rascal. I know along the way, Your Majesty received many warm receptions, but all those flowers and feasts came from the state treasury and were a waste of the people's strength. The more Your Majesty eats, the more these officials can skim from it. That means less will be left for the state and the people. Doesn't Your Majesty understand this? Enough, I won't be upset over something like this." Lingair waved it off, "But tell me, why did you make the people stay shut in their homes and not come out? At least let me see what the local customs are like." Xiao calmly replied, "The locals have never seen Your Majesty. I didn't ask them to prepare any ceremony. If things got chaotic, who knows what might happen." Of course, this was just an excuse from Xiao. He was worried some officials might exploit the chaos and extort the people under the pretext of His Majesty's visit. So it was better to keep the people indoors for a few days, avoiding both officials and trouble. Enough. Let's get back to business. Lingair's expression turned serious. "Are you sure you can completely eliminate them this time?" "Not just eliminate, they and their 9 clans will be wiped out." Xiao's words finally put Lingair at ease. "Even though I've come personally this time, there's also a group of sightseers with me. This task may not be so easy," Lingair said with a bit of glee. "Sightseers?" Xiao peeked through the curtain at the carriages carrying the accompanying officials. "I should thank Your Majesty for bringing them along. Makes it easier to catch them all in one net." Lingair was slightly stunned. Xiao was really going through with this? Even though he too wanted to deal with these officials, he hadn't thought of catching them all in one go. His plan was to eliminate them one by one over time. Isn't this too bold?" Xiao smiled slightly. "Since Your Majesty told me to act freely, shouldn't you trust me? If not, I'll back down now and let Your Majesty preside over the judgment yourself." No. I'm just giving my opinion. The details are up to you." Lingair quickly changed his tone. This was the first time someone like Lingair had visited the prefectural office of Yingyang City. When he took his seat in the main hall, the constables and soldiers were so nervous their hands were shaking. They had truly never seen such a powerful figure before. Even Wang Chongyang broke into a cold sweat. He couldn't help but admire how calm Xiao remained. He truly is a top official of the court. "Open the court." With Qing Xiu's command, the constables outside immediately brought in the 3 main family heads and other key members of their clans. Just half a month ago, these people held high positions. Now they were all in prison clothes and shackled. Seeing their family members appear, none of the accompanying officials could remain unmoved. These were their elders. Father. The Vice Minister of Rights, Du Tianda, clenched his fists when he saw Du Qing. He couldn't believe that this worn-out, disheveled old man was once the proud, high-ranking head of the Du family. If Lingair weren't here, he might have argued with Qing Xiu on the spot. Kneel. Qing Xiu slammed the gavel, stunning everyone with his words. Du Qing and the others were shocked. They were the noble heads of prominent clans, and many officials present were their juniors, yet now they were being ordered to kneel like commoners? This must not happen. Today, the highest-ranking person here is His Majesty. Duke Qing, are you trying to usurp authority, having the nobles kneel to you instead of His Majesty? Exactly. And besides, it's not even proven whether they're guilty. How can you make them kneel like criminals? The voices of the officials were loud and irritating. Today, His Majesty and you officials are here. If I didn't have evidence, how would I dare try them in court? Furthermore, only those with official titles are exempt from kneeling. These rich gentry may be wealthy, but they have no titles. According to Tang law, why shouldn't they kneel? Without waiting for their reaction, Qing Xiu turned to Lingair. Does your Majesty believe they should kneel? Lingair felt the intense gazes from the officials and just coughed lightly. Today's proceedings are under your judgment. I'm just an observer. Everyone, just pretend I'm not here. With that, Qing Xiu said no more and made the final call. Kneel. Kneel. All the constables had been replaced by soldiers under Qing Xiu. When they slammed their batons on the ground, the sound alone shook the officials. You should all understand, today you are merely observers, not co-judges. If any of you have further objections, leave immediately. Qing Xiu slammed the gavel again, his presence overwhelming. The officials were completely stunned and didn't dare say another word. This thunderous momentum immediately made those clan members under the hall, who had already been worn down by Qing Xiu, go weak in the knees and kneel on the spot. At this point, they were completely suppressed by Qing Xiu's presence, and their inner confidence was greatly diminished. Good. Lingair praised silently in his heart. This was exactly how one should seize the initiative. Qing Xiu slowly listed all the crimes of these people. Since the water wheel project was first promoted among the people, you all, out of selfish interests, spread rumors among the commoners, causing them to fear the water wheels and refuse to use them. You even repeatedly incited the people to destroy the water wheels, leading to multiple deaths, though most were covered up by your various methods. At that moment, Qing Xiu's retainers immediately stepped forward and presented the compiled booklets of collected evidence, listing them one by one. Each piece of evidence was immediately sent before Lingair for his inspection, proving that the crimes were by no means fabricated. Not only that, Qing Xiu also ordered all available witnesses to be brought to the court. Although these people were hard cases in the countryside, not afraid of officers or beatings, after witnessing Qing Xiu's thunderous methods, they became more obedient than their own sons. Once on the stand, before Qing Xiu could speak much, they confessed everything in full detail. From when they first came into contact with the accused, what things were done, how much silver was taken each time, and the times and places, everything was clearly explained without a single omission. Even Du Tianda's expression turned grim. He hadn't expected Qing Xiu to actually dig so deep and drag out every last one of these people. What was even more outrageous was that the clans had already used all kinds of methods to warn these people not to implicate their families. He truly couldn't figure out what method Qing Xiu had used. Even though Lingair already knew of these crimes, he still put on a gradually angrier expression. Finally, he slammed the table with a bang and shouted in rage. I truly didn't expect that you people had committed such heinous crimes among the people, comparable to the 5 surnames and 7 clans before they were purged. In recent years, the imperial army has been sacrificing their lives on the front lines, while the people at the rear have supported the court wholeheartedly, never once shorting the taxes or grain. Yet you dare deceive and exploit behind the scenes. Lingair's anger wasn't entirely an act. At this moment, he was truly furious. And the effect was excellent. After this scolding, any official who had wanted to speak in defense of the clans had to swallow their words. To defend the clans now would be to directly oppose Lingair. Once all the charges were laid out, Qing Xiu finally questioned those under the hall. Do you plead guilty? Even if you do not, the evidence is ironclad. These people, who hadn't dared say a word from beginning to end, finally had a chance to speak. We can admit it, these matters were committed jointly by our 3 families. Wei Xian finally spoke, but he didn't look particularly panicked. But we admit to the actions, not to the crimes. These words sounded absurd. crimes had been committed, yet they admitted to the acts but not the guilt? Do you even hear what you're saying? Xiao sneered. Through all of history, I doubt there's been a second person to speak such nonsense as you. We know these actions harmed the court and the country, but it was not for personal gain, it was for the sake of our own lives and safety. Yang Heading quickly added, Duke Qing, have you heard those widely spread rumors among the people? They're not false, we truly believe them. Xiao looked calmly at him, wanting to see what other tricks they had up their sleeves. We really did have many elders in our families die mysteriously after the water wheels were installed. As he spoke, Yang Heading even started sobbing emotionally, and the other two family heads also bowed their heads and wept. The scene left many people baffled. This was a courtroom, not a mourning hall, so why were they crying? The three family heads then listed every elder who had died recently in great detail, trying to prove that the rumors among the people were not false. Our family elders, their fathers all lived past 90, yet many of them died in their 60s. Some could have lived to 90 or 100, yet they died just days after the water wheels were installed. It truly makes no sense. It had to be said, their acting was top-notch. Not only was there thunder, but it started to pour. In no time, they were crying with tears streaming down. But their wailing, like someone had died, was hard to bear. Lingair kept signaling Xiao with his eyes to shut these old fools up. Matters unrelated to the case are forbidden, speak to the point. Xiao slammed the gavel, yet they continued crying loudly. Someone prepare the rods. If they keep crying, start the beating, 30 strikes to begin with. At this command, the three men immediately stopped crying, clearly not as grief-stricken as they had acted. We know Duke Qing won't easily believe us, after all, it sounds too ridiculous. But we have the family genealogy, which records births and deaths. It can prove our claims. Duke Qing wiped his tears and, when mentioning evidence, didn't sound as sad anymore. Genealogy? We know of it. Bring it at once and let Duke Qing examine it. The accompanying Du Tienda perked up and quickly ordered the genealogies be brought in. Xiao glanced at him. Lord Du, do you usually carry your family genealogy around when you go out? This is something Duke Qing may not know. It is our clan's tradition to print many copies of the genealogy and have multiple people carry them, to prevent accidents or destruction. Du Tienda gave an absurd excuse and personally brought the genealogy into the hall. But his first move wasn't to present it to Xiao, instead, he handed it to Lingair. Why show it to me? Shouldn't the evidence go to the judge first? Your Majesty, you are the most authoritative here, any evidence should be verified by you first. Du Tienda said confidently. Lingair had no interest in reading when someone died in a genealogy and ordered immediately, give it to Duke Qing, he is the judge. I've already said, today, whether I am present or not, his authority in this court is supreme. Even if he says everyone here is guilty, as long as he has the evidence, he can sentence them. Lingair's scolding froze the smile on Du Tienda's face. He had wanted to use Lingair's authority to suppress Xiao, but instead he had helped Xiao assert even more dominance. Please, Duke Qing, examine this carefully. This is the original genealogy of my family. Du Tienda had no choice but to present it to Xiao. However, after he spoke, no one in the hall came forward to take the genealogy from his hands. Read it. Xiao ordered loudly. What? I told you to read it. Read aloud all the parts that can serve as evidence, word for word. Xiao said firmly. Du Tienda was shocked. But this is physical evidence. It should be examined by Duke Qing. Whoever brings the evidence must read it themselves. Louder, so everyone can hear it. Xiao gave him no face, speaking to him like scolding a grandson. Full of resentment, Du Tienda could only comply, reading the contents one by one with a stomach full of emotion. Xiao only needed to hear half to understand what kind of evidence this really was. They claimed that their family elders had drowned because of the water wheels, but those so-called elders were distant relatives not even remotely close. Not everyone related to the Du clan of Jingzhou could claim the family's benefits. Many of these people, though related by blood, had long fallen into poverty and had been expelled from the clan's community, forced to live in remote areas. If any of them became successful, becoming an official or getting rich through trade, they could be brought back into the clan. But if they remained destitute, after their generation died out, their entire branch would be removed from the family registry and no longer considered part of the core lineage. Even the Du clan could easily find tens of thousands of such impoverished relatives. After all, the Du clan of Jingzhou had its origins dating back to the southern and northern dynasties. Among these thousands, picking a few who happened to die during the relevant time frame wasn't difficult at all. After the Du clan finished, the Yang clan of Hongnong and the Wei clan immediately followed, pulling out their own long-winded genealogies to start reading. Xiao couldn't be bothered to listen to their nonsense and interrupted them on the spot. What are you trying to prove with this? Just because a few people in your families happen to die, you think that gives you the right to oppose the court? Wei Xian quickly replied, we only want to say that we never truly intended to sabotage the court's project, nor was it for personal gain. It was just panic and blind belief in baseless rumors that led to all this. The clan officials, including Du Tianda, rushed to defend themselves. We ask that our intentions, not our actions, be judged. Our clans truly had no ill intent. This whole matter arose from rumors, it's not a crime on their part. Even though it caused the court losses, there were reasons behind it. The punishment should be light. Whatever silver was lost, we'll compensate it. Yes, if punished too harshly, it would be unjust. It should be handled leniently. As the officials took turns defending themselves, Xiao finally understood why they insisted on reading those long genealogies aloud. It was all to set up this twisted reasoning. They knew punishment was inevitable. So now they were trying to reduce their guilt, first by arguing from intent rather than results. If they could cause any hesitation in the court, they'd use their influence to downplay the matter and settle it with compensation. We hope Duke Qing will consider carefully. After all, in the court, we have a long road ahead. Everything should be discussed together. Du Tianda, seeing that Xiao remained unmoved, used his final tactic, a veiled negotiation. The ministers present, over a dozen of them, though not absolutely powerful, still carried considerable weight in court. No matter what, even if Xiao didn't want to give them face, he surely couldn't endure endless troubles from them in the future. Xiao looked at Du Tianda as if watching a clown. Lord Du, are you trying to use your status and power in the court to threaten me? A second-rank official, Vice Minister of Rights, you really think you're more powerful than the Prime Minister? These words turned Du Tianda's face red and pale alternately. But Xiao's harsher words followed. If it weren't for handling these three old scoundrels who wreak havoc, you wouldn't even be qualified to speak to me. The Emperor merely allowed you to talk. You really think you have a voice here? Lingair knew Xiao was about to go full force, so he deliberately took a bystander stance, pretending to seriously read the evidence file, clearly wanting no part of the scene. Duke Qing, what do you mean by that? Du Tianda had never been so humiliated, but he dared not talk back. What do I mean? Am I not being clear enough? Xiao threw down a red-sealed execution order. These three, along with dozens of accomplices from their clans, are to be executed without pardon. The three family heads panicked, not expecting Xiao to deliver judgment so swiftly and decisively. They immediately looked frantically toward their clan officials, signaling them to act quickly to save them. But Xiao gave them no chance. Bring Sunqing Xi. At that name, the Du clan members froze. He was one of their top retainers. Anyone with status in the Du family knew what he was used for. He had fallen into Xiao's hands, and was still alive. Sunqing Xi knelt on the ground in misery. After just half a month, he had become extremely thin and lifeless. Even his skin looked deathly pale, as if all energy had been drained from his body. You're still alive? Du Qing was furious and tried to lunge at him, but was immediately pinned to the ground by several guards. Sunqing Xi stared at him blankly, eyes empty, as if the man before him wasn't the same patriarch who had shown him great favor. How can this be? Du Tianda's face turned ashen. Things had gone beyond his control. Someone like Sunqing Xi, an assassin, would have long accepted death as inevitable. He valued Du Qing's life more than his own. If he failed to assassinate Xiao, he would surely kill himself on the spot to prevent any information from being extracted. Yet somehow, he was still alive and willing to appear in court and testify? It was unbelievable. Xiao noticed their subtle facial expressions and smiled silently. When it came to extracting information, he was leagues ahead of his time. After all, not everyone had access to opium. No matter how loyal, no one could resist the erosion of opium. Sunqing Xi, now you are standing before the Son of Heaven. Every word you speak is under divine witness. You must not speak carelessly. Xiao slightly lowered his body. This movement made Sunqing Xi suddenly stand up. Kneel. The soldiers immediately struck Sunqing Xi's calves with batons, forcing him to kneel on the ground. It wasn't that Sunqing Xi intended to harm Xiao just now, but that movement was too similar to the one used to give him opium in recent days. He hadn't had his medicine today and instinctively thought Xiao was about to give him another dose. Duke Qing, could you give me just a little? His craving was triggered. He felt as if ants were crawling and biting all over his body. He was agitated, scratching himself wildly, even tearing his clothes. His behavior was strange, and everyone watching was puzzled. Did this guy have some kind of illness? Speak to the case first. Xiao slammed the gavel, his voice sharp and commanding. All right, I'll speak. Sunqing Xi didn't dare bargain. If he was cut off from his medicine, it would be worse than death. I am a retainer of the Du family. Master Du treated me with kindness, giving me plenty of silver each month, and treated me with great respect. So I often helped him with some tasks. This guy spoke like pouring beans from a bamboo tube, revealing everything he knew. This included, but was not limited to, assassinating business rivals, threatening court officials to prevent them from acting against the three clans, and even plotting ways to cause natural deaths. Bastard. Du Tianda wished he could rush forward and strangle this scoundrel himself. Sunqing Xi had spilled everything he knew in one breath. These piled-up crimes were enough to completely destroy the three clans. These were crimes he had directly participated in. By confessing, not only would the Du family fall, but Sunqing Xi himself would likely be executed. Du Qing's face was filled with sorrow. He had never expected that the man he had treated with such sincerity, whom he had trained into a loyal killer, would betray him completely today. In fact, before Qingxiu's medicine, this man had been tight-lipped and loyal to the Du family. But Qingxiu's memory restoration method was even more effective. Lingair coldly glanced at the accompanying ministers. They were drenched in sweat and did not dare meet his eyes. At this point, they knew that nothing they said could change the outcome. The plan to assassinate Duke Qing was a last resort prepared by Master Du. He promised me that if I completed the task, I'd be sent to Jiangnan, given a large mansion, and live the rest of my life in comfort, no more killing. After saying this, Sunqing Xi seemed relieved, letting out a long breath. He looked eagerly at Qingxiu, waiting for the next dose of medicine. You bastard! Is this how you repay me? Even pinned to the ground, Du Qing roared in fury. Back then, when your enemies were chasing you, I spent a fortune to save your life. And you treat me like this? But Sunqing Xi didn't seem to hear. He just stared blankly at Qingxiu, his mind fixed on one thing, getting that next dose. These three clans are truly outrageous. So it turns out all those officials in Hunan who were mysteriously reassigned or died, it was all their doing. They dared to plot against Duke Qing. They must be insane. Exactly. Duke Qing's status, do they really think they can touch him? The unrelated officials and clerks murmured in disbelief. What kind of madness would make them target Duke Qing? Qingxiu was satisfied. He waved his hand to have Sunqing Xi taken away, but did not immediately announce the verdict. Your Majesty, what do you think of this matter? Qingxiu deliberately asked Lingair's opinion. Lingair's face was dark. After a long silence, he said, to obstruct the court, to assassinate officials and nobles, do I really need to weigh in on how that should be judged? Duke Qing, judge as you see fit. Whether your sentence is light or severe, I have no objection. Good. Qingxiu immediately declared, according to the law, this is equivalent to treason, execution of the entire clan. All family assets to be confiscated. Any family members currently holding court positions shall be dismissed, imprisoned, and executed shortly thereafter. The officials from the three clans were stunned. Though they had expected Qingxiu to punish them, they hadn't imagined he would strike so hard and fast, giving them no chance to resist. Only now did they realize that coming with Lingair to observe the trial had been a grave mistake. They had delivered themselves into Qingxiu's hands and lost the chance to maneuver politically. Your Majesty, this cannot be. This must not happen. We believe the facts are still unclear. Who knows if all the evidence is true? The investigation should continue. You must not let Duke Qing decide this alone. The officials of the three clans cried out in panic, but Lingair only sneered coldly. You didn't know anything about your family's actions? We didn't know. Even at the brink of death, they insisted on denying. Lingair no longer bothered responding. All judgment shall follow Duke Qing's ruling. Your Majesty. Du Tianda knelt and wept bitterly, pleading, please consider the years we've toiled for the court. Allow further investigation. Even if our families are guilty, we should not be implicated like this. Insolence. Qingxiu slammed the gavel again. You want to keep your ranks and titles, and use your power in court to reduce your charges, don't you? His words added fuel to the fire. Lingair's anger grew even stronger. From beginning to end, you've only thought of your own interests. You never considered how many resources and manpower were wasted because the court's water wheel project was hindered. Lingair shouted, I had planned to detain you temporarily and judge based on your later behavior, maybe then we'd show some leniency. But now it's clear you won't change. Let it be as Duke Qing ruled, no more discussion. Qingxiu threw down a command token, imprison them. Gather all members of the Du, Wei, and Yang families. 3 days from now, execution. Announce it across Hunan and Hebei, so all may see the fate of these parasites. Ignoring their cries and pleas, the soldiers stepped forward and took the three clan heads into custody. Xiao's accompanying soldiers, holding swords, approached the officials from the clans. "Gentlemen, it's undignified if we must act. Please remove your robes and come with us." The tide had turned. Their last hopes were crushed. One by one, they silently removed their official garments, faces lifeless, and followed the soldiers away. After that, Xiao gave another order to immediately mobilize local militia forces to raid the homes of the three clans and arrest all their family members and relatives. Xiao handled the matter with such thunderous decisiveness, that was exactly the outcome Lingair had hoped for. Although Xiao's iron-fisted approach exceeded Lingair's expectations and the punishment was rather harsh, dealing with such entrenched illnesses in the state required this level of severity. Even as the court session was about to end, Lingair still felt somewhat unsatisfied. Once the other officials had left and only Xiao and Lingair remained in the grand hall, Lingair finally spoke slowly. "Though I always knew they were suppressing local officials, I never thought they were also behind the deaths of so many." Xiao sincerely said, "Your Majesty should understand that in many places far from the central court, behind closed doors, the local aristocrats and gentry are like local emperors. The officials appointed by the court often have to negotiate with them to get anything done. This kind of situation is not surprising." Lingair, however, shook his head slightly. "This, I cannot tolerate. Just a small trio of clans, and they could act recklessly across Hunan and Hebei? If left unchecked, wouldn't that be raising up another group like the 5 surnames and 7 clans again?" Lingair was truly embodying that saying, after solving the most basic problems, greater troubles would follow. If the borderlands weren't yet pacified, and with threats from Goguryeo and Tibet still present, Lingair would have to spend his life suppressing border rebellions, leaving no time to manage the internal aristocrats. But now that the major border threats had been dealt with, Lingair looked across the empire and could no longer tolerate these powerful families acting with impunity in the provinces. Even Goguryeo had been destroyed by the Tang. How could these small local nobles dare to share power with the court? "Duke Qing, do you still remember what you once told me about marching west?" Xiao furrowed his brows. "Your Majesty doesn't mean to postpone the campaign to the western regions in order to first crack down on domestic aristocrats? If that's the case, I cannot agree." From his strategic perspective, Xiao knew better than anyone that the campaign to the western regions could not be delayed. The Arab Empire had already consolidated its internal affairs and was eyeing the extremely lucrative trade in the east, while also seeking to expand its territory. The western regions were populous, relatively rich in resources, and strategically positioned to block the Tang's westward expansion. Naturally, they were the Arabs' first choice for expansion. Thus, the Tang must act preemptively, before the Arabs could infiltrate, by first asserting Han control over the region. Once fully in control of the western regions, the Tang could use it as a springboard into Central Asia and firmly grasp the key nodes of the Silk Road. The value of this, both now and in the future, was enormous. It was a grand plan to expand the living space of the Han people, and it must not be delayed by a few domestic aristocrats. "That is not what I mean," Lingair shook his head slightly. "I view both matters as equally important. So I plan to entrust the campaign in the western regions entirely to you, while I focus all my efforts on rectifying the domestic aristocracy and internal affairs." Xiao finally understood his meaning. Lingair was indeed no short-sighted ruler. "If your Majesty is determined, then I will do my part," Xiao thought for a moment and said, "But has your Majesty thought clearly about how to suppress the powerful clans? To my knowledge, most of these local clans have family members holding positions in the court. That's the very basis of their regional dominance." This question truly stumped Lingair. He only shook his head slightly. "This is something I plan to consider long-term. There's no immediate solution." After all, Lingair hadn't been emperor for long. Though politically talented, he still needed time to accumulate experience. Xiao noticed Lingair's dilemma and reminded him, "If your Majesty wants to suppress the gentry, the first step is to change the blood of the court. But after replacing them, where will the new officials come from? How can your Majesty ensure that capable people will be willing to serve?" His words immediately enlightened Lingair. He said, "The imperial examination, that must be a good way, right?" Xiao rejected the idea. "The exams alone are far from enough. Besides, each round of exams produces only a few dozen successful candidates, not nearly enough to fill the gaps. Moreover, those from poor backgrounds can't afford years of study. In the end, it's still the sons of the wealthy who have the advantage." Lingair hadn't considered this. Thinking it through, if it was as Xiao said, then eventually the court would once again be filled with nobles' children. Then, does Duke Qing have any brilliant ideas? Lingair couldn't think of a solution and shamelessly asked Xiao for advice. He was sure Xiao had a better plan. If your majesty truly seeks my help, then allow me some time to consider. If I find a good solution, I will surely report it to your majesty. Qingxiu vaguely dodged, keeping things ambiguous. Though Lingair was itching with curiosity, since Qingxiu wasn't talking, he could only nod in agreement. If you come up with a solution, make sure to tell me right away. Lingair reminded him again before leaving. Qingxiu didn't want the three clans to die easily. At the very least, their deaths should serve as an example. When the 5 surnames and 7 clans were dealt with earlier, it had always been Lingair passing judgment and executing. But from Qingxiu's perspective, those executions were too dignified and failed to serve as true deterrents. Now that these 3 clans were in his hands, he would make a grand performance out of it. Before the execution, Qingxiu sent out public announcements listing the crimes and trial process of the 3 clans, and invited commoners from Hunan and Hebei to witness their beheading. He even deliberately delayed the execution to ensure more people could come and see the outcome with their own eyes. Sure enough, once the stories of these men and the beheading announcement spread, the people of the Yellow River region were in an uproar. Many of them were tenant farmers whose lands had been seized by the 3 clans. They already hated them to the bone. How could they not come to see their execution? And when commoners learned that the shortened lifespan from water wheels was a scam, they were furious. So much labor had been wasted because of it. Before the execution day even arrived, people were voluntarily traveling to Xinjiang, afraid of missing the mass execution of the 3 clans. On the day of execution, the area outside the city was packed with people, so dense that the city gates were blocked. People were jostling and pushing forward, all trying to secure the best spot to witness the beheadings. There are really this many people? Standing on the city wall, Qingxiu looked out, people as far as the eye could see. At this time, the autumn harvest had already ended. Though it was the farming off-season, winter was approaching, and the autumn wind grew colder by the day. A light breeze could make anyone instinctively shrink their neck, but even so, the people still braved the cold wind to gather here, just to witness the beheading of the 3 clans. Some even brought sunflower seeds and other snacks, chatting and laughing like it was an outing. When members of the 3 clans were brought out one after another, the people, who had long been unable to hold back, began hurling rotten vegetable leaves and sunflower seed shells at them like crazy. Some even picked up stones and threw them. Du Tianda failed to dodge and was struck in the forehead by a stone, blood gushing instantly. And these were just some of the mid- and high-level members of the 3 clans. Due to limited time, Qingxiu couldn't arrest and execute all of them at once, so he decided to start with these. Once they were all executed, dealing with the rest would be much easier. As these people were brought to the execution ground and forced to kneel, the anger of the crowd below reached its peak. Especially when they remembered the exploitation they had suffered from these bastards in the past, they wished they could personally be the executioner. Bastards! Heaven has a cycle. You had your fun tormenting us, huh? Today Duke Qing will take your heads. And you dared to plot to assassinate Duke Qing? You deserve it. Scum! Beheading you all is letting you off easy. The curses from the crowd did not stop, while Du Qing and the others shivered with heads bowed in the face of the public's rage. Of course, among those awaiting execution was Sunqing Xi. Before taking him to the execution ground, Qingxiu gave him one final reward, letting him have one last dose of the medicine. After all, this man had done something useful for him in this matter, and since he would be executed anyway, giving him a small reward was acceptable. At that moment, Sunqing Xi was still immersed in the pleasure brought by the drug. Even as the crowd condemned him and the blade was near, he showed no fear. Instead, he closed his eyes and blissfully enjoyed the sensation. Whether he lived or died didn't matter anymore. His mind was already entirely enslaved by the drug. You bastard! I treated you well. Why are you trying to get me killed? How could you end up like this? Did your brain burn out? Why would you harm us like this? Du Qing cursed Sunqing Xi, but the latter didn't react at all. Soon, it was close to noon. The sun shone overhead, dispelling much of the chill. An official came forward to Qingxiu and asked, "Your Excellency, the time has come. Shall we give the order to begin the execution?" Qingxiu looked down at the crowd eagerly awaiting, and at the despairing faces of the condemned. Suddenly, he waved his hand, signaling to delay the execution. Then he personally walked up onto the execution platform, immediately drawing all eyes to him. Is Duke Qing going to execute them personally? That would be a show. Maybe it's because they tried to kill him, he's furious and wants to do it himself. As the crowd murmured, Qingxiu raised his hand and signaled them to quiet down, and they immediately fell silent. Everyone, the Du, Wei, and Yang clans rose to power by sucking the lifeblood of the people in Hunan and Hebei, wildly extorting and oppressing. Who knows how much good farmland they stole from you, how much tax they evaded from the court? These words reignited the crowd's fury. Execute them! Execute them! Execute them! Their shouting echoed to the heavens, but Xi was still in no hurry. Upon investigation, this official found that most of the land seized by the three clans was originally state-owned land or private land belonging to the people. They used deceit and violence to take it. Now that they will be executed, these unlawfully gained lands should be returned to their rightful owners. As he finished speaking, several men carried large baskets onto the platform. Looking closely, the baskets were filled with mountains of land deeds. The crowd's attention shifted to the deeds, especially many farmers who had been turned into tenants by the clans. Their eyes widened. Some of those deeds had originally belonged to them. Duke Qing, you said the land will be returned. Is that really true? A man asked carefully. The entire crowd held its breath, waiting for Xingqiu's answer. They had long dreamed of the three clans being exterminated, but never dared hope their land and homes could actually be returned. Xingqiu pointed at the deeds behind him. I do what I say. Anyone whose land was taken may go to the authorities, check the records, and reclaim what's rightfully theirs. In addition, each household may also receive 5 taels of silver as compensation. Though not much, it is a token of goodwill. As soon as these words were spoken, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Thank you, Duke Qing. Many were moved to tears. They had suffered under these local tyrants for so long, and now, finally, the court was truly treating them as people. Xingqiu said sternly, when I lead troops to war outside the borders, it is to protect our land and people from foreign invaders. But today, these local tyrants bully and oppress the people. How can I allow it? Begin the execution, now. With a wave of Xingqiu's hand and under the cheers of the people, the executioners raised their blades and beheaded all members of the three clans. From that moment on, the Du clan of Jingzhou, the Wei clan, and the Yang clan of Hongnong, all became history under Xingqiu's hand. Dozens of blood-soaked heads rolled to the ground as the crowd roared in cheers. Once the execution ended, a minor official raised a question that caught Xingqiu off guard. What should be done with the corpses? Normally, the corpses of executed criminals are handled by their families. But in this case, even their extended relatives had been executed. Who could claim the bodies? Even old friends or neighbors wouldn't dare associate with them now. So the decision fell to Xingqiu. In normal cases, what is usually done? The official quickly replied, usually, His Majesty orders the corpses to be exposed on the city wall or thrown outside the city to be torn apart by wild dogs. It's all up to you, sir. Exposing the corpses? That's too easy for them. Xingqiu had worked hard to create this lesson. He had to get full value out of it. But just hanging them on the wall, how many would see it? He immediately gave the order, gather all the corpses and heads, and burn them to ashes in front of everyone. After thoroughly burning them to ash, scatter part of the ashes on the dirt roads at the city gates where people must pass, so that the commoners can trample over them day and night to vent their hatred. As for the other part, scatter it into the fields that they had seized through trickery and force, to help the crops grow for the people. Xingqiu's ruthlessness shocked even the minor officials. This was far more brutal than exposing corpses in the wild. Especially the part about being trampled daily by the people. This was to ensure they could never redeem themselves, even in the 18th level of hell. Truly, Duke Qing was not someone to provoke. Duke Qing is wise and righteous. We've always said that anyone who offends Duke Qing will have no good end. His lordship truly stands up for us common folk. The people were very satisfied with this method of handling, and many even volunteered on the spot to gather firewood to help fuel the fire. In less than 15 minutes, a small mountain of firewood had been piled up. Then the executioners threw the bodies into the fire and lit it. The roaring flames eased the people's long-held hatred, and the still untouched local aristocrats in the city were terrified. It was clear, Duke Qing had fully made up his mind to deal with them. From now on, they would no longer be able to collude with local officials and exploit the people like before. The burning of the corpses finished at noon, and by the afternoon, many local nobles took the initiative to come to the provincial government office to surrender the land deeds of the fields they had seized. They also claimed it had all been a misunderstanding and promised to obey the court completely from now on, and never again antagonize the people. Even Xingqiu was surprised at how effective it was, but it was exactly what he had hoped for. He had no intention of returning to Chang'an for the time being. He planned to stay here and see how much evil still remained hidden among these powerful families. Since he had taken down the big ones, he might as well clean up the small ones too. While Xingqiu was ruthlessly cleaning up the powerful clans in the Two Rivers region, Lingair returned to Chang'an with news of the annihilation of the three clans. As soon as he announced that the three clans had been executed along with their 9 familial relations, his next command was to eliminate all remaining small fish and shrimp of the three clans within the court. Most of these officials were of lower rank and were easily dealt with, and no one in court dared to speak up for them. Their family strongholds had been wiped out. Without support, even if they survived today, they would soon be quietly removed from the bureaucracy. After clearing them out, Lingair publicly declared to the whole court, from now on, if any local collusion with court officials to obstruct state projects was discovered, they would be executed without mercy. Once everyone fully understood what had happened, they finally realized why Lingair had insisted on granting Qingxiu the special command power. With Duke Qing managing local affairs, from now on, we'd better be careful when corresponding with local officials. The court officials groaned in their hearts. After the destruction of the three clans, the court's water wheel projects resumed proper progress. In many areas, water wheels that had been stopped were restored and returned to use. The mass land reclamation efforts in the countryside proceeded smoothly, and the monthly progress of land development was so fast that even local officials found it hard to believe. With no more concerns behind him, and with strong support from Qingxiu and Lingair at the rear, Tang devoted himself even more to managing the Yellow River and building water wheels. In a letter to Qingxiu, he even mentioned that with the current progress, in just one more year, he could extend the water wheels along the Yellow River all the way to the coastal areas of Shandong. He also regretted that these water wheels couldn't be used at sea, otherwise, the rising and falling waves would generate even more power than the Yellow River. When Qingxiu read the letter upon returning to Chang'an, he merely smiled. To harness ocean currents, Tang really dared to dream. After returning to the court, Qingxiu always felt that the officials' gazes during court sessions were particularly intense. Many even tried to speak with him, and even those who had previously disagreed with him politically were now intentionally or unintentionally praising his achievements in court. Clearly, after destroying the three clans, Qingxiu's prestige and authority in court had reached a peak. Almost everyone now saw him as a direct extension of Lingair's power. But Qingxiu didn't care for this surface-level flattery. He deliberately distanced himself from such people. After all, he had no interest in opportunistic flatterers. When the first snowfall arrived in Guangzhou, Qingxiu stopped attending morning court altogether, staying home to avoid the cold, and also to avoid those officials trying to cozy up to him. As the snow continued to fall and the weather grew colder, everyone, from nobles to commoners, rushed to prepare firewood and winter clothing. At this time, a strange rumor spread among the people about a new type of clothing called cotton fabric garments. It was said that this cotton clothing was lightweight and warm. One piece was as good as 10 layers of hemp clothing, and it could keep you warm even in snow and ice. The rumor spread rapidly throughout Chang'an among both commoners and the nobility. At that time, cotton clothing had not yet been widely introduced by Qingxiu, and few knew about it. But the rumor spread at lightning speed. Not only were the common people curious due to their urgent need for winter clothes, but the nobles had also heard that Qingxiu once showcased cotton clothing in court, and that its warmth was at least as good as, if not better than, the rumors. As a result, people began asking around, wondering where they could buy cotton clothes. But soon another message followed, one that crushed their hopes. It was said that this year's cotton crop had been very poor, so the amount of cotton clothing that could be made was extremely limited, nowhere near enough for widespread availability. Hearing this, ordinary people shook their heads and gave up. They knew that once something became rare, it would never reach them. It would surely become an exclusive luxury for the rich. Better to focus on chopping firewood to get through the winter. But the nobles, on the other hand, only became more excited about cotton clothing. Not just because it was useful, but because it was rare. If only a few pieces were available, then owning one would be a powerful symbol of status and wealth. Among the aristocracy, whoever got one first would definitely become the center of attention. Though cotton clothes had not yet appeared, and they didn't even know if the real thing matched the rumors, they were already spending money to investigate. If they could get their hands on cotton clothing first, they'd have bragging rights for quite some time. Of course, this whole wave of rumors and hype was orchestrated by Qingxiu himself, as preparation for the official launch of cotton clothing into the market. As the weather grew colder by the day, more and more people could no longer hold back. Even Cheng Yaojin came from time to visit Duke Qing's residence, on the surface to chat with Qingxiu, but in truth to ask how much he knew about the cotton clothing. "Little Qing, I heard you're the only one in all of Chang'an who has this stuff. When the time comes, don't forget to save me one." Qingxiu still pretended to play dumb. "Uncle Chang, I don't understand what you're saying. The cotton harvest from the test field was a complete failure. There aren't enough materials to make even a few finished garments. I have to keep what I have as reserves." "You brat, you think I don't know anything?" Cheng Yaojin smacked his lips. "Just don't forget me. Besides, I'll never cut off your money." Xiao replied with mock difficulty, if it's possible, I'll try to think of a way for you, Uncle Chang. Think of a way? You make it sound so hard. All those cotton clothes were made by you. What's so hard about saving one for old Chang? He raised his wine cup and took a big gulp. Hey, this beer at your place really keeps getting better. Did you use the wheat harvested this fall? Xiao still put on a distressed look. Uncle Chang only knows that I made the test field, but no one knows, the farmers wouldn't even work that cotton field. I had to promise to give them half the harvest just to get them to work for me. The output was low to begin with, and split like that, how much could I even keep? Chang Yaojin half believed it, half doubted it, but he still made sure to insist that Xiao save him a piece. He even took a few bottles of beer with him before leaving leisurely. After he left, Yunyang came out from behind the screen and personally poured Xiao a cup of wine. Husband, not only General Chang, now all the noble families in Chang'an are waiting for you to release the finished garments. Xiao raised the cup. How's the preparation for the clothing shop going? Don't worry, husband. Everything is proceeding just as you arranged, and there's been no leak of information. No one in Chang'an knows. And the models you specially instructed me to find are also ready. Good. I think the timing is just right. If we delay any longer, the public's anticipation might start to fade. After thinking briefly, Xiao decided, 3 days from now, right in the middle of the snow season. Rest assured, husband. Yunyang was skilled in embroidery and tailoring, and after marrying Xiao, she had taken great interest in clothing shops throughout Chang'an, developing quite the eye for fashion. Xiao had left this task entirely in her hands and had even instructed her to hire the finest tailors in the city to produce the cotton garments, so the results were naturally impressive. At this moment, news spread across the Chang'an market that Xiao's clothing store was about to open. Once it was passed through the Merchants Guild, it spread rapidly through all corners of Chang'an. In just 2 days, from commoners to aristocrats, everyone knew. Although the store didn't mention anything about cotton clothes for sale, the entire city understood. Duke Qing had chosen this timing to open a clothing shop, wasn't it clearly to launch the much-hyped cotton garments? On opening day, nobles and officials sent servants with silver notes and dressed in their finest, determined to buy a cotton garment on the spot. And it wasn't just them. Ordinary people swarmed to the store too. Even if they couldn't afford to buy, joining the crowd to catch a glimpse of the legendary cotton clothes was worth it. By noon, fireworks boomed outside a shop in the bustling East Market with the sign, Qingyun Garment Store, drawing everyone's attention. The fireworks display was extravagant, lasting a full 15 minutes, even Li Er, resting in the palace, heard the commotion. If they had been set off at night, the sight over Chang'an skies would have been spectacular. Honored guests, this little garment shop is opening today. It's still small, without many luxurious garments to attract customers. I hope you'll be understanding and continue to support us in the future. Yunyang stood on the second-floor balcony, smiling warmly as she greeted the crowd that had been waiting. She spoke humbly, but the scale of the shop said otherwise. It was far from small. The store had 3 full stories, each floor as large as a major restaurant. It was more than enough not just for a clothing shop, but even for a high-end inn. As soon as the doors opened, the crowd surged in eagerly. The nobles were the first to frantically look for the cotton clothes. Although the store's interior was exquisitely decorated and featured many valuable calligraphy pieces from famous masters, there was no clothing on display. Anyone walking in unaware might think it was just a refined tea house or gallery. Didn't they say there would be cotton clothes? Where are they? Cheng Chumo, standing in the crowd, grew anxious, looking around but seeing no clothing. The store allowed all to enter regardless of status, and soon many commoners also poured in. The once spacious shop quickly became overcrowded. The nobles were quite unhappy about this, but since the shop didn't designate special zones for different guests, they had no choice but to squeeze in with everyone else. As more people packed in and still no clothing appeared, some began to suspect that Xiao had used cotton clothes as a publicity stunt, that he didn't actually have any at all. Just as everyone was guessing, several loud claps echoed from the 3rd floor. Everyone, thank you for coming. Xiao appeared on the upper balcony, smiling, immediately drawing all attention. Seeing Xiao, the crowd finally couldn't hold back any longer and began to ask. We heard your store would display cotton garments, which is why we came. Why don't we see anything today? Yes. This is a clothing shop, but we haven't seen a single piece of clothing. I see many expensive paintings hanging around. Are those for sale instead? Listening to all the comments, Xiao remained unfazed. If my shop were the same as all the others, wouldn't everyone just be disappointed? If we're doing this, we're doing it differently, and making it unforgettable. Xiao snapped his fingers, and immediately the musicians on the second floor began to play a refined melody. Before the crowd could fully immerse in the music, stunningly beautiful women in luxurious and elegant garments began descending from the upper floor. Whoa! The crowd's attention shifted instantly. These women weren't just stunning in looks and figure, the lightweight, elegant clothes they wore made their beauty stand out even more. The people and the clothes complemented each other, truly graceful and striking. Hey? I think I've seen that woman before. She's from the music bureau, a pipa player named Jinduan. Why is she here? She's not the only one. Look, these women are all top-tier singers and dancers from the 4 troops of the music bureau. Has Duke Qing brought us here today to see these dancers perform? Although puzzled, everyone clearly enjoyed watching these women dance gracefully. The men were focused on the dancers' movements and beauty, while the noble women were captivated by their clothing. The dancers' outfits, both in style and embroidery, were dazzlingly luxurious. Though lightweight and worn during dancing, they appeared dignified and elegant, not frivolous. The clothes looked light and thin, but definitely not made of silk fabrics they knew. This design could not be found anywhere in all of Chang'an. Just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, the gentle music turned solemn and dignified. The dancers paused and stepped aside, and a group of tall, handsome young men slowly walked out before the crowd. As soon as they appeared, all the men in the crowd were captivated. It wasn't surprising, the clothes they wore were exceptionally beautiful, making it impossible to look away. Even the court's dignified robes seemed less impressive by comparison. Who says only women like beautiful clothes? Men, too, find well-fitting, fancy clothing hard to resist, especially someone like Lingair, who loves admiring splendid robes. A garment that appeals to men might even be more tempting to them than women. These male models had all been borrowed from the Yulin army by Xiao for the fashion display. Wearing such clothes, they looked very stylish. Probably only Xiao could pull off borrowing Yulin soldiers as models for his clothing store. I think this fabric isn't as smooth as silk, but more fluffy and soft, suitable for wearing close to the skin. To me, this fabric seems even more appropriate for clothing than silk. Only now did everyone realize why they had come. Of course it was to see the clothes. As the crowd admired them, the models stepped back and Xiao himself came to the second-floor platform. Everyone, you've just seen the clothes displayed, are you satisfied? Xiao asked with a smile. More than satisfied. Many were already imagining wearing those clothes themselves. Suddenly someone in the audience spoke up. Those dancers and models are wearing so little, how are they not cold? The speaker was Huayu. We're wearing multiple layers, and even a pinch of wind feels chilly. How are they not cold at all? Xiao was delighted. Huayu had hit the key point he wanted to emphasize. Everyone, look at what I'm wearing. Xiao rolled up his sleeves, revealing that he was wearing just an inner shirt and an outer robe. The windows on the second floor were wide open, yet the cold wind blew through and Xiao didn't feel a bit of cold. This is cotton clothing? Huayu couldn't help exclaiming. The crowd gasped. None of them had ever seen cotton clothes before, so they hadn't recognized the special fabric. But seeing it now, light, thin, yet excellent for warmth, they realized this must be the cotton clothing from the rumors. Well spotted. Xiao pointed at the models behind him. What you saw them wearing today is specially made cotton clothing, designed by my wife Yunyang and me, crafted by the best garment tailors in Chang'an. There's absolutely no one else in the city making this fabric. With that, everyone's emotions were ignited, especially the wealthy nobles, whose desires stirred. If these garments combined such quality and splendid design, it wouldn't be surprising to pay a high price to own one. Seeing the intensified atmosphere, Xiao remarked casually. You know, this year's test fields for cotton yielded astonishingly low harvest due to unsuitable soil. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have had so little cotton to make these clothes. Consider it an initial stock restored. His words set expectations. Yes, this garment would be expensive, but now they were mentally prepared to pay. And since it's rare, owning one among nobles would signal prestige and status. You said earlier that you didn't have cotton clothing. Were you really waiting for today? Chang Yaojin from the audience grumbled. After all these years, you still owe me one. Xiao smiled calmly. Uncle Chang is joking. My wife manages the shop, and she's not savvy in business. That's why I'm here today. He continued, now that so many guests are here, it's inconvenient. Once production increases, I will personally design a set for you, Uncle Chang. Chang Yaojin tapped his head. So he really needs money to snag one of these. Duke Qing, stop teasing, tell us what styles of cotton clothes are available today? A graceful noblewoman in the crowd asked, clearly eager to know. She wasn't a stranger. Xiao vaguely recalled she was the wife of a high-ranking official. Can't wait any longer? Qingxiu teased, raising their anticipation further. Duke Qing, please tell us. We've braved the cold just to see what fine clothes you have. Don't keep us waiting. Yes. Let's see already. Everyone called out. Qingxiu knew the moment was right, no more delaying. As you've seen, the garments worn by the dancers and models earlier are all for sale today. And each style is unique, only one piece. Of course, if you don't like those, I have more styles for you to choose from. He snapped his fingers, and attendants behind him pulled back curtains, revealing dozens of luxurious garments in various styles, all displayed before the crowd. Wow! Everyone's eyes widened, fixed on those clothes with no desire to look away. These clothes are not limited to everyday wear, the styles are new and do not feel cumbersome. The splendid embroidery of dragons and phoenixes on them is especially eye-catching, clearly the work of a famous master. Each set of clothing was personally named by Qingxiu himself. The black and white one was named Black Clouds Covering Snow, and the one resembling military attire was named 10 Years of War, among others. Everyone was dazzled by the various styles of clothing. For a moment, there was constant discussion. No one could decide which was best, as each had its strengths. As you can see, the cotton robes in my clothing shop today, when worn like mine, only require a simple inner layer underneath. Each design has only one piece, and all these styles are unique, there will never be another version again in the future. These words again caused an uproar among the crowd. Didn't that mean that even if cotton clothing could be mass-produced in the future, they would never again be able to buy the same style? Limited edition, one-of-a-kind sales, this ultimate weapon immediately gripped the hearts of the wealthy nobles. What they wanted was to stand out, to have unparalleled, supreme vanity. At that moment, someone couldn't hold back. Chang Chumo quickly asked, "So, what are the prices?" Everyone perked up their ears, not daring to speak, afraid to miss Qingxiu's price. "I know what you're expecting, but I want to make it clear today, these clothes have fixed prices. There will be no bidding or auctions. And regardless of status, even a commoner, if they can pay the price, has the right to buy these clothes." These words made many people uneasy, it wasn't what they had expected. Since it's a fixed price and open to everyone, it would be hard to rely on wealth alone to obtain one. At that moment, several maids brought out several drawing tubes and placed them in front of the crowd. The meaning was obvious: if you want to buy, you must draw lots for the chance. With this, some people's thoughts began to turn. If commoners also drew lots, and they won, couldn't they just buy the lot number from them at a high price? But Qingxiu had already anticipated this idea, these old tricks were beneath him. To participate in the draw, you must first pay 50 strings of cash as a deposit on the spot. The entire draw is supervised. You may not transfer your lot. If you do, it will be void. These words immediately crushed the hopes of those who wanted to buy lot numbers. Now, it all depended on luck. Qingxiu pointed to the first silver-white robe behind him. This garment is called Silver Light Descends. The material needs no further description, it's made of top-quality cotton. If interested, pay the deposit and draw a lot. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd rushed forward, scrambling to hand over their silver notes. Qingxiu's hunger marketing tactic worked spectacularly. These nobles, usually so dignified, were now pushing and shoving just to draw a lot. Those who failed to draw a winning lot groaned and sighed, as if they had missed a once-in-a-lifetime chance. With hundreds of people competing for a single lot, the odds of winning were painfully low. I didn't get it either, damn it. Only 1 out of 2 or 300 gets chosen, you'd need amazing luck to win. Why not just auction it to the highest bidder? The capable ones should win. Some who lost were unhappy but didn't dare complain in front of Qingxiu. They just mumbled quietly off to the side. I won. I won. Ha ha ha. A sudden cheer burst out from the crowd. A young noble pushed through, raising his red lot in the air. I got it. See? I won. Qingxiu recognized him. It seemed he was a younger member of the Yu family from the south, not even 20 yet. Good. Qingxiu smiled. Congratulations, young master. This garment is not priced high, just 130 strings of cash. If you want to buy it, pay now and take the garment. Spending 130 strings on one robe might have cost more than even Emperor Li'er's dragon robe. But after all Qingxiu's build-up and marketing, this clothing had become a luxury item. The price now seemed reasonable to everyone. The young man didn't hesitate. He had his servant pay immediately, then went straight to the dressing room and changed into the robe. When he reappeared in the silver-white robe, the crowd's eyes lit up. Truly, like the saying goes, Buddha needs gold clothes, and people need fine clothes. Wearing this makes him look even more noble. If I wore it, I'd look just as good. Many crowded around, eager to ask how warm the robe was. The young man proudly shook his sleeves. Need you even ask? Qingxiu didn't lie, this one robe is as warm as 3 or 4 layers of silk. Everyone stared at the robe, wishing they could tear it off him and take it themselves. After he strutted away, everyone turned their gaze to the unsold robes. Many were silently praying, hoping they'd be lucky enough to win the next draw. At this point, the atmosphere was at its peak. Qingxiu struck while the iron was hot and presented the next robe. This robe is for women. Though it looks thinner than the men's, the materials are just as solid and warm. I've named it Celestial Feather. If you like it, come draw lots. This women's robe had a truly eye-catching design. He had especially cut the wide sleeves into feather-like shapes. When waved, they looked like wings, absolutely stunning. Now, not only were the women starry-eyed, but many men also wanted to buy it for their beloved wives or concubines. This time, even more people rushed forward to draw lots. At that moment, a commotion came from outside the shop, followed by a sharp voice calming the crowd. The Empress has arrived. The previously noisy crowd fell silent. When Empress Zhangsun entered with Li Lizzie, everyone quickly made way. Your Highness, what wind has brought you here today? From the high platform, Qingxiu bowed respectfully toward the Empress. Brother Qingxiu. The little girl waved to Qingxiu from afar, her eyes full of joy. You haven't come to the palace to see me for a long time. Next time for sure. Qingxiu immediately gestured to take a seat and invited Empress Zhangsun to sit with him on the second floor. Empress Zhangsun smiled and said, There's no need for that. I just heard that Duke Qing is opening a new business today, so I came to take a look. Your Highness, you've come at the perfect time. There happen to be quite a few women's clothes made by Duke Qing here, you might like them, someone immediately flattered. Others naturally didn't want to miss the chance to please the Empress either. They all said that if they could buy that fairy feather piece, they would definitely gift it to her. These words made the Empress quite interested in this fairy feather product. When she fixed her eyes on the clothes rack upstairs, even she was surprised by the exquisite and luxurious designs. As for the fairy feather that everyone mentioned, the Empress liked it at first glance. It was far more beautiful than the court attire preserved in the palace. No need for everyone to spend money, I can buy it myself. Just as Empress Zhangsun was about to ask the price, Qingxiu spoke first. Your Highness, if you wish to participate, of course you're welcome. But even you must draw lots like everyone else to buy. The Empress was a little confused for a moment, and someone beside her quickly stepped forward to explain the lottery purchase rule. Oh, so that's how it works? The Empress was quite surprised. It was her first time seeing this kind of marketing method. But, can't I be an exception? She wasn't someone who liked to abuse her power. If rules could be followed, she didn't want to seek special treatment. But she really liked this fairy feather piece. Even the Empress couldn't help wanting to use a little privilege to buy it. Everyone thought that since the Empress had said this much, even if Qingxiu insisted on rules, he would at least make a small exception, right? But Qingxiu's response was unexpected. Without even thinking, he directly refused. I beg your forgiveness, Your Highness, but this rule cannot be broken. When the shop opened today, I promised everyone that in my clothing store, whether nobles or commoners, all will be treated equally, as long as they can afford it. If we give special treatment to the Empress, it might chill the hearts of the other customers. All the nobles present were shocked, their jaws nearly dropped. He actually refused. If it were them, let alone a lottery, if the Empress showed interest, they would gift it on the spot. Who still talks about rules in front of such a noble person? But the commoners present were warmed by these words. These palace nobles usually treated them as background decorations, but Qingxiu, knowing they couldn't afford the clothes, still treated them as honored guests. Those commoners who previously felt a bit inferior now straightened their backs with pride. In front of Duke Qing, everyone was equal. The Empress paused, then smiled with understanding. So that's how it is. Then I won't insist on special treatment. She had long been used to Qingxiu's straightforward way of doing things, so she wasn't surprised. In that case, I don't need to go upstairs. I'll draw lots here with the other guests. After all, once we enter this place, we are all just guests, status doesn't matter. The Empress let go easily. Very well. Qingxiu also gave the Empress some face and specifically instructed a maid to draw the lot on her behalf, so she wouldn't have to squeeze into the crowd. Mother, these clothes are really beautiful. Li Lizzie was quickly dazzled by the clothes, her eyes full of longing. If you like it, just tell me. I'll definitely get it for you. Empress Zhangsun pinched Li Lizzie's cheek gently. Seeing the little girl show such rare excitement made her happy too. Although special treatment wasn't allowed at Duke Qing's place, if someone else bought the item, and the Empress expressed interest, they would naturally offer it to her with both hands. Just a little indulgence for the little princess, using a small privilege, it would be fine. That's what the Empress was thinking. This round of the lottery soon ended, and it turned out the winner was someone Qingxiu knew. Tang. Qingxiu recognized her at a glance. This woman raised her red lot proudly and said, "Duke Qing, long time no see. If I hadn't drawn this lot today, you probably wouldn't have recognized me." "Come on, the poetry gathering wasn't that long ago." Qingxiu chuckled, feeling relieved. Tang really had good luck. However, Empress Zhangsun became a bit uneasy. If someone else had won, she wouldn't have minded using her status to buy the item from them. But Tang was different. She was the daughter of a duke. Moreover, her father, Duke Chen, was currently being heavily promoted in court by Li Shimin. If the court ever went to war with the western regions, Ho Junji would surely be involved. Causing a conflict with Tang over a dress would be inappropriate. Although the Empress wasn't involved in politics, her political instincts were no less sharp than any skilled politician. She wouldn't plant the seed of discord between ruler and minister over a single dress. As she was thinking how to comfort Lizzie, Yunyang personally came to the Empress. "Your Highness," my husband said, "the rules of the shop cannot be broken. But if your Highness and the little princess truly love the dress, Qingyun clothing shop can custom make a similar one for you." The Empress was surprised and immediately looked toward Qingxiu, who was standing on the loft. He nodded slightly at her. Duke Qing really thinks of everything. The Empress was sincerely grateful. He truly thought things through. The first round of the cotton clothing lottery sale lasted until evening, ending just before the curfew. All clothes were sold out, not a single piece left, and Qingyun clothing shop's name spread far and wide. Not to mention, it elevated cotton clothes to a status even higher than silk. From that day forward, cotton became a hot topic among the wealthy of Chang'an. This trend even reached foreign merchants, who began setting aside their beloved silk to find where they could buy high-quality cotton. Yunyang was overjoyed. As long as they had this flagship cotton product, Qingyun clothing shop would surely become the industry leader in Chang'an. Yunyang was about to discuss the next clothing design with Qingxiu, but his response shocked her. "Of course, we must produce luxury goods. But next, I plan to launch mass-produced, affordable cotton clothes so even the common people can afford them." Yunyang was very surprised. After a while, she asked with doubt, "If the price of cotton clothes is lowered to the point where common people can afford them, I'm afraid that in the eyes of high-ranking officials and nobles, cotton clothes will no longer match their current high value." Yunyang had spent a lot of effort designing these clothes. If she were told now that all her previous efforts were in vain, how could she not feel disappointed? Qingxiu saw through Yunyang's thoughts, stepped forward, and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. The material of the clothing is not the factor that determines whether it is a luxury item. Even silk clothing can vary in quality and value. Even if large quantities of cotton clothes are made available to the common people, you can still rely on design to specially create a batch of high-end products. It won't affect their status in the eyes of high-ranking officials and nobles. Yunyang slightly shook her head. "Husband, you don't have to worry. This clothing store was only open thanks to your support. If you're willing, I'm even willing to give up Qingyun clothing shop." She was quite understanding. "Don't worry, I don't plan to give up this high-end luxury brand." Seeing Yunyang so considerate of him, Qingxiu couldn't help but feel comforted. But to Qingxiu, even if he had to give up this store and brand, he must still widely promote cotton clothes among the people. You see, winter had only just begun this year, and already many people in the villages outside the city had frozen to death due to the sudden drop in temperature. If he were to abandon the struggling commoners, who could barely feed themselves all year, to focus on pleasing nobles, this was something Qingxiu absolutely could not accept. But speaking of which, if you, husband, release a large batch of cheap products so quickly, wouldn't that contradict the earlier news spread among the people about a cotton shortage? Previously, to establish a brand effect, Qingxiu had used that issue as a promotional hook. Although no one would dare criticize Qingxiu even if they learned the truth, this could still damage his reputation and credibility. From then on, if he ever tried such marketing tactics again, or spread information, people would just think he was promoting his brand. To Qingxiu now, reputation in the eyes of the people was always more important than a few taels of silver. "Don't worry, how could I not have thought of that?" Qingxiu laughed loudly. "Soon you'll understand. At that time, not a single person among the people will criticize me." Although Yunyang didn't understand what plan Qingxiu had prepared, seeing his calm expression, she felt at ease. "I knew it, whatever my husband does, he always has a plan." A few days later, Chang'an City was still talking about the explosive emergence of cotton clothing, when suddenly another piece of news spread among the merchants. The merchants transporting cotton from the western regions would arrive in Chang'an in another half-month, bringing with them a large amount of cotton. As this news spread, those high-ranking officials and nobles who hadn't gotten a chance to buy cotton clothes became excited. Now that Duke Qing has the material, he'll definitely be able to make more clothes. Now we'll finally have a chance, right? We won't need to draw lots to buy, will we? I think that's hard to say. Too many wolves, not enough meat. If you ask me, we should wait until next year. If there's a good cotton harvest next year, then there will be plenty of clothes. For a while, all the nobles in Chang'an eagerly awaited the cotton transported from the western regions to arrive in the city, so they could stop envying others' cotton clothes every day. Besides, this winter was really too cold. Hushy corridor. Even though it was now freezing cold, and even the Gobi Desert was covered in thick snow, merchants traveling between east and west still came in endless streams. Especially this group of merchants from the western regions, they were transporting a lot of cotton, which had become instantly popular in Chang'an. Of course, with just their caravan of a few hundred people, the amount of cotton they could carry was extremely limited, far from enough to support Qingxiu's large-scale production of cotton clothes. He was only using this opportunity to justify using the cotton he had in storage, so others couldn't accuse him. Otherwise, with just that little cotton, even Qingxiu himself wouldn't have had enough. Hurry up! We have to cross this section of the Gobi in 3 days. Otherwise, there won't be enough drinking water, we'll all die of thirst here. The caravan leader shouted loudly. Everyone was clearly exhausted, and their steps had slowed, which made him very dissatisfied. I know everyone's been traveling for many days and is extremely tired, but this shipment is different. As long as we get it to Chang'an, the money we'll make will far exceed what we'd earn in 10 trips. And I've never been stingy paying you guys. Can't you just put in a bit more effort to repay me? The leader waved his whip and shouted, but the merchants following him just sneered. This guy really dares to talk big. Suddenly, a servant leading the leader's horse stopped. The leader was just lifting his head to drink, and the sudden stop almost made him choke. What are you doing? Can't you see I'm drinking? The leader cursed in rage, but the servant looked terrified and pointed his whip ahead. Look over there. A slight tremor in the ground was followed by the thunder of galloping hooves. The leader saw snow flying wildly in the distance, and his face filled with fear. Ahead was a large group of mounted nomads charging toward them. At a glance, there were no fewer than 3,000 of them. In comparison, the caravan's few dozen hired guards were completely outnumbered. Some rookie mercenaries nervously raised their blades, but an experienced man immediately scolded them, "Put the blades down. You really want to fight? If you anger these people while holding a weapon, we're done." As he spoke, the nomads had already surrounded them. Each held bows and sabers, full of killing intent. From their attire, the leader instantly recognized them as Turks. The Turkic leader slowly rode forward, drew his blade, and slashed open their cart's cargo. White cotton spilled out. He looked over the people's faces and clothing. "You're all from the western regions? No Han Chinese." "Yes, I'm from the kingdom of Lulan. Your Highness, please show us mercy." The leader had completely lost his previous arrogance. He hurriedly dismounted and took a pouch of silver from his robe, cautiously handing it to the Turkic leader. But the Turk didn't even look, he swung his blade and knocked the silver away. The blade even cut the leader's face. "Ah!" The leader screamed in fear, clutching his bleeding face and stumbling back, terror in his eyes. The Turkic leader sneered, "Just this bit of silver? Not even enough for a drink with the brothers, and you want to send us off with that?" With the help of a servant, the caravan leader slowly got up, covering his face and wailing, "My lord, the goods we're transporting this time aren't worth anything, you've seen it yourself, it's just cotton, completely useless. Besides, isn't the Tang Empire recently forbidding the surrounding nomads from plundering caravans? If word of this spreads to the interior, won't it enrage the Emperor of Tang?" Smack! Before he could finish speaking, the Turkic leader struck him hard on the head with the back of his saber. "Cut the crap! You're about to die and still trying to use the Emperor of the Central Plains to pressure me? I can take your life with one move, and you dare use an emperor 1,000 miles away to scare me?" The Turkic leader flew into a rage and personally pulled out his horsewhip, whipping the fallen caravan leader again and again. Each lash brought a sharp, shrill scream. "Your caravan doesn't even have a single Han Chinese, why should the Tang Emperor stand up for you? And you really think I don't know the value of goods? This cotton is now being sold at the price of gold in Tang, you still try to lie to me saying it's worthless." The news that cotton keeps out the cold had already spread beyond the borders, even many tribal chiefs among the Turks were trying everything to get their hands on a cotton coat. Their excuses couldn't fool the Turks. After venting his anger, the Turkic leader finally stopped whipping. The caravan leader lay in a pool of blood, completely still. "Take all this cotton and make clothes for the brothers." At his command, the nomads gleefully rushed forward to grab the transport carts. The merchants and mercenaries didn't dare stop them. They could only watch as the goods were looted, even having the silver, copper, clothes, food, and water taken off their own bodies. Left in the cold, snowy wilderness, the people were wearing only their underclothes, faces purple from the cold, shivering uncontrollably. "Chief, we're taking everything. Won't this make the Central Plains send troops to attack us?" A nomad cautiously asked the leader. "Maybe even before the Tang troops arrive, the Khagan will punish us for robbing a Tang caravan." But the Turkic leader didn't care at all. "This winter, how many cattle, sheep, and clansmen have frozen to death? If we don't rob, we won't even have half the people survive the winter. Besides, we'll flee north with the loot. The Tang army can't chase us that far. When this winter passes and the heat dies down, we'll sell the used cotton clothes back to the Central Plains and make more profit." His plan was indeed well thought out. After the looting, the Turks left satisfied with their spoils, leaving the caravan members to freeze to death on the icy Gobi. Their shoes were taken, let alone surviving the Gobi. Even living another hour was difficult. "Hurry! Let's go inland. Once we pass this area, we can get water and food. Anything is better than freezing to death here." Someone couldn't bear the cold any longer and took the lead heading east. Trying was better than dying in place. The others hurried to follow. But in the freezing snow, with the long journey ahead, many froze to death after walking only a few miles. Others immediately rushed over to strip the dead of their clothes. Even their hair was pulled out, to be used for warmth. This scene sparked a vicious thought in many people's minds: if enough people die along the way, stealing what they wore might be enough to survive the Gobi. Chang'an City. At today's morning court, all the ministers waiting for Emperor Lingair were solemn and silent. Yesterday, news arrived in Chang'an that a cotton caravan from the western regions had been looted. Although the court hadn't officially announced it, many officials already knew. After all, many of them were eagerly awaiting that cotton shipment. Every related update was closely followed. After confirming the news, besides disappointment, one thought became clear in their hearts. The Turks are finished. Since Genealogies Khan was captured and brought to Chang'an, the defeated Turks hadn't dared plunder caravans for almost 3 years. Now, who knows what courage they found to dare rob a caravan that all of Chang'an was waiting for. If Lingair didn't retaliate, the Turks might really think their glory days were returning. Soon, Lingair arrived at the main hall in a hurry. As soon as the officials finished their bows, he spoke. "Regarding the Turks looting a caravan in the Hushy corridor, I believe all of you already know, so I won't repeat it. Today, I only want to discuss with you how we should punish them." Lingair had clearly already made up his mind to deal with the Turks. Even Zhang Sun Wuji could clearly see the veins bulging on Lingair's forehead. Lingair had long been used to the Turks being submissive, kneeling and paying tribute. Yet not even 3 years later, they dared to rob a caravan, one bound for Chang'an, no less. That was a slap to the face of the Tang dynasty. If he didn't respond, the Turks would grow more arrogant. Next time, who knows whom they would rob. The ministers immediately agreed, all speaking with righteous anger, condemning the Turks for treachery and disobedience. Many military generals even stepped forward in court to request a campaign, furiously stating they wanted to march north and teach the Turks a lesson. After all, siding with the emperor in scolding was never wrong, and if it aligned with his mood, and they got appointed to lead the army, they'd profit handsomely. With the Tang army's elite strength, and the northern steppes weakened to half the population they had under Genealogies Khan, victory would be easy and full of spoils. As Lingair was considering whom to appoint as general, he suddenly noticed Qingxiu standing nearby. That was strange, he hadn't seen Qingxiu at court for nearly half a month. "Duke Qing, what's your opinion on this matter?" Seeing him, Lingair asked symbolically. But Qingxiu didn't answer directly. Instead, he spoke as if in riddles. "I just think everyone here is being too short-sighted. This is a good opportunity. If we don't make full use of it now, it'll truly be a waste of heaven's gift." Everyone looked confused. What good opportunity? Wasn't this just the Turks provoking the borders? I'd like to ask everyone, how long has it been since the Turks last raided our borders? Seeing their puzzled faces, Qingxiu asked right on the spot. Wei Zhang was the first to speak. "I know this, it has already been nearly 3 years. That's right. Over the past 3 years, the overall strength of the Turks has gradually declined, and now their population is already less than half of what it was at its peak. This also means that they're not launching this attack from a position of strength. It probably indicates that internal chaos in the Turkic tribes has reached an extreme." Clearly, many ministers still didn't understand what Qingxiu meant and remained confused. Qingxiu had long expected this reaction, so he spoke directly. "I dealt with the Turkic Khan a few years ago. That man feared the Central Plains army like a tiger. Out of fear of being attacked by us, he always restrained his subordinates and forbade them from raiding the south. He even converted to Buddhism, practicing vegetarianism and chanting sutras all day, ignoring military affairs. Ask yourselves, how could such a person allow his men to raid caravans in the Hexi corridor? Lingair was the first to understand Qingxiu's words. He slapped his thigh and said, "The Turks are in internal chaos, the Khan can't control his subordinates anymore." Exactly. Qingxiu looked at him approvingly. As expected, Lingair understood instantly. If there is internal chaos among the Turks, and we only punish a small tribe, isn't that a waste of opportunity? The ministers looked at each other, and some began quietly discussing. They hadn't expected Qingxiu's insight to be so sharp, and his ambition so large. Clearly, he intended to take advantage of the internal strife among the Turks to strike a decisive blow and end the threat once and for all. This hit right at Lingair's heart. At that moment, everything about Qingxiu looked pleasing to him. To propose such an important idea at this moment was indeed a great help. What Duke Qing says is very true. Even though the Turks have submitted, there are still more than 100,000 nomads in the northern frontier who can ride and shoot. Lingair clenched his fist, and his voice grew more passionate and intense. Back then, the Xiongnu repeatedly submitted to the Central Plains, but when the Eight Princes' War broke out, didn't they also launch attacks against us? Completely eliminating the Turkic threat was urgent. Lingair needed to personally see the Turks wiped out from the northern frontier to feel at ease. Qingxiu then proposed a full and clearly outlined plan. According to him, the Turkic tribe that had raided the Hexi corridor caravan was the Tela tribe. They had long been estranged from the main Turkic tribe because the Khan had become obsessed with Buddhism and exploited the smaller tribes. We can first raise an army to attack the Tela tribe. Once they submit, we can then accuse the Khan of failing to set an example and not restraining his subordinates, and use that as a reason to attack him. Qingxiu's proposal sounded feasible, and more importantly, it gave the Tang army a legitimate reason for war. But if our main force attacks the central Turkic tribe and this ends up forcing the Turks to unite against us, then what? Qingxiu had already considered this. He immediately replied, "We will punish the guilty to protect the innocent." The upper and lower ranks of the Turks are already dissatisfied with Oromo's obsession with Buddhism. He even forbids the tribes from worshipping Tengri. Our Tang army can claim to be restoring proper faith in the north. This will not only weaken Oromo's prestige but might even draw other Turkic tribes to our side. Step by step, everything was connected: justified war, recruiting auxiliary forces, nothing would be delayed. Even Lingair was amazed at how brilliant Qingxiu's plan was. The military officers on the court floor were stirred up with excitement and immediately declared their willingness to lead troops to the north and wipe out the Turks. If they truly eliminated the Turkic threat in this campaign, they wouldn't just gain massive military merits, but eternal fame. Qingxiu glanced at all of them, including Ho Junji, then shook his head slightly. "Your Majesty, it's not that I don't trust these mighty Tang generals, but eliminating the Turkic threat is of the utmost importance. There must be no margin for error." Lingair caught the implication. Qingxiu intended to take personal command. This showed how seriously he took the matter. "In that case, you will personally lead this campaign against the Turks and oversee everything. Whatever you need, I will fully support you. Choose any general you wish from the whole court, deploy whoever you want." These words made Qingxiu feel greatly pleased. As always, Lingair offered him unwavering trust and support. Qingxiu recalled his past trips to the northern frontier, seeing how the Turks rode freely outside the passes. Though they pretended to submit, they still longed for the days when they dominated the north and oppressed the central plains at will. If given the chance, they would not hesitate to attack again. Their submission was only temporary. "Your Majesty, besides this, I have one more request." "Speak freely." Lingair was generous. "After we defeat the enemy, I request full authority to handle the fate of the defeated tribes and prisoners. No one may interfere." Qingxiu said immediately. Lingair didn't hesitate. "If you can end the Turkic threat once and for all, I'll let you deal with them however you see fit." This meant that whether Qingxiu slaughtered them all like animals, or allowed them to migrate inland and live with the Han people, he had Lingair's full support. No limits on money or supplies. Whatever he needed, he would receive. At this point in the court, probably only Qingxiu could be granted such power. Only now did Qingxiu feel truly satisfied. "Your Majesty, rest assured, from now on, the Turks will be nothing more than a historical term. The northern frontier will have no royal court." Qingxiu's speed in handling this shocked even Lingair. After receiving permission, he immediately began selecting officers and gathering more than 10,000 elite soldiers. At the same time, he mobilized large amounts of firearms, gunpowder, and various military supplies, so quickly that Lingair suspected he had been prepared all along. By the time Lantern Festival passed, Xi gave the order for the entire army to depart and march north to find the Turkic Tela tribe. At that point, everyone in the court could see, Duke Qing truly intended to kill. Lingair gave him full honors. On the day the army set out, he personally led civil and military officials to bid farewell outside Chang'an. Everyone who witnessed the scene saw that Xiao had prepared a grand mobilization for this campaign. Not only did he bring his victorious general Shui Wugui, but even Ho Junji was selected to accompany him on the campaign. At that moment, although Ho Junji served as deputy general, he sat tall on horseback within the army, calm and confident. Though Ho Junji was capable of winning a national-level war himself, he did not consider it shameful to serve under Duke Qing. In fact, in some ways, it was no less honorable than leading the campaign himself. Lingair personally poured wine for Xiao and several generals. After a few cups, even he felt a bit tipsy. Duke Qing, I know that whatever task I give you, there's no need to remind you, you'll always exceed expectations. But today, I still want to say one thing. Lingair's gaze swept over the generals' faces, calm and solemn. But for this campaign, I still want to say one thing. I hope you will completely wipe out the Turks, so they will no longer threaten the Central Plains. Lingair had waited too long for this day. If it weren't for the fact that he had to stay in the court to maintain order, he would have led troops himself at all costs to destroy the Turkic tribes. Xiao didn't say a word of nonsense. He personally held the wine poured for him by Lingair and walked to the front of the army, raising his cup high. If this battle cannot wipe out the Turks, erase them completely from the northern frontier, then I will never again be qualified to set foot in Chang'an. I hope all the generals and soldiers will unite with me, destroy the Turks, crush the nomads, and make sure the Central Plains has no enemies to fear in the north. The whole army immediately drew their swords. Their response echoed across the sky, we will fight to the death, won't return until the Turks are destroyed. Seeing this scene, Lingair recalled the years of back and forth between Tang and the Turks. From shifting offensives and defenses to today's war of annihilation, he had truly waited too long. Especially for this day, he had even allowed Li Yuan to leave the palace and stand on the city wall, watching the army set out from afar. March! No more words were needed, Xiao gave the order, and the grand army set off in full gear. Now, the northern frontier was bound to be stained with blood once again. The Tela tribe leader was currently feeling quite troubled. News of his raid in the Hexi corridor had spread quickly, as expected. To prevent the Tang army from finding him, he had immediately led his people north, trying to escape pursuit. Unexpectedly, although he had evaded the Tang army, Aluamona, who knew the tribes like the back of his hand, had still managed to find him in the vast desert. Aluamona personally led 8,000 cavalry and had completely surrounded his small tribe. The Tela leader braced himself and came forward to greet Aluamona. Greetings, Great Khan. Before he could kneel, Aluamona was already attracted by his clothing. Though the Tela didn't know how to make cotton garments, they had roughly spread cotton into animal skin coats as padding. Though not as effective as proper cotton clothing, it was still much better than wearing thin skins alone. At the very least, not a single person had frozen to death in the Tela tribe this winter. Originally, your tribe left the area and came to the Hexi corridor seeking a way forward. I shouldn't interfere. The tribes value freedom of movement. Aluamona's face was serious. But why did you have to rob caravans, especially stealing the cotton that the Tang dynasty values most? Now all the Turkic tribes will be implicated. The Tela leader knelt on the ground and helplessly replied, we had no choice, this winter was extremely cold. If we hadn't tried to steal cotton clothes to keep warm, we wouldn't have survived. Aluamona shook his head slightly and pretended to hesitate. Sigh, as I understand it, the Tang has already sent troops north to search for you. Even I was scolded. If you don't want your entire tribe to be punished and slaughtered by the Tang, hand over all the cotton you stole. I will personally return it and offer an apology, maybe then this matter can be resolved. At this point, even the dullest person in the Tela tribe could tell, Aluamona wasn't pleading on their behalf. He clearly wanted their cotton. Otherwise, why would he lead such a massive force here, even searching so far in the northern frontier? The Tela leader looked back at his tribesmen, most were visibly displeased and unwilling to give up their supplies. Aluamona noticed their hesitation and signaled his men. They understood and immediately drew their swords. Thousands of cavalry raised their weapons and shouted fiercely. It was an intimidating sight. The Tela had few men capable of fighting. Now, under threat from elite cavalry, their morale crumbled. Should we just ask the Great Khan for help? A herder next to the leader asked nervously. At this point, they truly had nothing left to lose. The Tela leader braced himself and said, we've already used up much of the cotton. Many children and elders rely on it to stay warm. What's left, Great Khan can take. Aluamona agreed at once, fine. Obviously, he intended to take at least half. Aluamona didn't want to push too hard, better to get what he wanted without bloodshed. After taking several carts of cotton, Aluamona's cavalry still didn't leave. Their meaning was clear: after riding so far, weren't they to be rewarded with meat and drink? The Tela leader had no choice but to order livestock slaughtered and food prepared. Of course, Aluamona wouldn't stop there. He and his men sat down to eat and drink heavily, and even demanded dried meat for their journey back. The Tela leader dared not refuse. Just getting rid of these troublemakers was already a blessing. He nodded and agreed to everything. To prevent further demands, he even sat down with Aluamona and drank with him, hoping to get him drunk so he'd stop asking. The feast lasted from noon until dusk. The desert sun gradually sank beneath the horizon, yet the banquet still hadn't ended. On that blood-colored sand, a cavalry force of only 3,000 men was charging from the south toward the Tela camp. At last, as the sun fully disappeared, Xiao, leading the vanguard, caught sight of the tents in the distance. The scout's report was right. Xiao was overjoyed. He immediately slowed his horse and came to Qingxiu. "Duke Qing, we found them." Qingxiu nodded slightly, then ordered the soldiers to slow their pace and stop at a distance from the tents. He didn't want the Turks to discover their presence. Earlier, they had entered the desert with 10,000 troops to locate the Tela tribe, which was like finding a needle in a haystack. Qingxiu had brought guides and identified several possible directions. The army was divided into 3 forces to search. Each had only 3,000 cavalry, but they were equipped with firearms and thick cotton armor, and each man had 3 horses for rotation. With such fully equipped troops, even outnumbered, they could easily crush the northern tribes. Qingxiu was not in a hurry to attack. He first sent scouts to investigate the situation of the Turks and find out how many soldiers they had and what their current state was. But when the scouts returned, they brought back the news that there were still quite a few elite Turkic cavalry from the main tribe among the Tela, currently gathered in the camp, drinking happily. "We've been riding through the desert for days, barely having enough water, and those bastards are still drinking wine here." Xiao cursed loudly when he heard it. Qingxiu didn't fully understand the situation, but he had come here to wipe out those Turkic cavalry. In fact, the more there were, the better. This way, he could clean them out all at once. No more talking, charge directly in. As long as you see any able-bodied men, kill them on sight. Before I give an order, do not take any prisoners. Qingxiu then looked at Xiao. "Your first task when you get in is to find their leader. Don't rush to kill him, understand?" Xiao simply nodded in response. Then, under the night sky, 3,000 cavalry mounted up again, loaded their flintlock guns, and, at Qingxiu's order, charged toward the Turkic camp. At that moment, those people were dead drunk. Even the Tela leader had let down his guard. Let alone the sentries outside, who were drinking while supposedly on duty. On duty, in name only. They were all drunk beyond recognition, lying around bragging. "I heard that now in the Tang dynasty a cotton coat can sell for a few taels of silver, you know? That's worth several bolts of silk. Is it really that valuable? But it is warmer than animal skins. Anyway, that's what the chief said. He said when spring comes, we'll take the used cotton clothes to the Tang and sell them, make a good profit." Their eyes were hazy from drinking, completely unaware that cavalry was already approaching in the darkness ahead. It wasn't until the ground-shaking sound of hooves reached them that they realized something was wrong. In front of them appeared a cavalry unit out of nowhere. Though unfamiliar, they could instantly tell, they were not Turkic cavalry. "We're screwed. We're screwed." Someone staggered forward trying to blow the horn in warning, but Xiao, quick as lightning, shot him dead with an arrow. Before anyone else could react, the ferocious Tang cavalry had already closed in and began slaughtering without mercy. In just a moment, all the sentries were wiped out, and the iron hooves of the Tang army stormed into the main camp. At that moment, hooves thundered, the western wind howled, and the drunken Turks by the campfires saw Tang soldiers, full of murderous intent, charging with firearms. Bang! The first volley of gunfire boomed like thunder, piercing the sky. Countless Turks, still drunk, fell headfirst into the fire. They didn't even have time to feel fear before losing consciousness. "The Tang army is here. It's the Tang. Run. Saddle up. Grab your weapons, get ready to fight." Panic broke out instantly among the Turks. Moments ago they were smiling, now they scattered like startled birds. Some fools ran around blindly, only to crash into Tang blades and be decapitated on the spot. In the chaos, no one wanted to fight to the death. Those who could mount horses did. Those who couldn't, ran on foot. Whoever couldn't run fast enough was immediately killed by the Tang blades. Aluamona sobered up the moment the Tang army arrived. More than anyone, he knew how terrifying the Tang army was. He quickly summoned all his accompanying cavalry and tried to escape. "Great Khan, you can't leave now." The Tela leader panicked and grabbed Aluamona. "You have to help us. The Tang army is here. I gave you so much cotton, you can't just run off like this. Get lost." Aluamona raised his leg to kick him away, but the other held on tightly and wouldn't let go. One of Aluamona's guards drew his blade and slashed the Tela leader across the back. Taking advantage of the pain, Aluamona kicked him down. "Don't cling to me. You're the ones who brought the Tang army here, don't drag us to die with you." Cursing, Aluamona rushed to mount his horse. He didn't care whether his elite cavalry had regrouped, he took whoever was ready and fled. As for the others, he had given the order, whether they could break out or not was their own fate. If he waited a second longer, he'd be captured by the Tang too. But just as he mounted and started to flee, a bodyguard rode up and asked, "Great Khan, our cotton. We haven't taken the cotton." "Damn you! At a time like this you're still thinking about cotton? You want to die?" Aluamona was furious at such greed. But he was lucky, while the Tang were still slaughtering in the camp and no one chased him, he managed to escape with part of his men. The rest, most didn't even get to their horses before being cut down by the Tang. Of course, the Tang didn't know Aluamona was there. If Xuerengui had known, he would have ridden his horse to death to catch him alive. In this chaos, the Tang army slaughtered while the Turks resisted sporadically and fled. Only after half the night did things calm down. Some scattered Turks escaped. These remnants were no longer a threat. Most of the women, children, elderly, and livestock were captured. Most adult men were killed in the chaos. The Tela leader was captured by Xuerengui himself in the midst of battle. Seeing Xuerengui, he was so demoralized he offered no resistance and was easily taken. When Qingxiu rode up and looked down at the prisoners, not one dared lift their heads to meet his gaze. The Tela leader knelt on the ground, face ashen. "I've met you before. Back then, you came to me complaining about Aluamona's obsession with Buddhism, asking me for help, hoping I could save you." Qingxiu looked at them coldly. "I even went personally to the Turkic main tribe to scold Aluamona. And this is how you repay me? Don't you know the goods you looted were ones I bought from the western regions?" Everyone trembled all over, not daring to reply. But Qingxiu didn't bother talking more. He ordered Xuerengui to pick out the strongest men and soldiers among the Turks and drag them out for execution, one by one. The remaining Turks huddled together, listening to the sound of beheadings outside, utterly terrified. Now their lives or deaths depended entirely on one word from Duke Qing. Their fate was no longer their own. Qingxiu spent a long time selecting among the Turks. Once he confirmed that all the threatening Turks had been completely killed, and only the elderly, women, and children, along with some very young children remained in the tribe, he finally gave the order to stop the executions and withdrew his troops. Although the executions had stopped, the Tang soldiers' blades were still dripping with blood, and the sight deeply terrified the remaining Turks. "Boss, if you don't want to carry the infamy of slaughtering women and children, you can just take all their food, cattle, sheep, water, and clothes. If they stay here without supplies, they'll freeze or starve to death anyway," Xuerengui suggested. Having fought in so many battles, Xuerengui had long lost all compassion on the battlefield. He knew very well that when these Turks previously raided caravans in the Heshi corridor, they did the same, leaving hundreds of people without clothes or food in the dead of winter. By the time the survivors made it back to the Central Plains, only 8 out of hundreds remained alive. Now it was just a matter of returning the favor in kind. Qingxiu didn't respond immediately. He dismounted and slowly walked in front of the Tela leader. "What do you think of General Shui's suggestion?" The Tela leader trembled all over, then pleaded, "Duke Qing, please show mercy. All our strong men have been killed by you. These women, children, and elders pose no threat." "That's true, but whether they live or die is just a matter of my whim. Why should I listen to you?" The Tela leader was deeply distressed. Without hesitation, he pressed his face against Qingxiu's foot and cried out, "From now on, we are willing to become your slaves. May the heavens bear witness. We are willing to serve as slaves and servants." The frightened Turkic women and children also cried out, afraid that a moment's delay would cost them their lives at Qingxiu's blade. Their groveling attitude greatly pleased Qingxiu. He kicked the Tela leader away. "Being my slaves? I don't need a bunch of pigs and dogs to serve me. But if your great chief is willing to do me a few favors and speak a few words on my behalf, then most of your people can survive." The Tela leader quickly said, "I don't dare refuse, serving Duke Qing is my greatest honor." "Ha ha 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 ha. The shameless and pathetic sight made the Tang generals and soldiers burst into laughter. Ridiculous! When you were looting caravans in the Heshi corridor, what were you thinking? Shui Rengue looked at him with disdain. If not for Qingxiu still needing this man, he would have beheaded him on the spot. That's enough, Qingxiu waved his hand. Take all the cattle and sheep from here, and also bring along all the women and children. We're returning south to join up with the advance troops. Though the Tela women and children didn't know what Qingxiu would do with them, the fact that they were taken along and given food and water meant Duke Qing would at least not kill them. What happened next, they would have to wait and see. After all, outside the camp still lay the corpses of many Turkic men. Just outside the camp, Qingxiu saw several large carts full of cotton. These were what Aluamona had extorted from the Tela, but he had fled too quickly to take the cotton with him. All this for a bit of cotton? You sacrificed your whole tribe. Was it worth it? Qingxiu sneered at the Tela leader. The man only gave a forced smile and lowered his head in silence. Qingxiu glanced at the cotton. Though good quality from the western regions, it wasn't worth the manpower to transport it across the Gobi. But leaving it here would just let the Turks get it later. That would be trouble. He originally planned to burn it, but then said, "Brothers, this battle was rushed. I didn't bring much to reward you. If you want the cotton, divide it among yourselves. Take what you want. If you don't want it, you can leave your bags empty. I'll reward you even more once we return to Chang'an." Qingxiu's words sparked thunderous cheers. The soldiers immediately rushed up and divided all the cotton among themselves. Cotton wasn't yet widespread in the Central Plains, and in Chang'an it was ridiculously expensive. Even their padded armor had been hard for Qingxiu to supply. Bringing this colorful cotton back to Chang'an would fetch a great price. When the 3,000 cavalry had marched in, they hurried through the desert. Now, returning with livestock and prisoners, they chatted and laughed, relaxed like a countryside outing. As for the captured Tela leader, Qingxiu had no intention of sparing him. He would soon prove even more useful. While Qingxiu led 3,000 cavalry to wipe out the Tela tribe, the other two cavalry groups also had great success. Su Dingfang, with 3,000 men, didn't find the Turks, but on the way back encountered a wandering remnant tribe of the Jurchen in the desert. No one could figure out how, after being driven from Jianzhou, these Jurchen ended up here. Su Dingfang didn't dwell on it. Upon seeing the Jurchen, he immediately attacked, crushing the 20,000-strong tribe and killing their leader on the spot. Countless livestock and supplies were seized. Ho Junji had worse luck. Wandering north, most of the Turkic tribes he met were terrified of the Tang. Though he didn't fight, the Turks fed and housed his troops, making for a rather relaxed journey. On his return, he even summoned all the tribal chiefs he had met and sternly warned them not to imitate the Tela in raiding Tang caravans. After the three forces regrouped, Qingxiu wasn't in a hurry to return. He sent the Tela leader, under escort of over 1,000 soldiers, to travel across the southern frontier and spread the scandal of Aluamona's misdeeds. How he had oppressed the tribes for years, forbidden Tingri worship after turning to Buddhism, nothing was held back. The fierce denouncement struck a chord among many tribes. They, too, had suffered under Aluamona. Taking advantage of this anger, Qingxiu ordered all tribal chiefs to gather at Yanmen Pass to meet him. He also declared that he would personally uphold justice for the people of the Turkic tribes. Once this news spread, responses poured in from all tribes except the main Turkic tribe. Having long suffered under Aluamona, they now treated Qingxiu as a savior, rushing to meet him. In just half a month, nearly 10 large and small tribal chiefs had already come, responding to Duke Qing. When these people saw Qingxiu, they immediately knelt and bowed their heads, tearfully cursing Aluamona as inhuman, and begged Duke Qing to stand up for them. Seeing the time was ripe, Qingxiu simply gathered all these chiefs outside the grasslands of Yanmen Pass. When the chiefs arrived at the Yanmen grasslands, Qingxiu was already observing the military drills of Shui Rengue and Su Dingfang again. They arrived just as Su Dingfang was leading a cavalry unit to charge straight at a target several hundred steps away. Fire! Su Dingfang took the lead, and with one shout, the cavalry behind him fired simultaneously. A thunderous series of gunshots rang out, and most of the erected targets were instantly knocked down. So accurate! The chiefs couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That was shooting from horseback, yet the accuracy was still so high. And every soldier had already equipped 3 firearms while mounted, rotating and firing during the charge. The suppressive power was beyond imagination. Many chiefs couldn't help but compare, even if their herder cavalry could endure one round of fire. Once the heavily armored cavalry with long spears charged in, their scattered forces would be completely shattered. Qingxiu ignored the newly arrived chiefs and simply shouted, "Shui Rengue! Your subordinate is here!" Gue, who was drilling horse riding with the soldiers, immediately dismounted when he heard the command. Duke Qing, your orders. These chiefs came to observe today, and you're letting them watch horse riding? Everyone here grew up on horseback, such a trivial skill, and you dare let them see it? Gue understood the hint immediately and said, your subordinate deserves death. Please give me a moment. With a command, the soldiers immediately switched to heavy axes and long sabers, charging while wielding massive weapons. Thousands of horses galloped in unison, each rider dragging heavy weapons on the ground as they rode. The harsh sound was soul-shaking. Even the chiefs who were used to witnessing 10,000 horses galloping on the steppe were completely stunned. Their herder cavalry could never wield heavy weapons while charging on horseback like this. Now they finally understood how the Tela tribe was instantly crushed by 3,000 men. The heavenly army of the empire is mighty, we have truly opened our eyes today. Duke Qing trains his troops well, these soldiers could match 10 of our riders. With such divine troops, how could any petty rebels dare stir trouble? The chiefs went all out praising Qingxiu, flattering him. At the same time, they were terrified, afraid that one day those axes and sabers would be used on their own heads. Qingxiu smiled faintly. Today he had planned to give them a show of force, and it clearly worked well. You all know what happened with the Tela tribe, right? Qingxiu looked toward the silent Tela chief standing aside. Everyone quickly responded, we know. Do you know that when my army launched a night raid, Aluamona was present with his elite cavalry? They didn't know that yet and looked at each other. The Tela chief spoke through gritted teeth. He knew we had cotton in our tribe, so he brought 8,000 cavalry from the north to demand cotton, livestock, and supplies. The chiefs hadn't expected Aluamona to go to such lengths, traveling far into the desolate north just for some cotton. If he only demanded supplies, that's one thing. But when the Tang army came, he abandoned our tribe and fled with his troops. Saying this, he was clearly furious, regretting not having killed Aluamona during their drinking feast. In fact, the chiefs weren't surprised by Aluamona's actions, but witnessing it still made them angry. They had offered so many tributes over the years, and this is what they got in return? The chief of the Nainawa tribe said gravely, from what I know, the Tela tribe has been squeezed by Aluamona the most. Every year, 1/3 of your livestock is taken. And when conflict breaks out, your tribe provides the most soldiers. Of course. We were once the strongest tribe after the main one. And now, look at us. His words resonated with many, especially since the Nainawa tribe had just been forced to donate animal hides to make dust covers for Buddha statues. Seeing the Tela man had said enough, Qingxiu signaled him to step aside, then took out a letter from his robe. After I defeated the Tela tribe, Aluamona personally wrote this letter to me. Do you want to know what it says? The chiefs were puzzled, but someone from the Jueluo tribe took the letter and read it aloud. Halfway through, many already looked grim. When the letter was finished, the Jueluo chief snatched it, read it, and then threw it on the ground, cursing. Aluamona, that dog. He lives like an emperor and values his clay statues more than living people. Exactly. What right does he have to still be our Khan? Damn it, I'll tear him apart with my own hands. The chiefs all shouted curses. The letter had truly enraged them. In the letter, Aluamona praised Qingxiu's attack on the Tela tribe as justified. He claimed his subordinates acted without his knowledge and brought their doom upon themselves. Worse, at the end of the letter, he shamelessly claimed that if any other tribe disobeyed the Tang, he would personally support the Tang army with supplies for their punishment. This letter completely crushed any loyalty the chiefs had left. No one wished to serve Aluamona again. Qingxiu could feel their growing rage, like dry tinder ready to ignite. He said coldly, our celestial empire cannot bear to see tyrants oppress the people, not even on the grasslands. Today you suffer oppression, and how could we stand by? If you're unwilling to endure it anymore, I will dispatch troops to support you fully, sweep the north clean, and return peace to the grasslands. Qingxiu's speech was highly provocative. The chiefs were already filled with resentment, and now they were stirred into action. Then Qingxiu said one more sentence that completely ignited all the pent-up resentment in their hearts. Since ancient times, the people of the Central Plains have always risen up in resistance when they could no longer endure tyranny. Do you all not dare to follow their example? At that moment, no one hesitated any longer. Someone immediately shouted in anger to support Qingxiu. Duke Qing is right. Aluamona is no longer qualified to be our great Khan. We beg Duke Qing to send the heavenly army to fight for us. As long as Duke Qing gives the order, we will follow it without question. Everyone pleaded together, and before Qingxiu could even respond, they all knelt on the ground, showing they would follow all of Qingxiu's orders. You all really want me to send troops? Qingxiu stepped back, pretending to be troubled. Although I do want to punish the tyrant, you all must be absolutely sincere. The chiefs responded in unison, we are truly sincere, without the slightest falsehood. Taking the opportunity, Qingxiu immediately laid out condition after condition, requiring them all to agree before he would send troops. These conditions included, all tribes must unconditionally obey his command, every soldier and every troop must be under his control. When the Turkic main tribe is destroyed, the handling of prisoners and spoils must follow his orders. Finally, if Aluamona is captured, he must be handed over to me for punishment. Even if one of you captures him first, you must still surrender him to me afterward. This condition caused some hesitation. Originally, they just wanted to kill Aluamona as quickly as possible. More importantly, according to the rules of succession on the grasslands, whoever kills the previous Khan has the right to succeed him. Why else would they go through all the trouble of gathering troops and fighting? Qingxiu saw through their calculations long ago, and with a friendly tone said, how about this, I make a deal with you, whoever captures Aluamona alive and hands him to me, I will recommend him to the court to be named the next great Khan of the Turks. The chiefs immediately asked, do you really mean that? What a joke! Once a word is spoken by this Duke of the Empire, not even 4 horses can chase it back. Qingxiu sneered, when have you ever seen me go back on my word? With this promise, the chiefs no longer hesitated. They immediately agreed to all of Qingxiu's conditions. Not only that, they also slaughtered cattle and sheep on the spot, offered sacrifices to eternal heaven, and swore solemn oaths that they would never go back on a single word promised today. Good. This was exactly what Qingxiu wanted. He immediately drew his saber and pointed it to the sky. I promise you all, this battle will absolutely crush Aluamona and wipe away the tyranny of the northern frontier. Everyone was full of excitement and promised to fight to the death alongside Duke Qing. After the chiefs returned to their tribes, they all mobilized their people, harshly condemning Aluamona's crimes and announcing their full support for Duke Qing's cause to suppress him. Originally, the herders had already suffered greatly from Aluamona's constant exploitation, even banning them from worshipping eternal heaven, causing widespread anger. Now they all rose up in support, vowing eternal hatred against Aluamona. Not only the Turkic tribes, but also the Tanguts to the west and the Khitans to the east expressed their willingness to join Duke Qing's campaign. They had long wanted to curry favor with him, and this was the perfect chance to strike a man when he's down. Within just half a month, the whole northern frontier echoed with curses and condemnations, all directed at Aluamona. This was the first time Aluamona had ever faced such public condemnation. He panicked and summoned all his close aides to discuss countermeasures, but they all had the same suggestion. You must destroy the Buddha statues, restore sacrifices to eternal heaven, and promise to stop exploiting the tribes. That's the only way to defuse this crisis. I think that's not enough, we must also immediately write a letter of apology to the Tang court. If the emperor is pleased, he might order Duke Qing to withdraw his troops. When he heard about abandoning his faith, Aluamona showed clear hesitation. He looked at Master Shurxian beside him, and the latter quickly shook his head. They had already invested so much time, gold, and silver into this spiritual path, he was close to immortality. Especially since just a few days ago, Master Shurxian had told him that after 6 more months of practice, he could achieve eternal life. He couldn't give that up now. After a long pause, he stammered, if I no longer force them to follow Buddhism, that should be enough, right? Everyone was nearly enraged to death. But I do think what you said makes sense, he continued. Why don't I write a letter to Duke Qing first, and then inform the other tribes later? This, at least, he acted on quickly. He ordered Master Shurxian to start writing the letter immediately. In this letter, Aluamona basically used every method to scold himself. By the end, even his closest subordinates couldn't stand to read it and walked away shaking their heads. Isn't this enough? Aluamona still wasn't sure and read the letter from beginning to end again. No need to worry, Great Khan. Duke Qing is reasonable. And with this letter, you might just prevent a war. How many lives could be saved because of you? Master Shurxuan's words immediately pleased Aluamona, who kept nodding happily. After leaving the main tent, Master Shurxian completely changed his expression, his face now full of anxiety. He returned to being the old swindler Zhang, and rushed back to his residence to summon his disciples, telling them to pack up and prepare to flee immediately. Master, why are we suddenly running away? We're honored guests here, Aluamona himself doesn't even dare shout at us. Yeah. If we run now, where would we go? Back to the Central Plains to be street scammers again? Each disciple complained louder than the last, none of them wanted to leave. Old swindler Zhang was furious and cursed them, you fools. Don't you know Duke Qing is about to attack? And this time, he said he's going to completely destroy the Turkic main tribe. Aluamona is doomed. Even so, the disciples showed no sense of danger. They looked at each other and asked a truly insane question. Then why don't we just go to another tribe and keep spreading Buddhism? We could be revered masters again. Old swindler Zhang could only shake his head bitterly. They had already scammed so much money from the Turks, offending almost every tribe along the way. Once Aluamona stopped protecting them, it wouldn't take an hour before someone showed up to chop them to pieces. Anyway, we've collected plenty of gold and silver already. Take everything valuable. If you can't carry it, leave it. Seeing his disciples still reluctant, he had to shout and push, hurry up. Helpless, the disciples could only do as old swindler Zhang instructed. However, what old swindler Zhang didn't expect was that before they even finished packing, they suddenly discovered several layers of sentries outside the tent. When Zhang asked around, he was dumbfounded. It turned out that Aluamona, worried they might be blamed by the herders in the tribe because of this situation, specially sent people to protect them. Now it was over. None of them could escape. Helpless, the old swindler could only grit his teeth and wait with his disciples, hoping to find a chance to escape when the general attacked. South of the desert, Shuafang. Qingxiu personally led 10,000 Tang cavalry troops from Yanmen Pass. When they arrived here, over 50,000 tribal troops had already gathered. Even logistics were no issue. These supporting tribes provided large numbers of cattle and sheep, so the Tang army had plenty to eat and drink, served by auxiliary troops, living comfortably. When Qingxiu reached Shuafang, he immediately received two pieces of news. Aluamona had already fled with all his people from the main tribe, and had left a letter for him. That Aluamona had escaped didn't surprise Qingxiu. It would have been strange if he had stayed and waited for death. As for the letter, Qingxiu didn't bother reading it himself. He directly ordered Shui Rengue to read it aloud in front of the whole army. Although the letter was full of self-deprecation by Aluamona, the promises in it fell far short of everyone's expectations. The Turkic tribes were even angrier. With swords at their throats, all he offered were such minor concessions. So they might as well keep killing all the way, chop him to death, and maybe replace him, then divide up the wealth he had hoarded. Why bother enduring his oppression anymore? Everyone, this is Aluamona's so-called sincerity. If you accept this, then you'll be laughed at on the steppe forever. The Turks were furious, cursing loudly on the spot. Qingxiu had deliberately provoked them at this moment to ensure they completely gave up any thought of negotiation with Aluamona. Then, Qingxiu personally summoned Yelu Bei, the Khitan chief, and ordered him to lead his army northeast to block the Turks from escaping northward. If the Turks try to escape in that direction and you stop them, I will reward you. Then Qingxiu's tone suddenly changed, but if I learn that you failed to stop them, or even tried to make peace, then once Aluamona is defeated, I will destroy your entire Khitan tribe. Understood. Duke Qing, don't worry, we would never make peace with the Turks. Yelu Bei was instantly full of energy upon hearing he might be rewarded. He vowed that no Turk would escape to Liaodong or Jianzhou. After the Khitan forces departed, Qingxiu thought deeply and divided the Tang main force into three. Hou Junji and Su Dingfang each led a group to two flanks, not to fight the Turks, but to block their retreat. The real fighting would be led by Qingxiu himself. He took all 40,000 to 50,000 elite tribal cavalry with him, as well as the 2,000 Tang cavalry led by Shui Rengue. If it were any other Tang general, they would never have dared do this. How could just 2,000 troops intimidate tens of thousands of Turkic cavalry? But Qingxiu had that power. Even without the 2,000 Tang troops, he could still fully control the Turks. Duke Qing, you must be careful, the Turks might betray you. Before leaving, Hou Junji still expressed concern, but Qingxiu didn't care at all. Not to mention his own authority. Just the promise that whoever captured Aluamona would be named the next great Khan of the Turks was enough to keep them loyal. Then, Qingxiu ordered Shui Rengue to take 2,000 cavalry as the vanguard to scout ahead, while he personally led the Turkic troops behind. Thus began the grand expedition north. Though it was civil war among tribes, the leaders were still full of enthusiasm. Aluamona's retreat north was full of misery. He couldn't understand how Qingxiu had perfectly predicted his escape route. No matter which direction he tried to flee, Shui Rengue was always there with a small cavalry force, constantly harassing and attacking. Even worse, every water source they reached had already been occupied by the Tang army. They poisoned the upstream water, so anyone or anything drinking it suffered severe vomiting and diarrhea. Not only were they unable to flee, they couldn't even stand up. Even though some were elite soldiers, Aluamona had to abandon them, letting them be captured by the Tang army. In just half a month of fleeing through the northern desert without a single battle, he had already lost 60 to 70% of his troops and people. The rest were mostly exhausted. Almost every day, some of his people deserted and surrendered to the Tang. At this rate, in another month, he'd be left alone. Damn it. If this keeps up, one day my own men will chop off my head and use it to surrender to the Tang. Aluamona noticed the herders and soldiers around him were getting more restless, and the way they looked at him was increasingly off. He had now reached Behigh, a vast lake ahead. All able-bodied men, gather. The old and weak will stay near the lake to lure in the Tang army. The rest will hide on both sides of Behigh. As soon as the Tang army arrives, we'll attack from both flanks, drive them into the lake, and kill them all. Aluamona gave the order, but many were still trembling inside. After all, they were facing the Tang army, and the undefeated Xiao and Gui. Seeing morale still low, Aluamona exploded in anger. He drew his sword and pointed south. It's just 2,000 Tang troops, we have over 50,000 cavalry. Even if we just pile on top of them, we'll crush them to death. What are you afraid of? Today I will charge with you all. Unless I personally kill Xiao and Gui in battle, I will not retreat. These words barely lifted their spirits. At this point, they truly had no other choice. Obey the order. The Turks moved sluggishly, but they still followed orders and made preparations. Aluamona didn't expect to actually defeat Xi. His goal was to trap or capture the Tang soldiers and Xiao and Gui. Then he could use that as leverage to negotiate with Xi. Surely, Xi wouldn't abandon such a beloved general, would he? Just as Aluamona and Xiao and Gui were engaging in a strategic contest, Xi also slowly arrived at Behigh with the massive army of his followers. Now, he had only a few dozen Tang cavalry guards at his side, yet he was still able to intimidate and command tens of thousands of Turkic troops. When the vast and blue Behigh gradually appeared before Xingqiu's eyes, he suddenly realized how far he had fought his way. Xingqiu was filled with emotion and said to those beside him, "Behigh, I remember the last person to fight all the way here was named Hua Tsubing. Indeed, Hua Tsubing destroyed the Xiongnu royal court here and sealed Langjutsu. Since the founding of the Tang dynasty, you are the only one to have fought to this place," the officer replied. Xingqiu personally came to the shore of Behigh. Looking around, the scenery was especially beautiful and truly enchanting. Though called a sea, it was actually a vast freshwater lake like a sea. The water was clear and drinkable, and there were almost endless fish and shrimp to be caught. This was also the northernmost area that the ancient nomads of the frontier could reach. Any farther north, even herders could not endure the cold and barrenness. Since ancient times, whenever troops from the Central Plains reached this place to hunt down nomadic tribes, it meant those tribes had been driven to the brink with no way to escape. But now, ironically, Xingqiu, nominally leading a great army to campaign against the Turks, had troops made almost entirely of Turkic soldiers. Xingqiu ordered the whole army to rest again for a while, and just then, scouts returned with news. As soon as he arrived, the scout told Xingqiu a shocking piece of news: Xiao and Gui was surrounded by the Turks. It turned out that Xiao and Gui had followed all the way to Behigh, and saw only some old and weak soldiers resting by the riverbank. He immediately concluded they were decoys. He judged that if they charged in, ambushes would certainly come from both flanks for a pincer attack. Even so, Xiao and Gui still gave the order for the whole army to chase and kill those decoys, and sent scouts to urge Xingqiu to dispatch reinforcements quickly. When I departed, General Xiao was already locked in a bloody battle with the Turks. The entire Turkic army had encircled him. General Xiao has only about 2,000 troops, he likely can't hold out for long. Xingqiu frowned. Xiao and Gui knew there was an ambush, yet he still charged in headfirst to bite down on that bait? But then Xingqiu immediately understood. The army had been pursuing for so long, fighting all the way to Behigh, it was the limit. The Turkic soldiers following Xingqiu were also exhausted and could no longer march further. If there was even a moment of hesitation and Aluamona escaped again, who knew how long it would be before they could catch him again? So Xiao and Gui simply threw himself into the trap, letting Aluamona see hope of victory, dragging things out as long as he could. Xiao and Gui truly is a fine general. Xingqiu couldn't help but exclaim. If all Tang generals were like him, there'd be no need for Xingqiu to act to deal with mere Turks. Xingqiu immediately gave the order, the entire army would move out at once, heading toward Xiao and Gui's location. Behigh was vast, stretching 1,000 miles. Previously, they hadn't coordinated directions with Xiao and Gui. Based on Xingqiu's current judgment, they were about 100 li away from him. There could be no delay. At first, everyone still felt unrest, but no one dared disobey Xingqiu's orders, they forced themselves up. But when Xingqiu told them this would be the final battle against Aluamona, the Turkic vassal army's morale instantly surged. Those Turkic chieftains were all waiting to personally kill Aluamona and inherit his Khagan title. The soldiers were even more eager to collect the heads of their fellow tribesmen for reward money. Before this, the Duke of Qing had promised, one head was worth 10 taels of silver. After running through the desert for so long without a real battle, this might be their only chance to make money. They couldn't miss it. In today's battle, we must eliminate Aluamona and his remaining followers. If you fight bravely, I will richly reward you. But if I see anyone slacking or fighting half-heartedly, I will personally shoot them with my fire gun and throw their body into Behigh to feed the fish. Xi pulled a small fire gun from his robe and fired into the sky to show his resolve. We will fight to the death. Never mind anything else, for the money alone, they had to fight with all they had today. The reinforcements raced to the rescue, while Xiao was already deeply surrounded by the Turkic army. Though encircled by tens of thousands of Turks, he still kept his 2,000-strong cavalry from breaking formation. The moment he charged into the encirclement, he had all the old and weak soldiers used as bait killed. Then, with the armies back to Behigh, he ordered the deployment of 10,000 man-killers, forming a wall of fire in front to block the Turkic cavalry's advance. Although the Turks were temporarily stopped, they could still shoot arrows from outside the fire wall, flying through the flames. Fortunately, Xiao's elite cavalry were all heavily armored in thick cotton armor. As long as they raised their shields to protect vital parts, there was little worry of being wounded by arrows. Of course, Xiao didn't just passively defend. He ordered his soldiers to take out their fire pots and return fire through the flame wall. Now the Turks were in trouble. The freezing temperatures at Behigh made it hard to draw their bows, weakening both range and power. They couldn't match the Tang army's fire pots. After several rounds of volleys, the Turks suffered heavy losses. Their archers lay flat on the ground, using their comrades' corpses as shields. No one dared to continue exchanging fire with the Tang army. But after a few rounds, the Tang army stopped firing, because they had run out of gunpowder and ammunition. At that moment, the wall of fire from the 10,000 man-killers began to fade. Seeing this, Aluamona quickly ordered his cavalry to close in and surround, giving Xiao no chance to escape. Xiao, you have only about 2,000 men, and even your gunpowder is used up. How much longer can you resist? Surrender now, and I'll spare your life. Xiao replied only with a cold laugh. He immediately ordered his guards to disassemble parts from their horses and assemble them on the spot. Soon, they had put together a cannon, 7 chi long from these oddly shaped parts. This was the divine machine cannon, forged by Xiao's craftsmen. When not in use, it could be broken down into scattered parts and carried on horseback. When battle began, it could be assembled into a small cannon. After all, cavalry often made 1,000-mile raids. Large siege cannons couldn't keep up. Xiao invented this method so cavalry could have heavy firepower when it mattered most. This cannon was personally supervised by Xiao and cast from high-quality refined iron. Although expensive to produce, it could withstand large powder loads without exploding. Now was the time to show its power. In no time, they had assembled 7 or 8 divine machine cannons, while the Turks still had no idea how powerful the Tang army's firepower was. The cavalry remained tightly packed in multiple layers, just waiting to charge in as soon as the flames died down. If you still don't surrender, once the flames go out, we will charge in and leave no one alive. Aluamona threatened again, but all he received in return was a scornful laugh from Xiao. Back when you followed Duke Qing to campaign against Goguryeo, whenever you saw me you had to respectfully call me General Xue. When I told you to kneel, you had to kneel. Now, just because you have a few more worthless dogs willing to die for you, you think you can beat me? These words enraged Aluamona on the spot. He swore that once he captured Xiao alive, he would humiliate him severely. When the flames go out, charge in immediately. Leave no one alive, except Xiao. Boom! Before he finished speaking, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted, and then the densely packed Turkic cavalry formation was instantly struck by 7 or 8 heavy cannonballs. The heavy cannonballs, driven by large amounts of gunpowder, smashed dozens of cavalrymen to pieces in an instant. Upon impact, the shells exploded. Like blooming iron flowers, countless fragments scattered in all directions. Even the Turks wearing thick iron armor were easily pierced and torn apart by the cannon shrapnel. The divine machine cannons had fired. The moment the cannon roared, many, including Aluamona, instinctively covered their ears and ducked to the ground. The sound immediately reminded them of the first time they were bombarded by Tang artillery. Every Turk who had experienced that battle instantly had a traumatic response. Coincidentally, the Turkic cavalry at the front were packed tightly together. Just a few cannon shots killed far more enemies than Xiao had expected. Ha ha ha, good. Taking advantage of the chaos in the Turkic formation, Shui Rengui immediately reloaded and launched 2 more volleys, completely shattering their formation. "General, we're out of gunpowder." Just as Shui Rengui eagerly prepared for a 4th round, he received this troubling news. Even worse, the firewall before them was nearly extinguished, and their formation was now completely exposed to the Turks. "The Tang army is out of gunpowder, charge." Aluamona, having fought alongside the Tang army before, instantly saw their dire situation and gave the order to attack. However, the Turks were already low in morale. Aluamona even had to lead the charge himself to barely get them moving. Shui Rengui knew he could no longer rely on external firepower. He led the charge personally, and his soldiers fearlessly followed, 2,000 of them charging into an army of over 50,000. The Turks were not afraid. Even if each of those men could fight 10, they would still be crushed like dust. Just as both sides were about to engage in close combat, the weather over Behigh suddenly changed, and a strange, violent wind arose. A strong wind swept across the battlefield, carrying the last chill of winter and biting into every man on the field. Behigh's winters were the coldest in the northern desert. Even herdsmen avoided grazing there during winter. Let alone now, with a winter storm at Behigh, no human could withstand such cold. The moment the wind swept through, the charging horses and men froze stiff, their steps slowed significantly. Turks readying their bows lost feeling in their hands from the cold and couldn't even draw their bows. Why is it so cold? Just moments ago, the Turkic army was full of killing intent, but now they could barely lift their weapons, shrinking like their horses in the freezing wind. In contrast, the Tang army was hardly affected by the cold. Their soldiers and horses were wrapped in thick cotton armor, minimizing the impact of the chill. Everyone wore thick gloves and masks. Charging into the wind was bearable. Great opportunity. Seeing the Turks frozen stiff, Shui Rengui immediately ordered the army not to get bogged down in battle and to break through the Turkic encirclement as fast as possible. Though some tried to pursue, their horses couldn't run in the cold, and even when they got close, they lacked the strength to fight and were easily knocked down. Shui Rengui led his 2,000 cavalry like a whirlwind, quickly breaking out of the tight Turkic encirclement. Damn it! Aluamona's eyes turned blood red with rage. He hadn't expected even the heavens to help the Tang army at such a critical moment. He realized he could only flee north again, he couldn't stay at Behigh any longer. But then, a massive cavalry force charging from afar made his heart stop. Xiao had arrived with 50,000 vassal troops and immediately sealed off all their escape routes. It's the Tang army. The Tang army is here. Someone in the tribe panicked. They were already in despair from the cold, and now they were completely hopeless. Don't be afraid. That's not the Tang army, they're all Turkic cavalry from other tribes. These tribal forces are weaker than us. Xiao just rallied them to chase us. Nothing to fear. Aluamona denied the rumors and ordered the whole army not to panic and prepare for battle. Though Aluamona's forces had been ravaged by the cold, clearly the Turks led by Xiao were also shivering in the wind. Xiao certainly didn't provide them with cotton clothing. Both sides trembled in the cold, locked in a standoff with neither side daring to strike first. Seeing the stalemate, Shui Rengui prepared to charge and rally the vassal troops to attack together. But Xiao sent a distant flag signal. He ordered Shui Rengui to lead all his troops off to the side and not join the battle. Shui Rengui immediately understood Xiao's intent. He wanted the Turks to wear each other down through internal conflict. Shui Rengui gladly obeyed, leading his troops to a high point to overlook the battlefield, acting as overseers. Aluamona didn't want a standoff, nor did he want to initiate a battle. He ordered the old trickster Zhang to negotiate with the tribal chiefs. Master Shiran, you must persuade them, for the sake of our shared Turkic identity, to retreat voluntarily. We could even unite our forces and strike back at Xiao. Aluamona urged Zhang earnestly. But in the eyes of the others behind him, his words were complete nonsense. Even holding 50,000 troops, he couldn't force the various Turkic tribes to retreat, and yet he thought that relying on this old swindler to say a few words would make these arrogant and fierce warriors, who were waiting to collect heads for rewards, back down. Old trickster Zhang had no choice but to pretend to be full of confidence on the surface. He decided that once he entered the Turkic camp, he would immediately request to meet Duke Qing, and then run away at the first opportunity. For this old bag of bones to follow Aluamona and flee all the way here without losing his life was already a stroke of luck. At that moment, Xiao saw from afar that old trickster Zhang had come alone as an envoy to the Turkic army. Beside Xiao, Shui Rengui sensed something was wrong. Boss, judging by their posture, do they intend to negotiate? In this situation, even if he surrenders, the Turkic tribes would never accept it. If he surrenders, where are the soldiers going to get heads to trade for money? Xingqiu smiled faintly. He was full of confidence in these Turks. Look carefully, who is that coming to negotiate? Xuerengue picked up the telescope and looked closely, finding the man strangely familiar. Old trickster Zhang. Isn't he the so-called master you planted among the Turks? Exactly. That Aluamona must be blind to send this old swindler to negotiate. That man is definitely planning to escape. Xingqiu then sent an order to the Turks. Once contact was made with old trickster Zhang, bring him directly to Xingqiu no matter what he said, don't respond to anything he says. At that moment, not even a single guard accompanied old trickster Zhang. He was terrified inside, but outwardly pretended to be calm as he arrived in front of the Turkic army. Please have the tribal chiefs come to speak. He smiled faintly, unaware that the Turks were all glaring at him with intense hatred. It was because of this man that, after arriving in the northern desert, Aluamona had become a fanatical believer. The people had been mercilessly exploited, and he was part of it. Now, old trickster Zhang was wearing a kasaya embroidered with gold thread, wrapped in several layers of silk clothing to keep warm, supplied by their sweat and fat. Meanwhile, most of the warriors had only animal hides to shield against the cold. Their hatred toward him was clear as day. My lord was once your leader. He does not wish to see kin killing kin. Might I ask the chiefs to come to your great tent for a talk? He shouted this twice, and then dozens of Turkic cavalry galloped forward to surround him. To the main tent, the chieftains want to see you. Old trickster Zhang was delighted. He followed them without hesitation. But as soon as he entered the Turkic formation, he didn't see any chiefs. Instead, the surrounding soldiers all stared at him with faces full of hatred. Everyone, where are your chieftains? Before he finished speaking, a heavy iron hammer struck the back of his head hard, smashing his skull open on the spot. In that moment, old trickster Zhang felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Then the crowd swarmed in, dozens of battle blades hacking wildly, blood splattered everywhere. Out of the way, all of you. Just then, a Tang military messenger arrived on horseback, ready to deliver orders to bring Zhang before Xingqiu. But all he saw was a pile of shredded, bloody remains. The messenger could hardly believe how fast they had acted. With no choice, he gathered some of the remains and brought them to Xingqiu to report. When Xingqiu saw the mangled flesh, he was surprised but not angry. These people really act quickly. In fact, Xingqiu hadn't yet decided how to deal with old trickster Zhang after the battle. These Turks had helped him a great deal instead, so he held no grudge against them. But on Aluamona's side, having waited long without a reply, he grew uneasy and had to personally step forward to the front lines. I say, how's the negotiation going? Send my man back. The opposing Turks burst into laughter and tossed a bundle of bloody flesh in front of the formation. This is your so-called Master Shiran. He's gone to meet the Buddha early. Soon, you'll follow him too. Aluamona was shocked at the sight, but showed no emotional reaction. He immediately said, I know you've long hated Master Shiran. Now that you've killed him, your anger is settled, right? So, can we talk now? He never cared about old trickster Zhang's life. From the beginning, he saw Buddhism as nothing but a business. Xingqiu couldn't bear to watch them keep dragging things out. He rode straight into the Turkic camp and gave a direct order. Even now you can't see this man has no remorse for his crimes? What are you waiting for? Attack immediately. If there's any hesitation, I'll behead that tribe's chieftain first. To shout such an order, to kill their own chieftains, right in the Turkic ranks, Xingqiu was truly one of a kind. Kill. The tribal chiefs hesitated no more. They immediately gave the order to move out. Aluamona had no choice but to order his troops to engage. One side was the core Turkic army. The other side was a ragtag force of Turkic sub-tribes, over 100,000 able-bodied men. This was the last reserve of Turkic manpower. Now, under Xingqiu's enticement with money, they fought desperately at Behigh, truly ironic. Meanwhile, Xingqiu and his 2,000 Tang troops simply sat on the hill, watching the tigers fight, completely at ease. This battle began at noon and raged until dusk. Both sides were exhausted, battered by the cold, but neither dared to stop. The Turkic vassal army feared Xingqiu's orders and dared not retreat, while Aluamona, backed against Behigh, had no place to flee even if he wanted to. Eventually, the disorganized tribal forces fell slightly short of Aluamona's army. As they began to retreat, they had to consider withdrawing temporarily. But at that moment, thunderous cannon fire suddenly erupted from the rear. Countless cannonballs fell from the sky into Aluamona's formation, blowing soldiers and horses sky high. Xingqiu had not been idle in the rear. He had all the divine machine cannons carried by the Turkic vassal troops assembled and ordered a heavy bombardment from the high ground, targeting Aluamona's forces. Not only that, but the soldiers also tied grenades to arrows and fired them into the enemy formation from above, causing immense casualties. With the added heavy firepower, the fragile morale in Aramona's army completely collapsed. After several rounds of cannon fire, they had no will to fight left. Most of the Turks gave up on fighting and fled in all directions, just trying to stay alive. "Khan, we will fight to the death to cover your escape." His personal guards knew victory was impossible. They could only fight desperately to give Aluamona a chance to flee. Aluamona himself had no will to fight. Though he appeared to charge into battle bravely, he was really looking for an opening to break out and escape. As long as he could get out, he believed he could rise again someday. After all, as long as he lived, he was still the Turkic Khagan. This fight is dragging on way too long. Xiao, seeing that the two armies still hadn't decided a victor, grew impatient. Holding a fire gun, he personally climbed to the highest peak to overlook the battlefield, scanning around for Aluamona's figure. "You want to go for a decapitation strike?" At some point, Xi had also arrived beside Xiao, smiling, trying to kill Aluamona in the chaos. Easier said than done. "If we don't try, who knows how long this fight will drag on. I don't have the patience for them to play house," Xiao complained. In his mind, if all 50,000 cavalry were Tang soldiers, the battle would have been over long ago. He kept searching among the enemy troops but didn't know that Xi had already used his spiritual sense to pinpoint Aluamona's location. That man was quite cunning. At some point, he had changed into the uniform of an ordinary soldier. No wonder Xiao couldn't find him. Xi raised his flintlock rifle, aimed briefly, then pulled the trigger without hesitation. At that moment, Aluamona was still looking around, but suddenly, a bullet hit him square in the head. The flimsy iron helmet couldn't stop the flintlock's force. The lead bullet pierced through it, and the remaining force smashed into his skull. He grunted, then fell straight from his horse, motionless on the ground. "Khan!" The bodyguards cried out in shock, then immediately dismounted to check on Aluamona. At that moment, the battlefield froze. With Aluamona shot and collapsed by Xi, the battle had essentially come to an end. "Aluamona is over there!" Someone shouted, and the soldiers of the vassal army rushed forward like madmen, scrambling to seize Aluamona's corpse. "It's over." Xi lowered the still-smoking flintlock, watching from above as the soldiers went wild. Now that the Khan was dead, these core Turkic soldiers didn't grieve much. Instead, they felt relieved. At least they no longer had to flee through the northern desert. No matter what, it was finally over. Originally, these Turks had already surrendered and were bound and under guard. But the vassal army wasn't about to let things go. For no other reason than that one head was worth 10 taels of silver. The reward was just too tempting. At this moment, in their eyes, the captives weren't people, but walking bags of silver waiting to be claimed. The tribal chiefs had the same thoughts. But the prisoners had not yet realized the danger. All they could think about was returning to the grasslands quickly. "Damn it, 10 taels of silver, why not take it?" One of the guards, in front of everyone, suddenly drew his blade and chopped down a captive, then swiftly severed the head and hung it on his waist. This act shocked the surrendering soldiers. Then, waves of furious protests erupted. "We already surrendered. Why break your word and kill our people? We're all Turks, doesn't this shame our ancestors? If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have surrendered. Give me my weapon back, we'll fight again." The newly surrendered Turks began to lose control, and the vassal troops, unable to hold back, drew their weapons and began slaughtering. "These men are rebelling again, we have to kill them all to eliminate future threats." "Bullshit. They never surrendered, it was fake. We should kill them all just to be safe. Damn it, don't steal my head." One act triggered a storm. Soon, this suppression turned into a one-sided, frenzied massacre of surrendering soldiers. These captives were unarmed, without horses. Their bare bodies were no match for the vassal army's sabers and cavalry. They were helplessly cut down. Xi and the Tang army had just descended from the high ground when they saw the Turks slaughtering the surrendered troops, trying to collect heads for money. "These people are insane. Killing even after surrender? Stop them quickly." Xiao found it outrageous and ordered it stopped at once. "Wait." Xi stopped the messenger on the spot, his expression amused as he watched the Turkic vassal troops massacre the surrendered. They didn't just kill soldiers, even the women, children, and elderly who had traveled with the army were not spared. If it had a head, it was chopped off. Xiao was confused. "Boss, they're killing prisoners, are we just letting them go wild?" Xi sneered, "Turks killing Turks, what's that got to do with you? Tens of thousands of strong men, if handled poorly, they'd be a major threat." Now, the Turks were voluntarily killing each other, helping Xi eliminate hidden dangers forever. wasn't that a good thing? Shui Rengue suddenly understood. But seeing how excited they were, just to earn silver, he couldn't help but feel pained. Thinking of all those heads turning into bright silver coins, he muttered to himself, how much silver is that? Haha. Now you're worried about the money? Even if they pile up all the heads, how much silver is it really? Think of how many of our sons would have died otherwise, and how much less pressure there'll be on defending the northern frontier. Qingxiu's words lifted the weight off Shui Rengue's shoulders. He realized his own mindset had been too narrow. So he wisely stepped back with his troops and watched the infighting unfold with interest. Eventually, when the tribal chiefs saw the situation getting out of hand, they quickly ordered a stop, no more slaughtering. These strong men were at least labor force. After killing enough traitors and earning some money, they had to leave some alive to work as slaves. Thus, the river of blood slowly calmed. Aside from most of the fighting-age men, many women, children, and elderly had also been beheaded. Even the rivers along Behigh's shore were dyed red with blood. The Turks didn't even bother to clean up the mountain of corpses. Once they cut off the heads, they left the bodies. With the heads in hand, the Turkic vassal troops rushed forward to demand their reward from Qingxiu. I killed 5 people, that's 50 taels of silver. Please pay me. I have 3 heads, pay me first. Seeing the crowd about to lose control, Shui Rengue raised his long sword and blocked Qingxiu. Back off. The Tang soldiers also surrounded them, exuding killing intent. The Turks quickly backed away, but still clutched their heads, eyes full of expectation as they looked at Qingxiu. Don't be like this. You brothers fought hard for so long, you earned your rewards. I understand. Qingxiu appeared very generous, then gave the order to bring up the supply wagons. These wagons were extremely heavy, over a dozen of them. On the way, Qingxiu had forbidden any Turk from approaching, guarded tightly by his own elite troops. Now, he opened them in front of everyone, and the scene left the crowd gasping in amazement. Inside those large carts were boxes filled with gold and silver. No wonder Qingxiu never allowed anyone to open them freely from the beginning. Qingxiu brought all this gold and silver not because he was greedy, but because he knew these Turks valued money more than their own lives. If he were going to battle with his own troops, Qingxiu would find even carrying 1 extra copper coin too burdensome. After all, with his own brothers, as long as he gave his word, they would trust him not to go back on it. They could wait until returning to Chang'an to receive their rewards. But these Turkic herdsmen were so poor they rattled, just 10 taels of silver could make them risk their lives. If he wanted them to obediently follow orders, and truly go out to kill their own kin, he had to give them plenty of money, and it had to be cash on delivery with a head in hand. Otherwise, they wouldn't accept empty promises. Just like now. They were killing their surrendered kin like madmen, without any sense of humanity. And if all they got in return was rewards after the war, who knew what would happen? Besides, paying them on the spot made it easier to command them in the next battle. These Turks, full of bloodlust, all showed greedy expressions in front of the gold and silver. But as soon as they saw Qingxiu and Shui Rengue standing beside him holding a long blade, they immediately straightened up. One by one, they lined up quietly with heads in hand to collect their rewards. After the Turks finished receiving their rewards, the gold and silver Qingxiu had brought were almost entirely used up. The remaining portion he openly handed to the tribal chiefs. As for the Tang troops who had followed him through life and death, they didn't even bother to glance at such small change. They knew the rewards awaiting them in Chang'an would far exceed this. But the real reward was still to come. Everyone still remembered that before the war began, Qingxiu had promised that whoever captured or killed Aluamona alive could replace him as the Turkic Khagan officially recognized by the imperial court. But now, Aluamona had been personally killed by Duke Qing. A dozen tribal chiefs had rushed forward, but each had only managed to grab a few of Aluamona's body parts. That wasn't enough to get Duke Qing to honor his promise. Qingxiu looked at the chiefs, eyes full of hope, and deliberately said with a troubled expression, "You've put me in a difficult position. Duke Qing, look, a nation cannot be without a ruler even for a day. Nor can the grasslands go without a Khan. If there is no Khan to keep the herders in check, they might invade Tang territory and cause you much trouble." The chief of the Altai tribe was the first to speak. Qingxiu's face turned cold. "Are you trying to threaten me with this?" "Absolutely not." He quickly realized his mistake and corrected himself, saying, "This little chief only means that, if you let me become the Khagan of the steppe, I guarantee my loyalty to the Tang, and no herder will dare disturb the borders again." "Bullshit. Who are you to speak here?" The chief of the Qingqiao tribe flew into a rage. "Duke Qing, you may not know, but we've been watching. His tribe always just tags along. They've killed the fewest enemies. How dare he ask to be Khagan?" The two immediately started arguing, and the other chiefs quickly joined in, each claiming to be the most deserving of the title. Some even nearly drew their swords. If not for Xiao stepping in to restore order, there might have been bloodshed on the spot. What are you all shouting for? You were all brothers oppressed by Aluamona, and should be united in hatred. Xiao slammed the table and stood up, loudly scolding them. Only then did everyone shut up. In my opinion, I can't be the one to choose the khagan. No matter who I pick, none of you would accept it. The chiefs were stunned. Without an official appointment from the court, even if they proclaimed themselves khagan, the other tribes wouldn't submit. Although the court's control over the grasslands couldn't compare to theirs, an imperial appointment made everything legitimate. Conquering other small tribes could be called a sanctioned campaign, and they could engage in official trade with the Tang. More importantly, if a rebellion occurred in their tribe, they could request reinforcements from the court. The benefits were far beyond what they imagined. Without the court's appointment, the Khan title was just an empty name. The chiefs hurried forward to plead, all saying they would accept whatever arrangement Duke Qing made. Even if Duke Qing appointed a foot soldier as khagan, they would accept it without complaint and be completely loyal. Only then did Xiao's expression soften slightly. He calmly said, "Aluamona is dead. Let's use a different method for the appointment. Tomorrow morning, we'll set out immediately back to the northern desert. The journey will take about half a month. During this time, I will not interfere. You will choose, among yourselves, the one who made the greatest contributions as the new Turkic khagan." After saying this, he led his men back to the Tang military camp, leaving behind a group of Turkic chiefs, each harboring their own schemes. Choose the one with the most merit? Each of them believed they had the most merit, none felt others were worthy. Why should someone else be chosen? They looked at each other with hostility and then dispersed. Back at the camp, Xiao only said one thing to Xiao. Within 3 days, the Turks will start fighting among themselves. In no more than half a month, they will destroy each other. Xiao, not naive in politics, fully understood. The moment Xiao promised the Khan title, these Turks were doomed to infighting. He truly admired Xiao, who with one clever ruse, had turned the tribes into an army willing to fight for him, gaining hundreds of thousands of soldiers for free. And after the war, he subtly planted a thorn among them, making it impossible for them to ever unite again. Of course, all this worked only because Xiao had overwhelming military power and dominance over the Turks. Otherwise, how could these savages obediently let him manipulate them? "Boss, did you deliberately kill Aluamona just now?" Xiao suddenly asked. Xiao didn't answer. He only said calmly, "Get some rest. We have to march tomorrow." On the return journey, the Turkic army was able to remain calm and orderly for the first 2 days, dividing up the prisoners, cattle, and sheep as spoils of war. But just as Xiao said, by the 3rd day, voices of discontent began echoing from the Turkic main tent. Chiefs even started fighting each other. Xiao only put on a show of mediating, temporarily calming the surface. But it was already obvious to sharp eyes that armed conflict was inevitable. Some small tribe chiefs, knowing they had no strength to fight for the Khan position, immediately went to Xiao to express loyalty, saying they would follow him and had no intention of competing. Their choice was very wise. Soon, a civil war like a meat grinder would break out among them. Just as the Turks were caught in mutual suspicion, Su Dingfang and Hou Junji had already learned that Aluamona was killed and immediately joined forces with Xiao. Although they didn't face the enemy directly in this battle, instead flanking both sides to cut off Aluamona's retreat, they hadn't been idle during the campaign. The two generals captured many fleeing Turkic troops who had scattered in the fighting. When reorganized, they totaled in the tens of thousands. By the time they joined forces, the tensions among the Turks were already irreconcilable. Even though no open war had broken out, the two generals could clearly sense something was off. If they hadn't gathered over 10,000 troops by now, they really would have advised Xiao to get away from these savages. On the road, Xiao gazed from horseback at the setting sun in the distance and suddenly asked Hou Junji, "How far are we from the Onan River?" The Onan River was the location of the Turkic royal court and the most fertile area of pasture on the steppe. Before the war, Aluamona had always resided there. At most, 8 days' journey, Hou Junji estimated. "Then I fear many of them will never have the chance to see the Onan River again," Xiao said with a faint smile. At dusk, Xiao specifically ordered the army camp to be stationed far from the Turks and commanded Su Dingfang to guard the area at night with over 1,000 elite Tang troops. As Xiao expected, that night, the Turkic vassal troops again began arguing over the Khan position, and war broke out immediately. Since they couldn't convince others to vote for them, they simply decided to kill them all, then the Khan title would be theirs by default. This round was initiated by the Qinchao tribe, who launched a surprise attack on a neighboring tribe and beheaded its chief while they were off guard. Like a spark in a dry field, chaos erupted. The Turks could no longer hold back and drew their blades to fight in a frenzy. The sounds of battle roared outside, while the Tang army camp remained completely still. Su Dingfang personally killed several Turks who dared to flee into the Tang camp. The message couldn't have been clearer: go ahead and kill each other all you want, the Tang army will not interfere. Xiao didn't sleep all night, calmly sitting in camp and using his inner vision to monitor the battlefield. Sure enough, letting the Turks kill each other was far more efficient than the Tang army hunting them down. By dawn, the tribes were exhausted from the slaughter. Out of a dozen tribal chiefs, only 7 remained alive. Just as they were about to stop fighting and call a truce, the Tang army, silent all night, suddenly launched a surprise attack. The full force charged out. The Turks, already drained from a night of battle, couldn't resist. They could only watch helplessly as the Tang army stormed their lines and captured all remaining chiefs. Xiao arrived at the perfect moment, glaring coldly at the chaotic Turkic ranks ahead. Su Dingfang shoved the 7 tightly bound chiefs in front of Xiao, who harshly rebuked them without mercy. I let you choose your own chief, but you started a civil war. I've tolerated this long enough, no more. Xiao raised his war blade in fury and pointed at the chiefs. They turned pale with fear, thinking they were about to be executed on the spot. Now I understand, the reason you're in this mess is all because of your fight for the Khan position. From today on, the steppe will no longer have a Khan. All northern desert herders will be under Tang rule. From now on, the steppe is Tang territory, and you are Tang subjects. No longer bound by steppe customs or Khan authority. At that moment, the 7 chiefs fully realized, this had been Xiao's plan all along. Letting them choose their own leader had been a trap to provoke infighting, then he'd use that as an excuse to erase the Turks entirely. Duke Qing, you mustn't do this. We shed blood and sweat for the Tang. How can you erase the name of our Turkic nation from the steppe? Shouted the chief of the Mierki tribe, struggling to rise, only to be knocked back down by Su Dingfang with a mace to the legs. Xiao's expression was cold as he looked toward the exhausted Turkic soldiers. They clearly couldn't accept Xiao's decision. Even though they still feared him, they were unwilling to be absorbed and erased like this. After all, they still had tens of thousands of cavalry. The imperial court breaks its word. You promised not to treat us unfairly. Now that Aluamona is dead, you're just turning on us like slaughtered cattle. You can't do this. Mierki truly was a brave man, even pinned under Su Dingfang's foot, he shouted with all his strength. Su Dingfang cursed him, bullshit. Did Duke Qing short you on the gold and silver he promised? You're the ones who went to war over the Khan title. If Duke Qing hadn't stopped you today, you would have kept killing until the last tribesman was dead. And don't forget, for the past 2 years you Turks have refused to pay tribute or fulfill your duties as vassals. It's you who broke faith first. Mierki had nothing to say. He could only scream in rage from the ground, kill me. Just kill me. Compared to the other kneeling, obedient chiefs, he was at least a rare show of backbone. But such a strong-willed figure was clearly not a good thing, especially since the Turks hadn't disarmed yet. Even facing over 10,000 Tang soldiers and countless fireguns aimed at them, they refused to submit. We Turkic men will die in battle, we do not kneel and beg for mercy. The Tang has attacked us over and over again, half our warriors are dead. And now you want to erase our nation entirely? We won't stand for it. Turks will only die in war, until death, we are still Turks. Xiao and the other generals exchanged glances and readied themselves for battle. We were going to have to fight them eventually. I'm not surprised. If you want the Turks to obey, just kill off the disobedient ones, said Xiao indifferently. Though he didn't understand, why hadn't Xiao waited for them to calm down before delivering such an order? Even if the Turks were exhausted, giving them this kind of ultimatum now would only rile them up and make them more united. But oh well, Xiao had long been itching to beat up the Turks properly. They'd been fighting each other all the way, and he hadn't gotten his hands dirty. In the end, they rebelled. Xiao wasn't surprised by any of this. He rode forward to the front of both armies and said, I've long heard the northern tribes like to call themselves wolves, proud, wild, bloodthirsty, and they even take pride in it. But frankly, wolves are just annoying. Compared to wolves, I much prefer dogs, at least dogs are willing to be loyal. Xiao was still smiling. And as far as I know, dogs originally evolved from wolves. Wolves can turn into dogs, but these Turks, who liken themselves to wolves, have more than once served as dogs for the imperial court. Suddenly, the ground trembled. From the east and west came thunderous sounds of galloping hooves. The Turks looked around in confusion and saw clouds of sand rising in every direction. It was the dust kicked up by horses galloping through the desert, blotting out the sky and sun. As the hoofbeats approached, they finally saw countless cavalry emerging from the dust. From the east rode the Khitans, from the west came a massive force of Tanguts. These small tribes, once so weak they could only fight with stone axes, were now fully equipped in armor and wielding long sabers. Who gave them these things was obvious without needing to say. We obey the command of Duke Qing and have come to suppress all those who refuse to submit to the Tang. We fight to the death for Duke Qing. Whoever is Duke Qing's enemy is the mortal enemy of our Tangut tribe. Turks, do you still not submit? Before this, both the Tanguts and Khitans had been brutally oppressed by the Turks. The Tanguts especially had been pushed out of the northern desert for over 100 years, frequently raided by Turks in the Heshi corridor, miserable beyond words. But now, times had changed. They had latched onto the strong arm of the Tang dynasty, finally getting their chance to avenge the past. For this battle, the Khitans and Tanguts mobilized nearly their entire tribes, gathering every man capable of lifting a blade. Now over 100,000 of them were gathered here, completely surrounding the Turks, cutting off all escape. Faced with this formation, even if the Turks previously had the courage to fight to the death, now they couldn't help but waver. Before, even if they couldn't beat 10,000 Tang troops, they could at least turn and run. Scattered across the desert, the Tang couldn't possibly catch them all. But now, they were truly desperate, with no way to escape. I know you misjudged the situation earlier, but that's fine, everyone makes mistakes. Qingxiu looked down on the panicked Turks with an air of superiority. I'll give you one last chance, accept reformation by the Tang, and you may live. If not, I won't waste more words, you know what comes next. Hearing this, the Turks no longer held that former pride and stubbornness. They looked at each other uneasily, every face filled with anxiety. All that talk about being wolves, dying before submitting, was just empty boasting. If the northern tribes really were all hardbone to the core, how could they have been subdued by the Tang for years? With no way to escape and no chance of victory, it didn't take long before some Turks quietly stepped forward to surrender. Once a few set the example, others couldn't hold back. They begged that Duke Qing not harm their families and let them live, promising not to resist anymore. This time, the Turks truly had no options left. If it had been before the battle at Behigh, when they still had Aluamona and over 100,000 elite troops, they would have fought to the end with the Tang. But now, most of their forces had been lost to infighting. They couldn't even flee, what could they use to resist the Tang? Even sadder, they had only now come to full realization, but it was already meaningless. At this point, the Turks had only around 10,000 fit men left who could still fight. Counting the women, children, and elders left behind before the expedition, the total Turkic population might still be over 300,000. Compared to their peak, when they had over 1 million people across the steppe, the Turks' decline was truly tragic. But Qingxiu had no intention of feeling pity. Even if only 30,000 remained, he'd still think it was too many. For the sake of peace in the north, no population capable of forming military power could be allowed to remain on the steppe. He didn't immediately announce how the Turks would be dealt with, he simply ordered the Khitans and Tanguts to assign men to guard them, then commanded the army to march south. Qingxiu's original goal for this campaign was achieved, he had completely crushed the northern Turkic royal court, preventing them from ever organizing again. And he hadn't forgotten the most important objective of this campaign, to erase the name Turk from history. The army marched slowly. At this point, Tang troops were supplied entirely by the Tanguts and Turks, with no need for supplies from the homeland. Every meal had beef and mutton. Mare's milk and cow's milk were plentiful. The soldiers were so comfortable they didn't even want to go home. And since Duke Qing didn't urge them forward, they were more than happy to travel slowly and relax. The soldiers weren't in a hurry, but the Tanguts and Khitans were getting anxious. They hadn't come just because Duke Qing summoned them. More importantly, he had promised great rewards. Now that the job was done, Duke Qing still hadn't mentioned rewards once. They were itching with anticipation but didn't dare ask. But when the army arrived at Shuafeng, Qingxiu summoned both tribal chiefs before they could even bring it up. This battle is over. Though no one says it out loud, I know, you've worked hard. Tuobayu, chief of the Tanguts, quickly said, "What are you saying, Duke Qing? It is our honor to serve the empire." "You're right, Chief Tuoba," chimed in Yelu Huai from the Khitans. "The Tang granted us the imperial surname Yelu, letting us cast off barbarian ways and become half Tang ourselves. That is a great favor to us." Qingxiu continued calmly, "No need for flattery. I won't make you work for nothing, even if you didn't want it, I'd still give it." Finally, the main point. Both chiefs sat upright, not daring to miss a single word. Qingxiu personally led them outside the main tent and pointed to the nearby piles of war spoils. "All the cattle, sheep, and wealth seized from the Turks, you may take half." Thank you, Duke Qing. Before Qingxiu even finished, they were already kneeling in gratitude. They had seen how much loot had been captured. Even if they got just a tenth, they'd thank the heavens. But Duke Qing generously offered them half. How could they not be thrilled? Yet Qingxiu's next words nearly made them leap into the sky. Don't thank me yet, I'm not done. There's more reward to give. Qingxiu paused thoughtfully. The Turks absolutely must not remain in the northern desert. You understand what I mean? Understood. Yeluhuai immediately stepped forward. You don't need to worry. We'll launch a night raid tomorrow and wipe out the Turks completely. Nonsense. Qingxiu cursed without mercy. Today, if you slaughter the Turks here, even if you're the ones who do it, everyone will think it was under my orders, and I'll be the one to bear the infamy. Only then did Li Huaizhong realize his mistake. He quickly corrected himself. This humble one admits his fault. Then, what does Duke Qing intend? Qingxiu replied calmly, there are over 300,000 Turks remaining. I don't want all these people to stay in the northern desert. You Xixia and Khitan people can each take half. Yes, sir. The two instinctively responded, but in the next moment, they suddenly realized the weight of those words. Duke Qing was going to give them all these people for free. Did they mishear? Do I need to repeat myself? Qingxiu looked at the two still in disbelief, his expression immediately turning displeased. No need, absolutely not. They couldn't hide their joy and shock, exchanging glances, almost breaking out into cheers on the spot. The most lacking thing in their tribes was population, and Duke Qing now generously handed them over 100,000 people. It was like giving them coal during a snowstorm. On the grasslands, population was more valuable than gold or silk. They were truly grateful that they had agreed to Qingxiu's request for reinforcements without hesitation, otherwise, someone else would have gotten this piece of fat meat. Of course, Qingxiu wouldn't just give it away for nothing. Turks are used to being your masters. It's hard for them to suddenly accept your rule. So, how do you plan to make them behave? Don't let me give them to you, and you start fighting amongst yourselves in no time, disrupting the trade in the Hushi corridor. That won't happen. Tuobayu scratched his head, thought for a moment, then carefully replied, I will treat them as if they were people of my own tribe, equally. Then they shouldn't cause trouble, right? Equally? Qingxiu laughed as if hearing the biggest joke. Is this your first day knowing these northern barbarians? You expect them to be grateful? Tuobayu immediately realized his mistake but couldn't think of another solution, blushing with embarrassment. Tribal people of the grasslands have always been this way. The more you suppress them, the more they fear you. It was like this in the Han Dynasty, and the Sui Dynasty as well. The only times they were ever glorious were during chaos in the Central Plains. But if you keep them firmly suppressed, they can only be obedient subjects. Li Huaizhong and Tuobayu nodded. Then please, Duke Qing, show us the way. How should we rule them? Qingxiu laughed heartily. I've already thought of a way for you. According to Qingxiu's plan, they had to isolate the Turks, register them as slaves at the lowest rank, and prohibit them from contacting their own people. Anything that could be exploited, must be exploited to the fullest. They were forbidden to intermarry with the local tribes, and their offspring could only be slaves for generations. Meanwhile, they were to be forbidden from worshipping Tingri, eternal heaven, and forced to adopt the ancestral worship of their new tribes. After hearing this, the two chiefs immediately saw the light. Truly, Duke Qing is wise in ruling people. To be honest, I had thought of this long ago, but feared you would not agree. We've always believed that Turks are northern mongrel dogs. You can't treat them with kindness, they must be oppressed completely. Qingxiu couldn't help but laugh loudly. If I'd known you were so clear-headed, I wouldn't have wasted so many words. Ha ha ha. The three of them laughed together, the air filled with cheer. When the two chiefs left, Ho Junji, who had been standing by, stepped forward. Duke Qing, you're not serious, are you? What? Do I look like I'm joking? Ho Junji looked serious. Duke Qing, you must know that if they treat the Turks like this, there will be a rebellion within a year. And separating them like that will only give them a reason to rise. If that happens, the Tanguts and Khitans will fall into chaos again. At that point, no one would be able to clean up the mess. Qingxiu smiled calmly. Of course I've thought about that. But think about it another way, why must these tribes stay stable forever? Do you remember the 5 Hu and 16 kingdoms? They were all small tribes at first, but once they grew, they posed a threat to the Central Plains. Ho Junji was stunned. He hadn't realized Qingxiu's goal was so farsighted. It turned out that Qingxiu gave away all the Turks not out of kindness, but to plant a ticking time bomb among them. No wonder he suggested such ruthless measures, to ensure these people would be forever broken and fighting among themselves. Duke Qing, looking across history, you truly are the most sophisticated and farsighted strategist. Ho Junji sighed, there are many talented ministers in the court, but none with vision like yours. Though the Turks were reluctant, they could only submit to being distributed as spoils of war by Qingxiu to the Khitans and Tanguts. At least they could keep their lives. They never expected that the Tanguts and Khitans would treat them like slaves, yet still followed them away from the northern desert in confusion. At last, the northern steppe became a vacuum. The Turks were gone, and the other tribes didn't dare to touch what belonged to the Tang. Qingxiu left no garrisons behind, he simply forbade any other tribes from grazing there and left swiftly with his army. Several days later, the surviving Turkic remnants returned to the steppe, only to find it empty. Only about 1,000 survived, mostly former soldiers of the main force who had followed Aluamona. And most painful of all, the Turkic name had vanished. Just 4 or 5 years ago, this land had been ruled tightly by the great Khan Jeli, even intimidating the central plains and commanding all the surrounding tribes. Now, only 1,000 people remained bearing the Turkic name, while the rest had become slaves to their former subordinates. Today, we are helpless. The Turks are finished. Everyone, go your own way. An old Turkic soldier looked at the barren steppe, overcome with sorrow, and cried out to the sky. In that moment, no one could hold back anymore. Over 1,000 people cried out in grief together, for their lost families, and for the name of Turk that had lasted nearly half a century. In the end, they had lost to the central plains. On the vast grasslands, the remaining 1,000 or so Turks continued westward, sorrowfully singing laments. Lost my Chilean mountains, my livestock can no longer thrive. Lost my Yenji mountains, my women have lost their beauty. As the sun slowly set, the Turkic battle flag made of stitched animal hide, once held high, was finally thrown to the ground. Thus, as Qingxiu wished, the Turks had completely become a term of history. Even before Qingxiu's army arrived in Chang'an, the welcome ceremonies had already begun from Yanmen Pass. At every checkpoint and city, ceremonial guards awaited. Wherever they passed, civilians and officers celebrated, loudly calling out Qingxiu's name. Not only did he pacify the northern frontier, he marched all the way to the North Sea and wiped out the last remnants of the Turks. Such a feat was on par with Wei Qing and Hua Tsubing of old. In all the world, who else could achieve such a colossal accomplishment? Thus, Qingxiu soldiers marched in glory all the way into Chang'an. Emperor Li Shimen, gave them an exceptionally grand welcome. He ordered all the ministers to join him outside the city to receive them, and at the city gate, piles of gold and silver were prepared to be handed out to the entire army upon arrival. Gentlemen, this money is not battle reward, but a personal gift from my private treasury. With a grand gesture, Lingair said, and aside from this, all rewards promised by the court will be given without fail. Long live the emperor! The soldiers rejoiced loudly, it felt so good to serve under such a generous emperor. But they didn't forget who led them to such victory. They dismounted and gathered around Qingxiu, lifting him up high. Hey! What are you all doing? Before Qingxiu could resist, the crowd lifted him up, chanting loudly. Your Majesty, please reward Duke Qing. Your Majesty, please reward Duke Qing. The soldiers didn't even ask for their own rewards first, but instead begged the emperor to reward Qingxiu. At that moment, it seemed more important than their own rewards. Of course, haha, I will not slight Duke Qing. All soldiers, please enter the city quickly and enjoy the victory banquet, rewards will be distributed afterward. Lingair laughed loudly. He was reminded of the time they charged out of Langshu Valley, the whole army singing Qin King's battle music. Now, Qingxiu had become the unmatched figure of that moment. All the ministers looked on with envy but didn't dare express discontent. Even if 90% of Qingxiu's merits were removed, none could dream of such success. Not to mention, Qingxiu had brutally divided the Turks and handed them to other tribes, turning the northern frontier into a no-man's land. Such political tactics and foresight, they had no choice but to admire him. At the victory banquet, Qingxiu drank and laughed with the officers, and Lingair also publicly promoted several generals. At the end, Lingair specially promoted 2 of them. Shuiren Gue, promoted to second-rank general who assists the nation. Su Dingfang, promoted to third-rank general who pacifies the wilds. These 2 generals could now officially enter the court and serve alongside Qingxiu. Su Dingfang was stunned upon hearing the promotion. He didn't react until his wine cup dropped to the ground. I've finally returned. Su Dingfang had deep emotions. Ever since Li Jing left the court, he had been demoted to a city guard and thought he'd never rise again. But just when he was at his lowest, Qingxiu pulled him back and brought him to power again. He truly felt like crying. Li Jing, who came to join the celebration, was also comforted. His old comrades finally had good endings. When it came time to reward Qingxiu, Lingair hesitated slightly. Everyone knew, Qingxiu was not easy to reward now. He was already at the top of the hierarchy, a duke, holding fiefs in Lingnan and Goguryeo, with huge powers and the imperial command baton. Across history, no one had ever achieved so much with such privileges. If not for Lingair's deep trust, people might suspect he was preparing to crown Qingxiu emperor next. I know, Duke Qing did not fight this war for himself or court rewards, but to cleanse the borders and bring peace to the people. Lingair waved off the eunuch reading the edict. I now ask, Duke Qing, what reward do you desire? In truth, Lingair hadn't written any reward in the edict. He had no idea what was worthy of Qingxiu. But Qingxiu had already thought it through. He stood up slowly. Your Majesty, now the northern grasslands have become empty, but there's still plenty of rivers and pasture suitable for grazing and raising livestock. Lingair caught the implication and asked, you want the northern grasslands? Yes. Now that they're part of Tang territory, if your Majesty wishes to reward me, I ask for those grasslands. At that, everyone was shocked. Why would Qingxiu want barren grasslands? Sure, they produced horses, but they couldn't be farmed, and the Tang army couldn't station there permanently. Local herdsmen would occupy land again the moment troops left. What good was it? Even if they provided cattle and horses, central China didn't need that much. Yanjiao's ranches already produced top military horses. Giving Qingxiu that land seemed like a waste of a huge reward opportunity. You're sure? You want the northern grasslands and desert? Lingair asked again, still in disbelief. Your Majesty is unwilling? How could I be? That desert is already, out of control. If you can govern it, I won't be stingy. Seeing Qingxiu was determined, Lingair stopped questioning him and officially decreed the entire northern grasslands and desert be granted to Duke Qing. As soon as he spoke, even Lingair felt that these conditions were indeed too unfair to Qingxiu. He then added, in addition, the court will station elite troops numbering in the thousands on the grasslands year-round, with all daily expenses covered by the court, to assist Duke Qing in guarding the northern frontier. Besides that, he also granted Qingxiu some land beyond the pass and rewards in gold and silver, but even so, these terms couldn't be considered generous. In the end, Lingair glanced at Qingxiu with a bit of guilt, feeling that today's rewards were truly too little. Thank you, Your Majesty. These rewards are more than enough. I will not fail Your Majesty's trust and will properly govern this land. In the eyes of the crowd, Qingxiu had clearly suffered a huge loss, but he still looked happy and excited, which was truly puzzling. Could it be that Duke Qing likes the beautiful scenery of the northern grasslands, so he proposed to take over that land? What kind of joke is that? Duke Qing isn't a sentimental man. How could he trade so many profits just for some scenery? This is a huge loss. I feel sorry for Duke Qing. He even looks like he thinks he got a great deal. No matter how the ministers discussed, Qingxiu's expression didn't change from start to finish. These people couldn't see the value and significance of the grasslands, and Qingxiu naturally didn't bother arguing with them. Time would prove that everything he did today was the wisest choice. By the time the grand celebration feast ended, it was already midnight. Although it was late, today Lingair broke the rules and lifted the night curfew, allowing the people of the city to celebrate freely, and even ordered the city gates to be left open, no longer restricting their entry and exit. Qingxiu hadn't even stepped out of the Forbidden City yet and could already hear the cheers and celebrations of the people outside. No one had forgotten the humiliation at Weishui back then. Although Li Jing had already made the Turks pay the price a few years ago and repay several times over. For the people of the Central Plains who believed in repaying 100 generations of vengeance, that was far from enough. Now that the Great Grudge had finally been fully avenged, of course they had to celebrate. On the way out of the palace, Qingxiu even occasionally heard some officials planning to go soak in the hot springs and celebrate him properly. Qingxiu hadn't felt the lively atmosphere of the Central Plains for a long time, and now, with the city in full celebration, he gave up the idea of returning home. He'd take a look around first. Just as he stepped out of the Forbidden City, he saw a grand and spectacular sight. A crowd of commoners gathered outside, staring eagerly at Duke Qing, who had just exited the palace. They had been waiting here for a long time. Duke Qing! Duke Qing! Duke Qing! The people's cheers were deafening. Although Qingxiu had just received the highest honors in court, compared to this moment, he preferred this scene even more. My only wish is for the people to live in peace and prosperity, for the Central Plains to no longer suffer from border threats, for peace across the land, and for the country to be strong and flourishing. Looking at the people in front of him, Qingxiu spoke aloud. That night, in the eyes of all the citizens, no one could compare to Duke Qing. After the Turkic threat was resolved, Qingxiu returned to his former, lazy self. The first thing he did when he got home was have a passionate reunion with his wives and concubines. He had been away for 2 months, and they had truly missed him. Especially Lingair. Since his return, the girl barely left his side. Even Qingxiu wondered when she became so clingy. I mean, isn't this a bit much? Qingxiu was sunbathing in the courtyard, flipping through a craftsman's notebook, when he looked up and found Lingair had silently appeared beside him. Husband, it's getting late already. How about? Lingair's gaze was full of suggestion. It's only just past noon. Once it's past noon, it's not early anymore. And tonight, Sister Changsun will be attending you, so I won't have a chance to be alone with you. Lingair slowly sat next to Qingxiu, nearly pressing against him, her eyes seductive, her breath growing more rapid. Qingxiu clearly remembered that just last night she had passed out from exhaustion. How could she be this insatiable again right after waking up? Husband. Lingair exhaled softly, her fingers lightly tracing his chest. Why don't you come back to the room with me? Qingxiu wasn't bothered. After all, his wives and concubines couldn't easily drain his endless energy. But come to think of it, even if she had built up her passion over more than 2 months, surely by now it should have eased up? Yet now she clung to him every day like they were newlyweds. Compared to before his expedition, she was like a different person. Seeing Qingxiu's confusion, Lingair blushed even more. Lately I've seen Sister Su with her daughter and felt envious. I want a child too. So that's what this girl was after. But speaking of daughters, Qingxiu couldn't help thinking of Qing Ruyuan, who had just started babbling. Her first word was daddy. Having such a daughter at home had truly healed his body and soul, wiping away all the fatigue from the northern campaign. Anyway, if your belly cooperates and gives me another child or two, I wouldn't mind spending most of the nights with you, Qingxiu smiled suggestively. Lingair felt like something clutched her heart. It stopped for a moment, then started pounding wildly. Husband. Do you really mean that? Of course I do. Without another word, Qingxiu scooped Lingair into his arms. Before she could even cry out, she was already taken back into the room. Though the sun was still up, using the daylight for deep interaction had its own appeal. Though Lingair acted like a tigress, she collapsed and fell asleep after just the first round. Even after Qingxiu was satisfied, she hadn't woken up. This girl talks big, but if I really spent half the nights with her, she'd never survive it. Looking at the sleeping beauty, Qingxiu could only laugh. Just then, a gentle knock came from outside the room. Master, are you available now? Erguzi, that kid, had waited outside for a long time. After making sure there was no more sound inside, he cautiously knocked. Speak. Just now from the west side of the city, a letter was delivered. It says it must be personally opened by you, and the sender emphasized it must reach your hands. I saw the envelope was ornate, the handwriting elegant, definitely not from an ordinary person, so I didn't dare open it and brought it to you right away. Just as Qingxiu was satisfied, he got up and dressed, personally went outside the room to receive the letter from Erguzi. On the envelope, in delicate handwriting, were the words, to be personally opened by Duke Qing. At a glance, the script looked somewhat familiar. Once he opened it, he immediately knew who had sent the letter. Distant thunder rumbles, the sky is overcast, even if there is no rain, I still remain here. This distinctive little poem, Qingxiu remembered, was personally written by the Japanese princess Fujiwara. After their parting, she would often write letters to express her longing for Qingxiu. This poem was one of them. Her poetry always contained hidden meanings. She knew that Duke Qing had 8 wives and concubines, all of high status and stunning beauty. Fujiwara considered herself unworthy in comparison, so even though she missed him deeply, she never dared to be too forward, always using poetry to subtly express her feelings. This particular poem was her veiled way of inviting Qingxiu to a secret meeting. Every time she sent such a letter, she would wait by the riverside forest in the western suburbs of Chang'an. Even when Qingxiu had been too busy with affairs to come, she never tired of waiting, not even leaving in heavy rain. Qingxiu thought she must have heard about his return from the expedition and couldn't wait to see him. Though he had just been entangled with Lingair, Qingxiu didn't mind a second round. After all, a beauty had extended an invitation. How could he turn her down and appear unromantic? Prepare the carriage, I'm going out. Should I accompany you, sir? No need. Qingxiu replied bluntly. Erguzi wisely shut his mouth and went to prepare the carriage for the duke. At that time, in a lakeside pavilion in the western suburbs of Chang'an, Fujiwara was focused on writing a poem, with only 2 maidservants at her side. Not long after, a carriage approached from the distance, and the 2 maids stepped aside knowingly. Princess, he's here. There was no need for them to remind her, Fujiwara had long heard the carriage approaching. Though she appeared absorbed in writing, her heart was already fluttering with anticipation. She couldn't even hold the brush firmly. Before the carriage had even stopped, she put down her pen and rushed toward it. As soon as she entered, she threw herself into Qingxiu's arms, like a wife reunited with her long-separated husband. Qingxiu didn't break the mood either. The two were soon swept up in passion. Afterward, Fujiwaraheim leaned into Qingxiu's chest, blushing, but filled with contentment. "Qinglang, we haven't seen each other for about 3 months, yet now you're more ferocious than before. I couldn't even handle it." If she had known that Qingxiu had just been with Lingair earlier, she would probably admire him even more. "It's nothing. I just missed you a little after so many days apart." They lay there, holding each other and talking. Qingxiu told her about his experiences on the grasslands, which fascinated Fujiwaraheim so much she gasped in awe several times. "If I ever get the chance, I truly wish to go on campaign with you and see for myself how you command thousands of troops." Her eyes sparkled with admiration and longing. Before long, dusk fell. Though Fujiwaraheim was reluctant, she had to say goodbye and prepare to return. After all, she was still a prisoner of war in Chang'an, and if not for Qingxiu's favor, she wouldn't have been allowed out. As they parted, Qingxiu didn't leave right away. He simply stared at her and asked, "Are you sure there's nothing else you wanted to tell me?" Fujiwaraheim's eyebrows twitched slightly, and she quickly said, "No, nothing. I just wanted to see you today." Qingxiu's expression turned cold. He grabbed her arm. "Do you really think I can't tell?" She was stunned. She hadn't expected Qingxiu to be so perceptive, detecting what she hadn't revealed at all. "Actually, I didn't want to trouble you. It's just that this matter has been weighing heavily on me, and if I ignore it, I can't feel at ease." As she explained, it turned out her imperial brother, the Japanese chieftain, had recently become obsessed with a strange kind of medicine. It was smoked in a pipe, much like the water pipes used by people of the western regions, and had a very strange smell. But every time he used it, he became extremely relaxed and satisfied. If he couldn't smoke it, he would become irritable and even violent, smashing things and roaring at his servants to bring it quickly. "If it were only this, I wouldn't worry, but ever since he started using it, his health has gotten worse by the day," Fujiwaraheim said with deep concern. Before she even finished, Qingxiu had already guessed most of it. This was no medicine, it was a drug made from opium. Even the symptoms were identical. No one knew better than Qingxiu the effects and dangers of this substance. "How did he get this drug?" Qingxiu asked immediately. "I don't know the details. I only know that not long ago he sent people out to buy things, and they happened to find it." Qingxiu's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that this thing had already infiltrated the Central Plains much earlier than anyone knew. But thinking about it, it made sense. Opium had existed since ancient times. Once people encountered it, they couldn't ignore its effects. In the past, people hadn't realized how dangerous it was, so even if they discovered it, they just treated it as a medicine. But now it seemed some people had started exploring its other use. "So, why are you telling me this?" Qingxiu asked. Fujiwaraheim sighed deeply. "We all think this stuff is harmful, and we want to persuade my brother to stop, but no one can convince him. I heard that you know medicine well, so I wanted to ask if you could prepare something to help him quit." She was clever, realizing how harmful it was. But she couldn't possibly imagine the full extent of damage it could cause after addiction. Even now, she still thought of it as a normal illness. Qingxiu didn't care much about the Japanese chieftain. What he thought first was, if this thing spreads among the people, it will bring endless disaster. "Where did your people get this stuff from? Who sold it to them?" Fujiwaraheim shook her head slightly. "I don't know about that. The ones who bought it are my brother's close confidants. I have no say in the matter." Qingxiu was very dissatisfied with this answer. "If you want me to help your imperial brother, then I must know where this stuff is coming from. I need to eliminate it from the root." Fujiwaraheim had only planned to try asking Qingxiu, but she didn't expect him to take the matter so seriously. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. After thinking it over, she carefully said, "Then after I return, I'll try to find out somehow?" "Forget it, just try your best." Qingxiu's expression was somewhat displeased. He waved his hand to signal her to leave, then got into the carriage and departed. "Qinglang." Fujiwaraheim noticed Qingxiu's displeasure as he left, and she felt quite bitter inside. If I could help Qinglang, maybe he wouldn't be so upset with me. Full of sorrow, she said nothing even as her maid approached to ask, only lowering her head and returning to the city. Qingxiu didn't really expect a weak woman like her to accomplish anything. Among the Japanese captives, she didn't even count as someone with status. But the fact that she told him this already helped Qingxiu a great deal. If she hadn't said anything, Qingxiu still wouldn't know that someone was selling opium products right under his nose. In Qingxiu's eyes, this was something that must never be tolerated. The way this stuff could harm the country and the people, he had already seen it reflected in history. After returning to his mansion, Qingxiu specifically summoned Su Dingfang and Shui Rengui to his residence. These two had just been granted high-ranking official titles and received great rewards in silver, so they had immediately started building mansions in Chang'an. When they got the message, they were overseeing construction. Upon hearing that Duke Qing had summoned them, they dropped everything and came at once. You two have really been enjoying the spotlight lately. After getting those big promotions, you hardly come to visit me anymore, huh? Qingxiu joked, noting their fine clothing. The two looked embarrassed. It wasn't that they didn't want to see him, it's just that they had been too busy with construction work lately. Boss, look, it's not on purpose. If you're upset, why don't you come stay a few days in my new mansion once it's done? Forget it, I don't want to stay in your place. It's just been renovated, the whole house probably still reeks of paint. Can't stand that. Qingxiu laughed. Su Dingfang asked, Duke Qing, let's get to the point, what do you need from us? Just say it. It's nothing too troublesome. Qingxiu knew both of them had recruited many of their own retainers and could even mobilize some city guards to a degree. Though Qingxiu himself could do the same, he didn't want to leave an impression on the people that he used military power for personal affairs, so he naturally handed this matter to them. I need you to find out who is selling this stuff among the people. Qingxiu took out a poppy capsule, a packet of bliss paste, and some not yet fully refined opium extract. He didn't know in what form these products were currently being sold in the market, so he simply showed all possible versions to them. This stuff. Shui Rengui, who had followed Qingxiu the longest, turned pale at the sight of the opium products. He had seen Qingxiu use these things to break the silence of assassins, and witnessed how those addicted to it gradually fell into ruin. Since then, even seeing poppy-like flowers made him instinctively keep his distance. This stuff has appeared in the marketplace. The Japanese chieftain is already hooked, his men bought it, but we don't know from where. Qingxiu's expression was serious. Shui Rengui, I don't need to explain how dangerous this is. You know what happens once the common people get addicted to it. Shui Rengui nodded solemnly. No explanation was needed. Su Dingfang was still confused at first, but after Shui Rengui explained it in detail, he gasped in shock. This thing is really that powerful? Su Dingfang looked suspiciously at the seemingly ordinary opium paste. You want to try it yourself? Forget it, no need. Qingxiu told the two to take samples for comparison. If they found anyone in Chang'an selling or carrying the stuff, they must report it immediately and not act rashly. Also, this stuff is only for comparison, under no circumstances should even a single bit be lost. If I find out even one poppy seed was lost. Qingxiu's stern face made the two realize how serious the matter was. They quickly agreed. If we lose even one seed, Duke Qing can just take our heads. After receiving Qingxiu's orders, Shui Rengui and Su Dingfang immediately mobilized all the troops they could within Chang'an to investigate. But they didn't let the soldiers search openly. Instead, they disguised themselves as merchants and wandered through the city looking for clues. Su Dingfang even sent soldiers to thoroughly search the nearby villages. To motivate the soldiers, Shui Rengui even showed them silver on the spot, saying that anyone who brought valuable information would get 50 taels immediately. The soldiers were already eager to serve Shui Rengui. With a bounty like this, they worked even harder, scouring Chang'an day and night, afraid to miss any leads. Qingxiu, of course, also sent out his own household guards to investigate. But after just 2 days, he realized that searching like this was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He needed a more focused target. With a shift in thinking, Qingxiu suddenly realized a blind spot he had previously overlooked. Gambling and drugs always go together, in the future, and in ancient times too. Once he understood that, he immediately summoned Shui Rengui and Su Dingfang again and had them accompany him to search every gambling den, brothel, and pleasure house in Chang'an. Boss, this stuff makes people act so strange after it's diluted, they draw too much attention. Would they really use it in such crowded places? Shui Rengui was confused as Qingxiu led him to the pleasure pavilion opened by Yuqi Baolin. In his mind, this stuff should be used secretly, away from others. Qingxiu calmly replied, what are gamblers like? Can't control themselves, only care about short-term pleasure, and willing to risk everything in one throw. Exactly. People who smoke opium paste are the same. Using drugs is essentially no different from gambling. These people don't think long-term, they only care that this thing makes them feel good in the moment. If there's wine today, then get drunk today. They can't control their desires at all, and eventually they fall deeper and deeper. Moreover, the process of refining opium paste is extremely complex, and the price is naturally very high. Only those who can afford to gamble have the money to buy it. And even having money isn't necessary, as long as someone is desperate enough, even willing to sell their children to get money. They are also frequent users of both. How good are you at gambling? Qingxiu suddenly asked. I've never gambled. Even in the army, if any of the soldiers dared gamble, I'd whip them on the spot. Shuirengue replied. Forget it then, I'll do it myself. Qingxiu didn't want to alert anyone, so he and Shuirengue both wore cloaks with hoods to hide their faces and entered the casino very discreetly. As for Su Dingfang, Qingxiu sent him to another casino to investigate. After all, this pleasure pavilion had Yuchi Baolin backing it. If things went south, it wouldn't be easy for Su Dingfang to handle, so Qingxiu had to take care of it himself. Welcome, sir. A casino worker came to greet them. Qingxiu said nothing, picked a random seat, and tossed out a silver ingot. Here, exchange this for chips. Who knew the worker would hesitate after looking at the chips and awkwardly, but politely, ask. This your first time at the pleasure pavilion? The minimum to buy chips here is 50 taels of silver. Damn, that's a high threshold. Qingxiu really underestimated them. He frowned and threw out a few more silver ingots. Hurry up. Right away. The worker quickly collected the silver and exchanged them for chips, even giving 10 extra taels worth of chips. Since it's your first time here, we added 10 taels worth of chips. Have fun. Qingxiu casually grabbed the chips, and then he and Shuirengue began wandering around the casino. This casino had the most diverse gambling games in all of Chang'an. As they walked through, there were many games even Qingxiu had never heard of. The gamblers were like lunatics, yelling around the tables. Before the cup was lifted, each one stared wide-eyed, as if their lives were tied to the dice inside. And after the cup opened, the gasps and cheers rang out endlessly, piercing and unpleasant. Shuirengue kept a straight face. He thought, if this scene happened in his own army, the whole force would be completely useless. Qingxiu tried a few games casually and won steadily. After all, he had keen senses and could feel even a speck of dust in the dice cup. But to avoid drawing attention, he didn't win too much, just a little here and there. Boss. Suddenly, Shuirengue came over and pointed to a gambler not far away. The man wore flashy clothes, looked young, a typical pampered rich kid. He held a wine jug in one hand, occasionally took a swig, and looked drunk. But his body twitched every now and then like being struck by lightning, looking very strange. Then Qingxiu noticed the man had a snuff bottle hidden in his sleeve, and he kept pushing his face into the sleeve to sniff it. That was how he inhaled the smoke. Qingxiu immediately recognized that the substance was opium paste, and very low purity at that, poor quality. It wasn't even as good as the stuff Qingxiu used to get people to talk. The man looked crazed, acting arrogant and reckless. If someone accidentally bumped into him, instead of apologizing, he would curse and even hit them. Strangely, in this casino full of shady characters, none of those he cursed dared talk back. They just lowered their heads and walked away. Clearly, this man wasn't just anyone. Boss, I think this guy's behavior is weird, probably because he's smoking opium paste. No need to guess. He is. Qingxiu grabbed a passing casino worker, tossed him a silver coin. Who is that guy? The worker looked shifty, glanced in the direction Qingxiu pointed, and his little eyes rolled. Sir, we casino workers can't go around revealing our guests' identities. He was clearly trying to get more money from Qingxiu. Qingxiu didn't play along. He snatched the silver back. Scram. Wait. Don't be mad. I said the wrong thing. The worker didn't expect Qingxiu to be so hard to trick. He quickly grabbed Qingxiu's arm. If you really want to know, I guess I can tell you. Then spit it out. Shuirengue grabbed the worker's shoulder hard, making him grimace in pain. He didn't dare stall anymore and blurted out, that guy's name is Chai Baoshuan. His father is Duke of Xiao, Chai Xiao, a founding general. Duke of Xiao, Chai Xiao, of course Qingxiu knew him. One of the founding heroes on the Lingair Pavilion, one of the earliest commanders under Lingair. Qingxiu had indeed heard that Chai Xiao's son was a notorious gambler. Even after becoming a city garrison officer by riding on his father's fame, he led gambling in the army. Chai Xiao was ashamed. No one dared punish the kid, so he personally dragged him out of the army by the ear and locked him at home to kick the habit. But now, it looked like the kid didn't just gamble. Judging by how skilled and hooked he was on opium paste, he was involved in more than just games. Qingxiu had no interest in disciplining other people's children. But since this guy was using, he must have a source, and as a regular user, he might lead them to a bigger target. Qingxiu walked over and bumped into him hard, pretending it was accidental. Chai Baoshuan was out of his mind, and the sudden hit threw him completely off balance. He lost footing and slammed face-first into the ground. The gamblers around him were stunned. He actually dared bump into him? That guy's dead. Usually, you avoid him even when he's just walking around. Now someone crashed into him? He's done for. Better step back, don't want to get blood on us. Chai Baoshuan lay on the floor and didn't get up for a long time. He was already so weak and twitchy from opium that he couldn't even support himself, his body was like jelly. Qingxiu was speechless. If he had used a little more force, would he have killed this guy? A few casino workers came rushing over to help him up. As soon as he stood, he shouted angrily, "Who the hell doesn't have eyes? Dares to bump into me?" He looked around angrily, and everyone immediately stepped back, all pointing at Qingxiu and grinning maliciously. Now this was going to be fun to watch. These people loved a spectacle and weren't afraid to stir up more trouble. Are you blind? Do you even know who I am? I could kill your whole family and not pay a single coin in compensation. Chai Baoshuan spat out alcohol fumes and started cursing as soon as he opened his mouth. Qingxiu frowned. You damn bastard, you bumped into me by accident and didn't even apologize, and now you dare to curse me? Others may treat you like something, but in my eyes, you're not even as good as a dog. As soon as he said this, the whole place erupted in shock. Not only did this man not back down as they expected, he actually dared to talk back. Wasn't he just asking to die? You fucking want to die. Chai Baoshuan exploded in anger, raising his fist to punch Qingxiu in the face. Shui Rengue silently stepped forward and grabbed Chai Baoshuan's arm. With just a bit of force, Chai Baoshuan immediately screamed in pain. Kid, you picked the wrong guy to mess with today. Understand? Shui Rengue's voice was icy and terrifying, his overwhelming killing intent pressing down on Chai Baoshuan. This general, who had killed countless enemies on the battlefield, didn't bother to hide his murderous aura, and it was suffocating. Chai Baoshuan sobered up instantly from the fear alone. Even the floaty feeling from the opium paste vanished nearly completely. He now trembled like a chicken awaiting slaughter under Shui Rengue's pressure. Enough. At Qingxiu's command, Shui Rengue snorted coldly and let go of Chai Baoshuan. The latter's first instinct was to back away and hide in a corner, shocking the onlookers. Since when did this guy become such a coward? It's not like the emperor was here in person. Young Master Chai, I won't argue about what just happened. Since we've met today, perhaps it's fate. Want to have a bet? Qingxiu flicked the chips in his hand and suddenly made the suggestion. Bet? Chai Baoshuan forgot everything at once upon hearing this, immediately perking up with excitement. You know my win rate in this casino is 8 out of 10? No one dares to gamble with me. Chai Baoshuan laughed arrogantly. The dealers and workers nearby snickered with contempt. It was only because of his status and bad temper that even Yuchi Baolin didn't want to deal with him. So the dealers purposely let him win when he gambled to keep him happy and get him out faster. But he actually believed he was skilled. Perfect. I'm not bad at gambling either. Let's have a match. If you win, I'll leave like nothing happened earlier. Qingxiu slowly sat down. But if you lose, then we need to have a proper talk about what happened. What did you say? Chai Baoshuan smashed his wine jug in rage. You think I wasn't going to make you pay for what just happened? Here's the deal, you kneel down and kowtow 3 times right now. If I'm in a good mood, then we'll gamble. If you win, you can leave. If you lose, I want you to take a knife and slice off the pieces of meat where you bumped into me. Shui Rengue laughed. This kid really didn't learn. But he couldn't ruin Qingxiu's plans, so he said, You're making all these conditions, trying to vent, or are you just scared to gamble and lose to my master? Chai Baoshuan got even angrier from the taunt. Me? Afraid to gamble? What a joke. Let's do this now. If you two lose, leave your heads behind. He sat down on the spot, and Qingxiu calmly took dice and a dice cup from the dealer. If you win, do whatever you want. If I win, you follow me out of the casino. Qingxiu laid his chips out on the table. You can choose the game. I've only got these chips, whoever loses all their chips first, loses. Everyone looked and saw Qingxiu only had about 60 or 70 taels worth of chips and laughed in disdain. Chai Baoshuan had more than 400 taels worth of chips. The more money, the more rounds he could play. Even if Qingxiu won 3 rounds, and Chai only 1, Chai could still wear him down slowly and win it all. Nobody could figure out what Qingxiu was thinking. Is this guy seriously here to die? I mean, is that brat really going to behead them? They don't look like they have power or backing. If they get killed, that rich brat's background can cover it up easily. No idea what these two are thinking. Chai Baoshuan laughed wildly and sat down. You guys really are asking to die. Don't think I'm just bluffing, I'll really cut your heads off. Qingxiu smiled calmly. If I lose, go ahead. Chai made a huge demand, minimum 10 taels per round. Qingxiu agreed without hesitation. In no time, the other gamblers stopped their own games and gathered to watch this bet unfold. If someone really got beheaded, that would be thrilling. The two of them were quickly surrounded by several layers of spectators, some even stood on chairs to see better. People thought Xi might have some trick up his sleeve and were curious to see it. But when the first round was played, the onlookers sneered. In the very first round, Xi lost badly, 30 taels gone in a flash. Still, Xi stayed calm and continued. They played 2 more rounds, and he lost even more terribly, left with only a few taels worth of chips. The crowd booed, they thought they were going to see a good show. Want to go again, or should I just chop your heads off now? Chai Baoshuan said gleefully. From his view, it was already over. I still have chips, don't I? Who knows what happens next round? Xi replied calmly, like an outsider, unsettlingly composed. You still pretending? You won't cry until you see the coffin, huh? Chai waved his hand. Someone get me a sharp knife. I want them to die clean. Before he finished, someone already brought over a knife. Clearly, the others were also eager for a show. See? Everyone knows you're dead meat, and you still pretend. Xi calmly shook the dice and suddenly slammed the cup down on the table. Big or small? Big. Chai Baoshuan shouted without thinking. Xi gave a cold laugh, then lifted the cup for all to see. Just when everyone thought they were about to watch a brutal scene, the dice showed a big number. Originally, Chai Baoshuan was ready to raise the knife, but when he saw the number on the dice, he couldn't help but curse, "What the hell? You cheating? Bullshit. You won against me so many times and I didn't say a word, but now that you lost once, you're blaming me for cheating?" Xi showed the dice in his hand to everyone. Everyone looked closely. This die is from the casino, and I didn't do anything to it. Anyone can inspect it, just one look and you'll know whether I cheated or not. Just as Xi said, all the gamblers on site had been watching his every move. Even if he so much as moved a finger, it wouldn't escape their eyes. If someone said he cheated, that would truly be unjust. Fine, fine. You got lucky once. I'll let you live a bit longer. Although unconvinced, Chai Baoshuan tossed out a few matching chips. Again. Anyway, his remaining chips were still over 10 times more than Xingxiu's. Sooner or later, he would have Xingxiu's head. Shuiren Gui understood Xingxiu was about to get serious, so he remained silent while they resumed gambling. This time, Xingxiu won again, which made the crowd itch with impatience. If he kept winning, when would they finally get to see the beheading show? You really do have some luck. Chai Baoshuan frowned and unwillingly threw out more chips. The third round began. This time, worried that Xingxiu would cheat, Chai Baoshuan snatched the dice himself and opened the cup. Just as Xingxiu was about to call his bet, Chai Baoshuan shouted first, "Big." Xingxiu sneered coldly, "Fine. Then I'll go small." Chai Baoshuan carefully opened the dice cup, and to his frustration, Xingxiu won again. "This is insane," the crowd gasped. Why was Xingxiu's luck suddenly so good? Or had he been pretending to be weak all along and was actually a gambling expert? Want to keep going? Xingxiu saw the hesitation on Chai Baoshuan's face and deliberately mocked him. "Weren't you calling yourself a gambling god earlier? You've only lost a few rounds and you're already losing confidence? If you're scared to gamble, that's fine, I don't ask for much. Just kowtow 3 times, and we'll forget about what happened today. You're being outrageous." Chai Baoshuan exploded with rage and grabbed the knife to charge at Xingxiu. None of the gamblers moved to stop him, they were all eager to see blood spilled. But Chai Baoshuan still froze. Without Shuiren Gui having to intervene, just a calm glance from Xingxiu, laced with hidden killing intent, froze Chai Baoshuan in place. Xingxiu had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. More people had died by his hand than Chai Baoshuan had ever seen alive. How could he handle Xingxiu's presence? Waving a knife around and yelling, "Have you ever even killed someone? Have you ever seen a single dead body?" Xingxiu mocked. "You." Chai Baoshuan gripped the knife tightly, but for a moment couldn't move. "If I kill you here without reason, people will say I murdered without cause. So today, I'll make you lose fair and square, and die convinced." Chai Baoshuan chickened out after all. He sat back down and continued gambling. Sigh? Le outside. If that knife had come down, the show would have been on. Too bad Chai Baoshuan backed down. The game resumed, and this time, Xingxiu went all in. Every round, he won with overwhelming odds, completely reversing his previous losing streak. Chai Baoshuan couldn't figure out how Xingxiu suddenly became unbeatable. Each time he lost, he instinctively bet more chips, stubbornly believing he'd win the next round. As a result, he lost more and more. When he was down to less than 10 taels, he finally snapped out of it. "Damn it, am I really going to lose?" Chai Baoshuan slapped his forehead, staring in disbelief at the mountain of chips beside Xingxiu. "One last round. Come on. Unexpectedly, Xi pushed all his remaining chips onto the table. Want to go all in, winner takes all? The crowd was shocked. What was he thinking? If he lost, wouldn't he still have to give up his head to Chai Baoshuan? You serious? Chai Baoshuan looked at Xi with suspicion. He really couldn't figure him out anymore. Xi said calmly, if we settle it in one round, I should at least be able to name some terms, right? What are they? If I win, you leave this place and come with me. If I lose, I'll still give you my head. Xi spoke indifferently, like it had nothing to do with him. That's a condition? Chai Baoshuan's first thought was, this guy must be scared of offending me and just giving me a way out. Even if he lost, what's the big deal about following someone out? He had powerful backing, no one in Chang'an would dare touch him. He didn't believe Xi could lay a finger on him. Deal. Without hesitation, Chai Baoshuan threw all his remaining chips onto the table. And just as expected, he lost to Xi again. Not a single chip remained. This guy's amazing. See how clever he is? He deliberately lost at first to lure the young master into continuing, then struck back hard and won it all. His gambling skills are no joke. Looks like he came here targeting that young master from the start. Chai Baoshuan heard the whispers around him and couldn't keep his pride intact. Fine, you win today. I got screwed. Chai Baoshuan shoved the table and stood up, but Shui Rengue immediately blocked him. Did you forget what you promised earlier? I didn't forget. Let's go. Chai Baoshuan was annoyed, but he still didn't believe these two nobodies could do anything to him. The three of them left the casino, one after another. Only when they were out of sight did the crowd reluctantly turn their eyes away. Now they no longer cared about Chai Baoshuan, they were more curious about that mysterious gambler. Even the casino bosses couldn't find a flaw in his play. They couldn't imagine how much money he could win if he stayed all day. Just as people were talking, Yuchi Baolin walked out of a back room and casually glanced at the casino floor. What's going on? Why is everyone gathered? Young master, just now someone with incredible gambling skill came in and made Chai the young master lose badly. They just left together, no idea for what, one of the casino guards replied with a grin. Skilled gambler? Then why didn't you keep him? Yuchi Baolin asked casually. That was the casino's rule, if someone had exceptionally high gambling skills, they'd try to recruit them as a dealer to monitor other gamblers. After all, someone with great skill could also easily spot cheating, making it impossible for others to exploit loopholes. In any casino, once someone shows superb gambling skills, the casino will definitely try every possible way to keep that person. That guy didn't play many rounds, just played a bit with the young master. He didn't win our money and came straight for Chai Baoshuan. Yuchi Baolin found it strange, but didn't think much of it. He just waved for the thugs to get back to work. Chai Baoshuan's status was so prominent, there was no need to worry anyone would dare touch him. Besides, even if that person really wanted to do something to Chai Baoshuan, what did that have to do with him? Xingxiu and Shui Rengue walked in front and behind, sandwiching Chai Baoshuan between them, but this man was still arrogantly convinced that these two wouldn't dare do anything to him. Even as the road became more remote and fewer people were around, he still didn't feel any sense of danger, only growing impatience. He really wanted to see what these two wanted to do with him. When they finally entered a small alley, Chai Baoshuan began to experience withdrawal. His face began to twist, and he fidgeted irritably, searching all over his body, but couldn't find a single piece of opium paste. If you two don't have any business, I've got things to do. Chai Baoshuan shook his hand and tried to leave, but Shui Rengue grabbed his shoulder, making it impossible for him to move. You! Chai Baoshuan was furious. Are you looking to die? If even a hair on my head is missing after today, your whole family will have to pay. Xingxiu took off his cloak, and Shui Rengue also revealed his face, showing their identities. Chai Baoshuan instantly shut up. He stared blankly at the two familiar faces in front of him, stammering for a long time without being able to say a single word. Who in Chang'an didn't know Duke Qing? Even children on the streets recognized him, there was no way Chai Baoshuan didn't know. And Shui Rengue, the rising star of the court, almost everyone believed he was very likely to become the next duke. How could Chai Baoshuan not recognize him, especially since he had seen him in person at the military expedition ceremony? So, it's Duke Qing. Haha, I was disrespectful earlier. Why didn't you say who you were earlier? Gone was the arrogance, Chai Baoshuan now had a fawning, flattering expression. If the gamblers saw this side of him, they would think the sun rose in the west. This guy actually feared someone? Master Chai, how do you change your face so fast? Weren't you just yelling about cutting me down? Chai Baoshuan trembled all over at those words and nearly burst into tears. At this moment, he really wanted to slap himself a few times. Even his father didn't dare provoke Qingxiu. In court, Qingxiu had cut off heads of nobles like it was nothing. Anyone he pulled out for comparison was more powerful than Chai. If Qingxiu refused to let this go and wanted his life, not even his father could do anything about it. I was ignorant and foolish. Please don't take offense. If I see Duke Qing again, I'll be completely respectful and follow any instructions. Even though this guy was about the same age as Qingxiu, he still called himself a junior, a joke. Qingxiu said nothing, just stared coldly at him with Shui and Gui, making Chai Baoxuan increasingly nervous. Was Duke Qing really going to kill him here? He stood there, head lowered, trembling. But as time passed, the rising cravings overwhelmed him. He couldn't help it, his tears and snot were out of control, and he started panting heavily, begging Qingxiu to let him go. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Didn't we agree, if you lost, you'd do whatever I said? That's what I said, but He didn't dare admit he was in withdrawal, but he was getting more and more dizzy, so he said weakly, my father told me to return quickly, I can't afford to be delayed. In the next moment, Chai Baoxuan's eyes widened, he saw Qingxiu holding a piece of opium paste. You're not trying to run off to find this, are you? Chai Baoxuan instinctively tried to snatch it, but Qingxiu easily dodged him. Why you have that stuff? Chai Baoxuan couldn't resist, his eyes locked on the opium, like he wanted to swallow it whole. Looks like you've been using it a long time. That craving's really strong. Qingxiu mocked. Earlier, Chai Baoxuan could still barely hold on, but now that he saw the opium paste in Qingxiu's hand, both body and mind were tortured with craving, he felt worse than death. He kept begging Qingxiu to let him go, but Qingxiu remained unmoved, telling Shui and Gui to block his way and give him no chance to escape. Please stop messing with me. I'm begging you, either let me go or give me one puff. Tormented by withdrawal, Chai Baoxuan lost all reason and actually knelt in front of Qingxiu. Qingxiu could only shake his head. If your father Chai Xiao saw this, he'd twist your head off. Forget it. I just want to ask you something, I won't make it hard on you. Ask. Chai Baoxuan answered immediately. Where did you get the opium paste? Qingxiu questioned him. But Chai Baoxuan was confused. What's opium paste? Turned out, he didn't know the stuff came from poppies. I'm talking about this. Chai Baoxuan suddenly understood. Oh, you mean entering immortal powder? Entering immortal powder? What a name. These people really made up all sorts of flashy names to trick people into buying it. Names like Afurong, Bliss Paste, entering immortal powder, all seductive and hiding the danger. Glad you understand. Now talk. But suddenly, Chai Baoxuan became hesitant. This stuff was sold in Chang'an without approval from the Imperial Commerce Guild, it was essentially contraband. Not that the sellers wanted to smuggle it for profit, but because the court outright banned it from civilian use. This was partly because of Qingxiu. His guild participated directly in reviewing foreign goods for the court. Long ago, Qingxiu had instructed the inspectors, anything addictive must not be allowed into Chang'an. As a result, the product couldn't be sold legally, dealers had to sell it in secret, and customers were strictly forbidden from revealing the sellers' identities. If they did, they'd never be sold to again. You know it's harmful, and you still can't quit. You want them to keep selling it so you can keep using? Qingxiu frowned. Harmful? Chai Baoxuan was stunned. I thought you used it too. One puff and you feel like a god, it's like becoming immortal. Shut up. Qingxiu finally lost his patience and cursed on the spot. Chai Baoxuan shuddered all over in shock and immediately shut his mouth. He had thought that Qingxiu had tried this stuff and knew its benefits. If you don't speak, don't even think about leaving this place today. You haven't experienced the feeling of not using after addiction for a long time, have you? Qingxiu sneered and deliberately displayed the piece of opium paste in his hand to Chai Baoxuan. I want to see how long you can hold out. Chai Baoxuan became even more anxious after hearing this. Even though he was determined not to reveal any information, because otherwise he wouldn't be able to get any more immortal powder, he was, after all, an addict. Even those well-trained assassins, threatened with death, couldn't bear the torment of this drug's addiction. Let alone him, a spoiled young master. In the end, he couldn't resist anymore. He repeatedly begged for mercy, saying that as long as Qingxiu gave him that piece of immortal powder, he'd tell everything on the spot. You talk first. There was no way Qingxiu would believe the bullshit of an addict. As long as this guy didn't open his mouth, he wouldn't back down one step. Chai Baoxuan didn't care about anything else anymore. He immediately spilled everything he knew to Qingxiu, where the contact took place, what the code was, he told it all without holding anything back. However, to Qingxiu's dissatisfaction, what he knew was just some surface-level information. But now that he knew the contact point, he had a way to deal with these people. You wrote it all down? Qingxiu glanced at Xueran Gue, who smiled slightly, clear as day. Perfect. Qingxiu flung the piece of opium paste to Chai Baoshuan like he was throwing a bone to a dog. Chai Baoshuan snatched it like a treasure, quickly pulled out a flint from his body, lit it, and desperately leaned in to inhale the smoke. In no time, Chai Baoshuan had a face full of intoxicated bliss, his whole body relaxed and sprawled out on the ground, not caring about his appearance at all. This bastard. Xueran Gue looked at him with contempt. If General Chai Xiao saw his son like this, he might die from rage. Forget him. Qingxiu stepped right over the man. Call all the brothers over. We'll meet up at their contact point in a bit. Xueran Gue caught the intention in Qingxiu's words. Why don't I go with you? I'm not comfortable letting you go alone. Not comfortable? What a joke. Qingxiu couldn't help but laugh heartily. Even if there were 10 of you, I'd still clean them up. Don't worry. Xueran Gue looked embarrassed. Although the words were harsh, they were indeed true. Then be careful, boss. I'll go get Su Dingfang and the others right now. Qingxiu agreed, then put his cloak back on and headed straight for the contact location Chai Baoshuan had given him. When Xueran Gue found Su Dingfang, the latter had already knocked down dozens of bouncers in the gambling den. Although Su Dingfang had also been assigned to find people addicted to opium paste, his methods were nowhere near as refined as Qingxiu's. He randomly exchanged some chips, didn't even know how to gamble, and lost everything in no time. What made him even more furious was that after he lost everything, a dealer mocked him for being poor and unworthy of gambling. If Su Dingfang hadn't cared about messing up Qingxiu's plan, he probably would have erupted on the spot. But the trip wasn't in vain. He had actually caught a fat merchant smoking opium paste in a private room and tried to drag him away. The result was predictable, over a dozen bouncers swarmed him. Already pissed off, Su Dingfang started fighting them all on the spot. By the time Xueran Gue arrived, the place was a total mess. Some patrolling soldiers had just shown up after hearing the commotion. Officer, look! This bastard injured my customer, even bullied my staff, he's not human. You must give us justice. The previously silent gambling den boss immediately rushed over when he saw the patrol soldiers and cried his grievances, furiously accusing Su Dingfang. The soldiers initially appeared authoritative, but when they saw Xueran Gue and Su Dingfang, they were so scared their legs went weak. General. Su Dingfang frowned and dragged over the trembling merchant. We're not here to cause trouble. We're on official orders to make arrests. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. If you're smart, get lost. Yes. The patrol soldiers quickly nodded and then scolded the gambling den boss. Are you blind? Do you even know who these two are? They're General Xue and General Su, just back from defeating the Turks in the north. The gambling den boss was stunned. He hadn't expected to kick an iron wall today. No wonder this man had beaten up over a dozen of his men with ease. I didn't know. If I'd known the generals were coming, I wouldn't have said a word about money. The boss changed his face faster than flipping a page, immediately fawning, but Xueran Gue kicked him away without mercy. Stop wasting time. The boss found the contact site. Get the brothers and call the authorities to arrest people. Su Dingfang's eyes lit up when he heard this. He didn't even care about the addict merchant anymore and just ordered the patrol soldiers to take him away. Let's go. I'll call the others. Su Dingfang was full of energy. After days of overseeing home renovations and being sleepy all the time, he finally had a real fight to look forward to. Beating up those weaklings earlier wasn't even satisfying. Meanwhile, Qingxiu had already taken a carriage to Funyo village in the eastern suburbs outside the city. This village was sparsely populated, far from the city, and had poor soil. The entire village had only a few hundred people. When he arrived, he noticed that while the outer fields had crops that were barely alive for show, deeper in, the fields were full of poppies, completely out in the open. But this made sense. At this time in history, no one knew the use or danger of poppies. Even if someone saw them, they'd just think they were regular flowers. The reason they still planted crops on the outside was probably to avoid the government claiming the land was abandoned and causing trouble. This village was known for its poverty, yet Qingxiu saw many luxurious carriages parked outside, and several well-dressed wealthy people walking around, completely out of place. Qingxiu pretended not to notice. He got off the carriage and walked into the village, noticing that all the villagers were wandering aimlessly, all secretly watching him. Qingxiu understood. He sat down at the village entrance and pretended to cough 3 times. After repeating this a few times, a villager finally approached him. "Mister, here to buy medicine?" Qingxiu nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "Immortal powder." "Yes, follow me." The villager replied and quickly walked ahead to lead the way. From his actions, it was clear he was already very familiar with the process. When Xiao followed him to a courtyard deep within the village, he found that quite a few people were already waiting there. Although most of these people had their faces covered, Xiao could tell from their clothing and behavior that they were either wealthy or powerful. He even felt that many of their voices sounded familiar, either from the imperial court or the merchants' guild, people who definitely frequented this place. Not long after, the courtyard gate opened, and a man in exotic-style clothing came out, leading several dozen subordinates who distributed small pouches to everyone present. Without a doubt, what was in those pouches was opium paste. Each pouch contained only a small amount, but people had to pay dozens of taels of silver just to get one. Once they got it, they eagerly held it in their hands, sniffing it with joy and even letting out delighted gasps now and then. When it was Xiao's turn, just as he was about to take one, the man quickly pulled his hand back and looked at him cautiously. "You're new." "No, I'm here to pick up for the young master of my house." Xiao took out a token from his chest and waved it in front of him. It was an item he had taken from Chai Baoshuan, the proof needed to purchase opium paste. Upon seeing the token, the man no longer doubted him, though he complained with dissatisfaction, "Your master is the hardest to serve. He always demands the highest quality. It's a pain to prepare. And this time he sent someone else, that's breaking the rules." Even though he said this, the man still handed over a pouch of opium paste to Xiao. "This is the best quality. Your master only smokes this kind." Xiao took the pouch, weighed it in his hand. It was quite light, but from the faint scent, he was certain it was indeed opium paste. "Aren't you afraid of the court finding out and causing trouble, selling this kind of thing?" Xiao suddenly asked, seemingly out of nowhere, which stunned everyone present. "What kind of joke is that? Why would the court investigate us? This is just one of many smuggled goods. Why would the court chase after us?" The man chuckled easily, clearly not taking Xiao's words seriously at all. Xiao said calmly, "Long-term use of this harms the body severely. It's highly addictive. For the common people, isn't it basically poison?" Ha 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 ha. This time not just the vendor, but even the customers burst out laughing. A fat man in fine clothes chuckled and said, "Kid, you've never tried this stuff, right? Do you know why it's called immortal powder? One puff and you'll feel like a god, it strengthens the body." "Yeah. You poor brat know nothing. Even if we told you, you wouldn't understand. When you get rich and try it for yourself, you'll understand why it's so addictive. But someone like you probably won't ever live to see that day." These people didn't feel ashamed, on the contrary, they seemed proud, even thinking that the satisfaction and comfort they got from opium paste was something worth showing off. "Looks like none of you realize just how dangerous this stuff really is." Xiao sighed, thinking to himself that thankfully he discovered this before it spread further. Seeing that Xiao hadn't paid yet, the vendor grew annoyed. "Kid, enough nonsense, pay up. Your master's goods are the most expensive." Xiao couldn't be bothered to respond. He turned and started to leave. Seeing this, the vendor panicked and reached out to grab his shoulder. "You haven't paid, ah." Xiao dodged slightly, and the vendor missed. Xiao then grabbed his arm with a quick twist, and the man screamed in pain as a faint bone-cracking sound echoed from his arm. "This guy wants to take the goods without paying, ah!" Xiao kicked the vendor to his knees. But the man kept screaming, drawing out dozens of armed guards who quickly surrounded Xiao. The other customers were already used to this. Many addicts without money would try to steal or rob the goods. The guards had dealt with plenty of them. "Since you're Chai young master's servant, just hand over the money and we'll let it go. Otherwise, you'll leave a leg behind," barked the lead guard. Around him, the others moved in with clubs and sticks. "You lot?" Xiao stopped pretending. He kicked away the vendor he'd grabbed, pulled off his cloak disguise, and revealed his true face. "Duke Qing." The customers actually shouted his name on the spot. Then they instinctively tried to flee. "Stay where you are. You think I don't recognize your voices?" Xiao shouted sternly, "Everyone here, I can recognize your voice. If I catch any of you later somewhere else, the punishment will be even worse." Everyone was immediately frozen in place, too scared to move. The guards with clubs also lost their nerve. After realizing who he was, they all stepped back in terror. Not to mention Xiao's high status, his ability to fight alone against many was more than enough to take down all these thugs easily. The lead guard looked awkward, afraid to act but unable to retreat with his boss watching from behind. "It's just a few taels of silver, why are you?" Before he finished, Xiao suddenly sensed danger and dodged sideways. An arrow flew past where he had just been standing. The Western man who ran the place immediately darted into the mansion and began firing dozens of arrows from the window, aiming indiscriminately at everyone in the courtyard. Caught off guard, many of the guards and customers were hit by arrows. Several wealthy merchants were killed on the spot. The fat merchant who spoke to Qingxiu earlier was shot in the thigh and collapsed, crying out in pain. Qingxiu moved quickly, dodging every arrow with ease, and rushed toward the mansion. With one kick, he tried to smash the door open but found it locked from inside. Instantly, he drew his warblade, slashing several times and carving deep gashes into the wooden door, then kicked it open. As the mansion's door burst open, the masked assassins inside froze for a moment in shock. But they quickly came to their senses and all drew their blades, charging straight at Qingxiu without mercy. At that moment, Qingxiu was certain that these people definitely weren't from the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, they would never dare draw their blades against him. With that, he naturally no longer held back. Stepping forward slightly, the warblade in his hand easily pierced through the chest of the assassin charging at him. Then, with a slight flick of his wrist, the force surged through the blade, and the corpse was flung away, knocking over several assassins charging from behind. Taking advantage of the moment, Qingxiu swung his warblade and charged into the group of dozens of assassins. As his blade slashed through, he easily cut both the assassins and their weapons in half. After he effortlessly took down 7 or 8 of them like picking things from a bag, without suffering even a scratch, the rest immediately realized Qingxiu was not someone ordinary. If they kept fighting, they'd surely die. Once they were sure their leader had already escaped, they immediately turned and ran, no longer entangling with Qingxiu. Trying to run? Qingxiu had no interest in these assassins. He had come here for their leaders from the start. With a quick step, his body moved as fast as the wind, sweeping past the assassins with such speed that they were stunned. "Don't let him catch the master!" someone shouted, waking the stunned assassins. They quickly raised their crossbows and shot at Qingxiu's back. With his sharp senses, Qingxiu effortlessly dodged the arrows. Then he kicked open a window into the back courtyard and saw those people awkwardly climbing into a tunnel, preparing to escape. Just as he was about to chase them, the assassins behind suddenly let out battle cries and charged at him, clearly trying to delay him. These people are crazy? Qingxiu couldn't understand how they could be so fanatical. He simply drew a flintlock pistol from his chest and aimed at the leading assassin. Bang! A shot rang out, and the man immediately dropped. But Qingxiu hadn't even pulled the trigger, the gunshot came from elsewhere. More shots followed, and more people fell. Soon, battle cries rang out from all directions. Qingxiu immediately knew, Xiao had arrived with his troops. Only his men were equipped with flintlock guns and allowed to use them freely without Qingxiu's permission. So, Qingxiu no longer bothered to fight. He watched as the soldiers shot down the assassins one by one. Then, Xiao and Su Dingfang came before Qingxiu to apologize. "We arrived late, Duke Qing, please don't blame us." Qingxiu waved it off, casually pointing at the entrance to the tunnel ahead. "They're all inside. Go drag them out. If even one escapes, you two will each take 100 lashes." "Yes." Without another word, the two personally led the charge, storming into the tunnel to round them up. Those leaders, usually pampered and soft, stood no chance against the strong and battle-hardened men of Xiao. Soon, they were all dragged out of the tunnel. "Kneel." Xiao personally brought one of the leaders before Qingxiu and kicked the back of his knees, forcing him down. This man looked the youngest and was dressed in the finest clothes, clearly of high status. Xiao was about to interrogate him when the man, kneeling on the ground, suddenly spat out, "Tang dogs. Even if I die here, I'll haunt you as a ghost." Xiao had just let go of him when he heard this. Instantly, he stomped on the man's back, forcing him to the ground. But the man wasn't afraid. Instead, he desperately shoved something into his mouth and started chewing. "Don't let him swallow it." Qingxiu sensed something wrong and shouted. Several soldiers immediately rushed forward, grabbing the man's throat and slapping him repeatedly to force him to spit it out. Opium paste, this man tried to kill himself by swallowing it. Xiao was puzzled. Opium paste can kill? Of course. Usually, it's smoked, which minimizes the toxicity. But if swallowed directly, even a small dose can kill on the spot. Qingxiu was extremely familiar with this substance. Seeing the man bent on dying, Xiao realized even more clearly that he wasn't ordinary and quickly ordered him taken away. Qingxiu knew he was a tough one and wouldn't reveal anything, so he told Xiao to bring the others to his residence. "Boss, is that necessary? I already called the government soldiers. We can send them to the authorities for detention." Qingxiu shook his head slightly. "Those people can't interrogate anyone. Giving them over would just waste time. I'll handle it myself." When it came to interrogation, no one dared claim to be more skilled than Qingxiu. Soon, the soldiers who had come were ready to take the prisoners, but after tying them up and working hard for half a day, they were told the prisoners were being taken elsewhere. They were furious. It's not like Gue is a god. Just because he won a battle doesn't mean we're worthless. We worked all day and don't even get a sip of soup. Exactly. If they never intended to give us credit, why call us? Just to use us like dogs? Complaints spread rapidly, but then news arrived. All the prisoners were being sent to Qingxiu's mansion. At that, no one dared complain anymore. If Duke Qing wanted the credit, who would dare argue? That'd be suicide. Once they were delivered, Qingxiu didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately ordered the prisoners locked up and starved for 2 days. As he expected, these people weren't that tough. After just 1 day without food, they started crying and moaning, begging to see Qingxiu. But no one paid attention to them. Only on the 2nd day, when they were too weak to even moan, lying limp on the ground, did Qingxiu go to check on them. Now, even seeing Qingxiu, they could only beg weakly. We really don't know anything. We were just asked to help. We didn't know they were selling contraband. Yeah, please let us go, Duke Qing. You won't get anything from us. Qingxiu ignored them and sat down. Erguzi immediately stepped forward and handed over a package. Let's put other matters aside. At least, you all recognize these, right? Qingxiu opened the package, and a large amount of opium paste spilled out. These things were dumped in front of them, and the people still didn't understand what Qingxiu meant. They all looked confused. Qingxiu said indifferently, "You should all be quite familiar with this stuff, right? The consequences of getting hooked on it, you probably understand them even better than I do." These people just sneered and laughed. One of them even said, "Do you think we're fools? You want us to inhale it, and we'll just obediently do it? We know what you're trying to do. You want us to get addicted to immortal powder, and then whatever you ask, we'll obediently answer. But we just won't inhale it. What can you do?" These people weren't afraid at all. Qingxiu couldn't help but laugh. "Fine. I wasn't expecting you to willingly inhale it anyway. But if I burn all this opium paste in this dungeon, do you think it'll be up to you whether you inhale it or not?" As soon as he said this, their smiles froze, and they looked at each other, completely at a loss. They hadn't expected Qingxiu to understand this substance so well, even knowing how to get people addicted in the fastest way. "Actually, I didn't even want to ask you anything. I just saw how you people sell opium paste and harm others, so I wanted you to suffer the consequences yourselves." Qingxiu casually flicked his hand and walked out of the dungeon. Immediately, his retainers stepped forward and lit their fire starters. "No, no. We'll tell you anything you want to know. Just don't light that stuff. Duke Qing, please forgive us. We didn't understand the situation just now and spoke rudely to you. Please spare us." Before they could finish, a retainer had already lit a fire basin and rudely kicked it to the prison door. These people retreated as if they'd seen a plague god, each one covering their mouth and nose in terror, afraid of inhaling even a whiff of smoke. But it was all in vain. Not long after, they couldn't hold their breath any longer and had to take deep breaths, only inhaling even more smoke. Soon after, the opium smoke had completely overwhelmed them, leaving them all half-conscious, groaning on the ground. Seeing that they had all passed out from inhaling opium, Erguzi immediately went to report to Qingxiu. "They've all passed out from the opium smoke. Should we give them some food so they don't starve to death?" Qingxiu replied indifferently, "Look at the state they're in. You think they can still eat anything? Wait until tonight. Besides, once isn't enough to make them fully addicted. In the next few days, smoke them with opium every day. Get them hooked as soon as possible." Erguzi felt his scalp go numb. Qingxiu's methods were truly ruthless. Smoking them like this did indeed cause quick addiction, but it was also extremely harmful to the body. With this repeated, not only would their bodies collapse, but their minds would also be ruined sooner or later. Qingxiu did exactly as he said. Every day, he smoked them with opium for at least an hour, every session lasting until they passed out completely. At first, they resisted fiercely. But eventually, they just couldn't fight it anymore and started inhaling freely, no longer caring about the physical harm. In just a few days, they were already deeply addicted, becoming the very addicts they once looked down on. At this point, there was no need for interrogation. Once they were hooked, Qingxiu simply brought the opium paste in front of them. "Gentlemen, I have a few little questions I'd like to ask. Could you answer them for me? If you don't want to talk, that's fine. I absolutely won't force you." Qingxiu weighed the opium paste in his hand, smiling at them. As soon as they saw it, they rushed forward like zombies, desperately reaching through the bars, trying to grab it. "Back off, damn you!" The retainers immediately stepped forward, whipping their hands and cursing. Yet some still endured the pain of the lash and kept reaching. Compared to the agony of withdrawal, like ants chewing through the body, the whip was nothing. "Why are you all in such a rush? It's not like I'm stingy with this immortal powder." As long as you're willing to answer me, what's the harm in giving you a little? Qingxiu sat down casually. Without needing to say more, the others quickly promised they would answer everything truthfully. So Qingxiu didn't hold back. He had already prepared and ordered his men to hand out papers to each of them. These papers contained the questions Qingxiu wanted to ask. Each person had to answer on their own, no collusion allowed. Otherwise, they wouldn't get even a bit of opium paste. This way, he could prevent them from fabricating stories together. Once he compared their answers, it would be easy to tell what was real. They didn't understand Qingxiu's intent. Once they got the papers, they grabbed pens and wrote quickly without delay. Soon, they had all finished. Qingxiu had assumed most of them would mix truth and lies. But after reading them, he realized he'd overestimated them. Most of what they wrote was completely true. Only one or two fools tried to make things up. Qingxiu casually pointed out those few. The retainers immediately understood, opened the prison door, and dragged them out. What are you doing? Didn't you say we'd get opium if we wrote something? Before they could finish, the retainers threw them out of the cell. Light it. At the command, the others finally got their reward, opium smoke. They quickly fell into a daze, lying all over the place in blissful intoxication. As for those who didn't tell the truth, they scratched at the door in agony, screaming to get some opium. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. One of them finally couldn't bear the torment. He slammed his head into the iron gate and died on the spot, blood pouring from his cracked skull. Qingxiu coldly watched it all, then ordered the body taken away and buried somewhere random. What these people had written was more than enough for Qingxiu. As he had suspected, these people were not from the Tang dynasty, they came from the western region's kingdom of Jingjue. As for the young man captured earlier by Shuiren Gue, who tried to swallow opium and kill himself, his true identity was actually the son of the permanent envoy from Jingjue to Tang, and also a prince of Jingjue. These people had been secretly selling opium paste in the Tang dynasty not only to make huge profits, but also partially out of a desire for revenge. You see, although the Tang court had long forgotten about the death of Prince Xiao outside their borders, the people of Jingjue hadn't. That Prince Xiao was the most favored younger brother of the king of Jingjue. He died inexplicably on the trade route west of the Tang dynasty, and the Tang court didn't even offer a word of apology. They only gave a vague statement, "We will investigate thoroughly as soon as possible," but to this day, there has been no result. Although the court used this incident as a pretext to send troops, suppress and defeat the Turks, and gained considerable benefits, the king of Jingjue still hasn't received a reasonable explanation to this day. Not even a word of condolence from the Tang dynasty. It was also around that time that opium paste was introduced to the western regions from the Arab lands. This drug, which could give people instant and immense pleasure, quickly became a favorite among the upper-class nobles of the western regions. The kingdom of Jingjue was no exception. But the king of Jingjue was not like other shallow-minded little kings. He immediately realized how corrosive this stuff was to the human body, yet the nobles simply could not resist the temptation. He instantly thought of dumping these opium pastes into the Tang dynasty, to make huge profits while also gradually corrupting the nobles of Tang with this substance, as a way to vent the anger he felt over his brother's death. As a result, just like what's happening now, they couldn't openly sell it. They could only do so secretly. And because they paid tributes with this substance, they even received protection from some low-level officials. Each time the court cracked down on smuggled goods among the people, those low-level officials simply turned a blind eye, which is how they managed to keep selling it until now. If Qingxiu hadn't discovered it, this thing would likely have become popular among the people. After all, in this era, very few people were truly aware of its dangers. After comparing the intelligence written by those people, Qingxiu came to this general conclusion, and it made him furious. He deeply hated this substance, using it only as a tool of interrogation on evil people, and absolutely would not allow even a trace of it to spread among the people. If he hadn't discovered it in time, and it had really become widespread, the consequences would be unimaginable. Especially since Qingxiu had personally witnessed the havoc it could cause, and how terribly it could damage the nation as a whole. At that moment, Urguzi stepped forward. Just now someone from the government came. They said they wanted to inquire about those smugglers we recently caught. Qingxiu frowned and interrupted, "They want to take them away from me." "No, they wouldn't dare." Urguzi replied, "They came to ask when your grace might hand them over to the authorities. They said some of those people are from Jingjue? Tell them clearly, there have never been any prisoners held in my residence. They must have come to the wrong place." Qingxiu said bluntly. Urguzi was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood what Qingxiu meant, and quickly withdrew. Then Qingxiu waved his hand. A house guard nearby immediately stepped forward. "Your orders." Qingxiu pointed toward the dungeon door with some disgust. Tie up all those people. I have big plans for tomorrow. At the same time, Urguzi went out and turned away those waiting to see Qingxiu. Did the Duke really say that? The officials from the Yamen were surprised. It was obvious that the Duke was just blatantly lying. They had seen him escort the prisoners into the mansion with their own eyes. How could he claim he hadn't detained anyone? Gentlemen, you don't intend to confront Duke Qing about this, do you? Should I report that you refuse to leave without seeing the Duke? Hearing this, the lead officer quickly waved his hands. No, that's not what I meant. If the Duke is displeased, we'll leave right away. Before Urguzi could say another word, they all got up and left, without even looking back. The next day, at early court, after briefly discussing the recent flood disasters in the Jiangnan region with the ministers and finalizing some general plans for response, Emperor Lingair was about to end the court session. Winter had just ended, and in Jiangnan, the sky seemed like it had sprung a leak, rains poured endlessly, and floods occurred everywhere. These disasters had annoyed him greatly over the past few days. Luckily, the treasury was full, and they had food supplies prepared, so handling the situation was not a problem. While Lingair was deep in thought, the eunuch next to him noticed his fatigue and raised his voice. If there are matters, report them. If not, wait. Qingxiu interrupted, and his voice immediately drew Lingair's attention. You came to court today? Lingair had been so focused on the flood disaster that he hadn't even noticed Qingxiu, who rarely appeared at morning court. Your Majesty, I see the court is troubled over the Jiangnan floods, but seems to have completely overlooked a new disaster rising in Chang'an, have you not? Lingair looked puzzled. What disaster? Isn't the Guangzhou region enjoying good weather this year? No drought, no floods, how can there be a disaster? Qingxiu swept his gaze across the court and then loudly declared, from the western region's kingdom of Jingjue, there is a special drug called immortal powder. Your Majesty may not know of it, but I believe many ministers in court are quite familiar with it. As soon as he spoke, many officials immediately avoided his gaze cautiously, or showed awkward and timid expressions. Clearly, many of them had used it. But as the court had not yet realized the harm it could bring, they hadn't considered it a problem. They tried it not just because of addiction. Likely, it was more because of its extremely high price, turning it into a luxury product used to show off. They were only avoiding Qingxiu's gaze now because it was a smuggled item, and as court officials, they should not be involved with it. Immortal powder? I've heard of it. Lingair blurted out. It's said to come from the western regions. But I've never seen it sold among the people, just heard it can relieve sorrow and make one feel like soaring to the heavens. Qingxiu paused slightly, then immediately asked, Has your Majesty ever tried it? No, but a Taoist recently recommended it to me, saying it could relieve my rheumatism. I've just been too busy with the floods lately and haven't had time to try it. Indeed, opium paste did have some pain-relieving effects. If used correctly, it wouldn't cause addiction, nor harm the body. But based on Qingxiu's guess, that Taoist most likely told Lingair to directly inhale it. If so, addiction would be inevitable. This thing must absolutely not be touched. Though it sounds like a nice name, it is in fact a drug. Just a short period of use will lead to addiction. Without regular use, it will make people feel as if their insides are being clawed out, like they're burning from within. And once used for a long time, the body will weaken and become ill, and lifespan will be drastically shortened. Qingxiu's words shocked the entire court. Not just Lingair, but many others who had used the opium paste were deeply shaken. Until now, they had only experienced the euphoric sensation, never realizing their bodies were slowly being corroded by this substance. Some among them even believed that long-term use of this substance could cultivate the body and mind, and that over time it could truly prolong life. It must be said, the name immortal powder was indeed excellently chosen. It made people instinctively think the substance was beneficial to the body, and naturally believe that becoming addicted meant their bodies were undergoing some kind of advancement. From this, it's clear that if this substance were allowed to spread among the populace, the scourge of drugs devastating the Central Plains might unfold 1,000 years ahead of its time. Lingair knew that Qingxiu was not one to make alarming claims lightly. However, since he had never seen opium paste himself, no matter how serious Qingxiu made it sound, he couldn't fully understand it on a personal level. I haven't heard any rumors among the people that immortal powder causes physical harm. Duke Qing, do you have any cases? Not just cases. Qingxiu said loudly, those involved in the smuggling and selling of opium paste among the people have already been captured by me, and all of them are heavily addicted to it. I can let everyone see with their own eyes how far one can fall after becoming infected by this substance. As he finished, he deliberately looked at those ministers suspected of using opium paste. Naturally, those individuals carefully avoided his gaze. Good. Lingair slapped the table. Bring those people here now. I'll see their condition myself. It's still early anyway. Your Majesty need not wait long, I had them waiting here for some time already. Qingxiu invited Lingair and the ministers to ascend the city wall of the Forbidden City. At the gate below, crowds of commoners had gathered in layers. From atop the wall, it was clear, in the center of the gathered crowd, more than a dozen people sat slumped on the ground, their bodies weak, their expressions dull. Each one had a vacant look in their eyes, as if seriously ill, lacking the strength to even stand up. Qingxiu pointed toward them. Your Majesty, look, these are the people who smuggled and became addicted to opium paste. Lingair frowned. They sell this stuff, knowing full well it's poisonous, and yet they take it themselves? Qingxiu naturally wouldn't say he forced them into addiction. He casually replied, these people dealt with this stuff for years. If you walk by the river long enough, how could your shoes not get wet? It's normal they got infected. Some ministers who had used immortal powder instantly recognized those sickly addicts. Back when they had just started using, they'd bought it from these very people. Qingxiu signaled the group to wait a moment. The addicts did not disappoint. In just the time of one incense stick, they began showing withdrawal symptoms. Lingair was shocked to see them scratching themselves like they were covered in lice, twisting on the ground like worms. Once the cravings hit, they lost all reason, grabbing at the guards' legs, begging for opium paste. Get lost. The guards kicked them away in disgust and whipped them harshly. But it was like these people felt no pain. They kept crawling forward, desperately begging. What are they doing? Lingair asked in confusion. If they were just sick, this kind of frenzied, pain-ignoring behavior made no sense. They looked like they would eat people alive. These people are suffering from withdrawal. Without opium paste, it's worse than death. From atop the wall, Qingxiu shouted an order. The guards below immediately pulled out opium paste from their pockets. Give it to me, hurry. The addicts' eyes lit up instantly. Like wolves or tigers, they roared impatiently, reaching out madly to grab it. Damn it, these people are more annoying than clingy plasters. The guards were utterly disgusted. They punched and kicked without concern for the addicts' lives, only stopping when they lay on the ground too weak to move. Their sick desire for the drug was terrifying, not even human anymore, like wild beasts. Lingair couldn't help but say, with how they are now, if they were allowed to have opium paste, they'd probably kill their own parents for it. More than that, even if they were told to kill themselves after getting high, they'd probably do it on the spot. Not only were the emperor and ministers on the wall horrified, even the crowd below was deeply shaken. They couldn't believe these people would go to such extremes for something no bigger than a fingernail, even willing to be beaten bloody without retreating. That's enough. Seeing the moment was right, Qingxiu had the guards give them a bit of opium paste. As soon as it was lit, the addicts came back to life. Despite their pain, they rushed forward to inhale the smoke. Soon, they lay on the ground in satisfaction, basking in the effect. Clearly, their cravings had finally been temporarily satisfied. In less than half an hour, the addict's hideous behavior was fully exposed, repulsive and frightening. This stuff really is poison. It must never be touched. Someone once tried to recommend it to me, thank goodness I didn't listen. If I had, who knows what would have happened. These people getting addicted is just karma for doing evil. The ministers discussed among themselves, thankful they knew early on how terrible it was and avoided it. But many among them said nothing, showing sorrowful expressions. Some had already used it, and unknowingly, had become addicted. They couldn't imagine themselves one day becoming as twisted and low as these addicts. They cursed silently in their hearts. These bastards clearly knew how addictive it was and still lied to them, saying how great it was. As the addicts gradually calmed down, Lingair said nothing. But his expression was as dark as water, extremely grim. This thing, it's already infected people in my Tang dynasty? Lingair pointed downward, his hand trembling in anger. I can confirm, definitely many. And most of them are the powerful and wealthy in Chang'an. Qingxiu was certain. A single dose of opium paste costs nearly as much as gold, ordinary people can't afford it at all. This only made Lingair even angrier. He suddenly turned to look at the ministers behind him. To think that among those he relied on to govern the country, some were addicted to this, he felt utterly disgusted. I thought I had seen the world. But today I've learned of such a wicked thing. If not for Duke Qing discovering it in time, once this thing corrupts my Tang court, there will be no more trustworthy ministers in court, no more capable generals in battle. Lingair immediately made a decision on the spot. From now on, in the city of Chang'an, from officials down to commoners, anyone who dares to touch or inhale anything related to opium shall be severely punished. Those ministers who had secretly used opium paste were already nervous upon hearing this. What Qingxiu said next nearly made them faint on the spot. Your Majesty, given the harm of this substance, how could mere punishment be enough? Fines, a few years in prison, none of that will make them quit, the harm is already done. In my view, anyone who dares to inhale this substance should be beheaded on the spot. Anyone who dares to sell it should have their entire family executed. Qingxiu's suggestion was so harsh that even Lingair gasped in shock. He truly left no room or mercy. Isn't that a bit too severe? Lingair, always cautious with punishments, couldn't help but hesitate over such bold and harsh sentencing. But Qingxiu was unwavering. Your Majesty, other crimes can be judged based on circumstances, with room for consideration. But with this poison, if there's even the slightest leniency, who knows how many more addicts there will be in Chang'an? Does Your Majesty really want to see, in the future, our great Tang army, even the court itself, filled with people holding opium pipes, inhaling like beasts? Lingair's heart sank, he couldn't bear to imagine such a scene. In that case, there was no need for further consideration. Then do as you say. Lingair no longer hesitated and immediately approved Qingxiu's proposal. Your Majesty is wise. Additionally, I recommend that all those addicts be executed immediately, to use their heads to block others' thoughts of addiction. Agreed. Lingair then ordered the imperial guards to move out and publicly strangle each of them to death in front of the civil and military officials, as well as a large crowd of onlookers. Tragically, these wretches had just inhaled opium paste. Not only were they too weak to resist being strangled one by one, but they were still enjoying the after effects of the drug, dying one after another without even realizing it. The more he saw, the more worried Lingair became. Compared to this, even the floods in Jiangnan no longer seemed that frightening. Apart from these people, are there others in Chang'an who are smuggling and selling opium paste? Lingair asked Qingxiu. The latter thought for a moment. Large-scale trafficking likely doesn't exist, there's only this batch in Chang'an. But people have already seen how profitable this is. Surely others will try to make it in secret, just like those Taoists Your Majesty mentioned earlier. At the mention of those men, Lingair flew into a rage. Those bastards offered him this stuff as tribute, weren't they trying to poison him? He immediately ordered all those Taoists to be arrested and executed by beheading in front of the people of Chang'an. Those Taoists were still dreaming of wealth and power, but before they could wake up, they were dragged to the gates of the Forbidden City and beheaded on the spot. Lingair had originally planned to publicly burn the opium paste as a show of determination to eliminate it completely, but Qingxiu stopped him immediately. What a joke, burning opium paste in public. That would expose the entire city to the drug. Opium paste can't be destroyed like that. If Your Majesty insists on publicly destroying it, I have a method. Hearing that Qingxiu had a plan, Lingair immediately ordered the guards to carry it out as Qingxiu said, leaving no room for error. Qingxiu first ordered the imperial guards to bring a large wooden tub. He then poured in a large amount of quicklime and added cold water. As the two substances reacted, the water in the tub began to boil violently, sending smoke skyward. Then Qingxiu ordered them to throw in all the opium paste confiscated from the palace and the amount he had seized. Very quickly, all the opium paste was corroded and destroyed by the lime water, dissolving completely. Once the water calmed, Qingxiu ordered large amounts of sulfur to be poured in, further breaking down the drug's components. With this method, even if someone tried to retrieve and refine opium paste from the waste water, it would be impossible. Good. These harmful things should all be destroyed. If my son ever touches this stuff, I'll beat him to death. Duke Qing is truly wise and farsighted, he knows how harmful this stuff really is. While the crowd buzzed with discussion, Qingxiu walked down from the city wall and came before them. Everyone, you've all seen what just happened. I only want to say one thing, from now on, in the Great Tang, there will be zero tolerance for this substance. Anyone who inhales it will be beheaded on the spot. Anyone who dares to sell it will have their whole family executed, no exceptions. In other words, anyone who reports someone for using or selling this substance, and the claim is verified, will immediately receive a reward of 100 taels of gold. At this, everyone's eyes lit up. The gold didn't even matter, it was about ridding the country of these evildoers and wiping out the poison. Moments later, the envoy from Jingjue, along with all his accompanying officials and servants, were arrested and thrown into prison. These people were all aware of the opium paste smuggling operation. Many had even helped facilitate it. Even if they were all executed, it wouldn't be unjust. Lingair, following Qingxiu's advice, spared only the highest ranking among them, keeping him alive as leverage. As for the rest, they were all executed without mercy. The next day at court, Lingair announced that the kingdom of Jingjue would be regarded as an enemy. All trade would be cut off, and all merchants and officials from Jingjue and Chang'an would be arrested. The death of the prince of Jingjue has nothing to do with the Great Tang court. That king of Jingjue actually believes it was all Tang's doing. What a fool. If one day our great Tang army reaches the western regions, we shall wipe out his kingdom and bring the king to Chang'an to answer for it. Then Lingair turned to Qingxiu. From this day forward, Duke Qing will take command of the Chang'an garrison, and investigate everyone connected to opium paste. Qingxiu calmly replied, "At that time, I hope no one will complain. Since His Majesty trusts me and grants me full authority, if I cannot distinguish right from wrong, how could I repay His Majesty's trust?" He intentionally mentioned the authority granted to him, to warn the officials. If he discovered anyone using or selling opium paste, even nobles or royals, he would kill without mercy. The officials showed mixed reactions, some gloating, waiting for a show, others frowning deeply, and some lowering their heads guiltily, stealing nervous glances. But as far as I know, some officials in the court got involved because they didn't understand the situation, unaware of how harmful this substance is. Qingxiu's words once again made the hearts of those who had used opium paste pound wildly. Lingair wasn't particularly surprised by this. He had already expected that someone must have used it, he just hadn't exposed it publicly. Moreover, if he wanted to find out, he certainly had ways to investigate thoroughly, no one could hide it from him. After saying this, Qingxiu paused for a moment and deliberately scanned the faces of everyone present. Just one glance was enough for him to understand clearly. I'm not someone who disregards reason and relationships. Everyone here has served the court and the nation. As long as those officials who have touched this substance can quit it and never touch it again, the matter will end here. But if from now on anyone dares to use it again, then confiscation of property, execution by beheading, and family extermination, all of it will be enforced. After the morning court ended, many officials rushed home and immediately destroyed the leftover opium paste by following Qingxiu's method with lime water, not daring to leave even a trace. Keeping this stuff at home now was like holding a ticking time bomb. Even if they didn't use it themselves, if a servant or maid had any ill intentions and reported them, Qingxiu, with his power and temperament, would definitely show no mercy. Of course, while some could weigh the pros and cons, others could not. Some had already become deeply addicted due to unrestrained abuse and were simply unable to quit. Now that there was no longer any source for this substance in Chang'an, these people, unable to shake their addiction, kept a bit in hope they could use it slowly. Naturally, such sneaky behavior did not escape Qingxiu's eyes. He didn't even need to investigate one by one. He had already gotten a customer list from the Jingjue merchants and knew exactly who had bought the stuff. He even waited several days to observe them. During this time, he sent spies to closely monitor their behavior. Anyone who directly destroyed the opium paste had the surveillance withdrawn and was left alone. But those who made no move and clearly had no intention to destroy it were marked down after confirmation. These officials still held on to hope, thinking they had hidden things perfectly and wouldn't be found out. But only a few days later, Qingxiu acted, sending troops to arrest them. Many of these officials held high positions, ranging from 5th rank to even assistant 3rd rank in the court. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have had the iron will or authority to touch them. But unfortunately for them, they ran into Qingxiu. By the 5th day, Qingxiu had completely lost patience. He ordered the arrest of all officials who still had opium paste hidden at home, regardless of their rank. These officials didn't even make it to the next morning's court. In the middle of the night, they were dragged out of bed by officers breaking down their doors. These officers, led by Su Dingfang and Shui Rengue, showed no mercy. Not only were the individuals arrested, but their homes were thoroughly searched, and even their direct descendants were taken along. Of course, the opium paste they'd been hiding at home served as the most critical piece of evidence. In just one night, all the officials who had secretly kept opium paste were arrested, without a single one missed. By the time the operation ended, it coincided with morning court. The two generals appeared before Lingair alongside Qingxiu to report. 13 officials from the Ministry of Rights were found hiding over 400 gene of opium paste and poppy seeds. 27 officials from the Ministry of War also hid opium. Shui Rengue and Su Dingfang stood before Lingair, reporting the results of the previous night word by word in front of all the court officials. The more Lingair listened, the darker his expression became. The number of officials involved far exceeded his expectations. Though he had been mentally prepared, since many were below 3rd rank, it still shocked him that opium paste had penetrated the court so deeply. To make matters worse, just the day before, he had bet Qingxiu that no more than 30 officials had hidden opium. Yet the Ministry of War alone had 27. His face had been thoroughly slapped. No one among the officials dared to speak. Even Xiao and Zhangsun Wuji furrowed their brows, unable to break the tense silence. For someone like Qingxiu to sweep away over 100 court officials with such thunderous action, This was almost unheard of in history, except during regime changes. Once the list was read out, Xiao handed it to a eunuch, who passed it to Lingair, saying, "Please verify, Your Majesty." "No need." Lingair didn't take the document. With a blank expression, he said, "I originally thought that after the past few days of stern warnings and heavy punishments, no one in the court would dare to secretly keep opium paste. But I never expected that there were still people who held on to false hope, ignored the dangers, and committed the offense again. Does that not show complete disregard for my words and the authority of the court?" Lingair turned to Xiao. "Duke Qing, how should they be dealt with according to the law? Inhaling opium paste, execution on the spot. As for hiding large amounts of opium paste and poppy seeds, that suggests intent to sell." Xiao's voice echoed forcefully in the court. Although the principle of better to let the guilty go free than punish the innocent usually applies in judgments, it does not suit opium paste, which is extraordinarily harmful. In this case, it should be, presume guilt when in doubt, treat them as if selling opium. He paused deliberately, noticing changes in the expressions of the court officials. According to law, those who use it shall be executed immediately. If one's home contains over 1 gene of opium paste, their entire clan shall be executed. As soon as this was said, uproar broke out in the court. "Wise, ahem Duke Qing, isn't that judgment a bit too harsh?" Zhang Sun Wuji couldn't help but speak up, gently trying to hint and dissuade. Over 100 officials having their entire families executed, unimaginable. If it was just themselves being beheaded, that would be one thing. But most of these officials were intermarried and related by blood. If entire clans were punished, it wouldn't just be their own families that died. Many innocent officials would be dragged into it and executed as well. Even if such a policy didn't spark backlash in court, how would the government function after executing so many? Sure, there were always people wanting to be officials, but the civil service exam took time, and cultivating officials from scratch took even longer. If any branch of government stopped functioning during this time, there would be countless issues, especially with the floods in Jiangnan right now, just when manpower was most needed. In my opinion, we should arrest the involved officials, execute them as a warning. If anyone else offends again in the future, then we execute their clans without mercy. How about that? Xiao quickly added. The entire court of ministers was terrified. They looked at Xiao in fear, afraid that he really intended to carry out that order to the letter. Otherwise, at least another 200 or 300 officials present would have to die. Your Majesty, strictly enforcing the law is a good thing, but it must be done with discretion. After all, this is a first offense. Give a warning and let it be a lesson. Exactly, Your Majesty. If we start implicating everyone, who knows how many innocent officials would also be executed? Please consider carefully. Please, Your Majesty, reconsider. Lingair remained expressionless and said in a deep voice, "I've already handed this matter over entirely to Duke Qing. How he chooses to handle it is up to him. I will not interfere." Some officials collapsed on the spot, sitting limply on the ground. They could already picture themselves being dragged out for execution. Falling into Duke Qing's hands, could that end well for them? Zhang Sun Wuji quietly moved beside Xiao and whispered, "Dear son-in-law, you really must think this through carefully." Xiao said nothing, expressionless. Su Dingfang and Xiao stepped forward at the same time. If Lingair weren't still present, the ministers might have turned and fled. These two iron-faced generals were simply too intimidating. Beloved ministers, step back for now. In the end, Lingair broke the tension. The two generals immediately saluted and stepped aside. Once they stepped down, everyone once again looked fearfully at Xiao. Now, over 100 heads were hanging on just one word from him. A country has its laws, a family has its rules. If every time the law is enforced, we always say, just this once, then order will gradually collapse and eventually disappear completely. At this, the ministers were utterly hopeless. They saw that Xiao was determined to make heads roll. Lingair also found Xiao's demeanor strange. He knew that Duke Qing was not the type who delighted in killing. Even though he had carried out purges in the Turkic tribes and killed members of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, that was still a calculated strategy to achieve his goals. He was just someone who used killing efficiently as a means to an end. But surely, Xiao understood that if he truly executed hundreds of officials in one go, the bureaucratic system of the court would temporarily collapse. He couldn't not know that. Lingair noticed that although Xiao was saying harsh things, he never gave the actual order to count up and drag out the implicated officials. He instantly understood, Xiao had no real intention of executing all these people on the spot. Lingair was truly a born politician. He vaguely grasped Xiao's thoughts and tried, "Duke Qing, how about listening to me for a moment?" Xiao didn't respond immediately, but first met Li'er's gaze. As their eyes locked, a silent understanding passed between them. Your Majesty, please speak. I believe that we still need to rely on these officials to govern the court. And aside from everything else, the flooding in Jiangnan requires the mobilization of many officials. If they're all executed, wouldn't that delay disaster relief? For every day of delay, who knows how many innocent civilians may die from the floods? We must be cautious with executions. Li'er put on a troubled face as he made this suggestion. The ministers, already terrified, were revitalized upon hearing Li'er speak up for them at this crucial moment. Surely Duke Qing wouldn't refuse the emperor's request, would he? That may be true. Xiao looked rather hesitant. Let's say it's for the sake of the suffering people in Jiangnan, then? If Duke Qing still feels uncertain, how about this? For today, we record all officials implicated in this case. If any of them reoffend within the next 2 years, we'll settle their original crimes immediately. I, Your Majesty, will personally guarantee it. Xiao sighed long and hard, finally saying with difficulty, since Your Majesty has said so, what else can I say? I'll obey Your Majesty's will. Excellent. Li'er breathed a sigh of relief and immediately declared in court, in this case, punishments shall apply only to the guilty individuals and will not implicate others. Long live His Majesty. The officials who had been implicated finally relaxed and thanked him profusely. There was really no other way. The 5 surnames and 7 clans, along with many aristocratic families, had already been purged by Xiao. There were no longer any powers within the court that could stand against the emperor. If Xiao truly wanted to kill them, there was nothing they could do. Xiao stepped forward again and said indifferently, today, I relent only for the sake of His Majesty and the countless disaster victims in Jiangnan. But the officials directly involved in this case must still be beheaded and have their properties confiscated and turned over to the state. Not one can be spared. What else could they say? They could only quickly nod in agreement. These people deserved to die, and Duke Qing's judgment was wise. Even if they were closely connected to those people, they didn't dare say a word in their defense. Their own lives had just barely been spared. On the side, Zhang Sun Wuji and Xiao Yu, who had remained silent and uninvolved the whole time, now vaguely understood what had happened. The two looked at each other and, in unspoken agreement, stepped forward together to suggest to Li'er that the implicated officials should be executed quickly. The sooner it's over, the sooner the matter ends. In 3 days, once identities are verified, execute them immediately, no mercy. Li'er also gave his decision on the spot. Xiao then added to Li'er, opium is harmful, it must be eradicated entirely from among the people. But its memory must not disappear from people's minds. If everyone forgets it, it will resurface one day and harm again. I suggest keeping poppy seeds and plants preserved in the Ministry of Works as a permanent warning for future generations. Approved. Li'er didn't hesitate and agreed on the spot. And thus, this morning court filled with twists and turns finally ended. Many officials, even after leaving the palace, still trembled as they walked. They had no time to mourn the colleagues who were about to be executed, just keeping their own lives was already a blessing. Outside the palace gate, Zhang Sun Wuji suddenly invited Xiao Yu to ride in the same carriage. The two shared a knowing look. After the curtain of the carriage dropped, Zhang Sun Wuji said, today in court, His Majesty and my dear son-in-law truly put on quite a play. Xiao Yu laughed and replied, when did you first realize the emperor and Duke Qing were acting together? When His Majesty began to plead for the ministers. Funny, I realized it at that exact moment too. The two laughed in unison. Actually, we should have seen it earlier. How could Duke Qing really go on a killing spree in the court so recklessly? Though his actions are hard to read, he always puts the nation first, Xiao Yu said with deep feeling. These two were indeed seasoned old foxes. After quickly reviewing everything, they immediately realized Xiao's true intention behind this court trial. From the very beginning, his goal had been to execute those 100+ officials and confiscate their properties as a warning to others. However, these officials were deeply connected within the court. Trying to execute and seize everything from them all at once would definitely lead the other ministers to plead for leniency in every way possible. At that point, even if the executions could still proceed, the process would be delayed. Any delay in the proceedings due to obstruction by officials would be an unacceptable loss of authority for Xiao. So he simply dragged all the officials down from the start, implicating those who were intermarried and politically allied. In this way, these officials only cared about saving themselves, and couldn't afford to worry about the 100+ others who were about to be executed. And just as Xiao had anticipated, they were focused on saving their own necks, having long stopped thinking about their soon-to-be executed colleagues. Some even shed tears of gratitude toward the emperor and Xiao, thanking them for sparing their lives. His Majesty and Duke Qing are so in sync, it's truly unimaginable. Xiao couldn't help but sigh. But from today's events, one can also see Duke Qing's intent. He truly has the mind to purge the court. Zhang Sun Wuji didn't deny this. If the current court truly had a surplus of talent and replacements were readily available, he had no doubt that Qingxiu would have executed even more today. Do you think we should warn the young officials we've promoted to be more cautious? Now's the time to keep their heads down. Of course. Zhang Sun Wuji recalled today's drama in the court and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He had many disciples in the court. Though Qingxiu wouldn't touch him, his own father-in-law, those disciples would receive no mercy. A short while later, at Huichun Hall. At that moment, Sun Simiao was treating an elderly farmer lying on a sickbed, assisted by 7 or 8 disciples. The old farmer's injury was serious. A thick wooden spike, as wide as a wrist, had pierced his abdomen. The wound was shocking to behold, and it was uncertain whether his internal organs had been pierced. The old farmer had already taken anesthesia, Ma Fei San, and fallen asleep. Sun Simiao knew time was limited and carefully opened the wound. If it were in the past, such an injury would have been as good as death in his eyes. But now, things were different. Ever since Qingxiu had provided him with many corpses of executed criminals for dissection and anatomical study, Sun Simiao and his disciples had developed a detailed understanding of the human body. When the old farmer was first brought in, nearly every medical hall in Chang'an, upon seeing the injury, said it was incurable and told the family to prepare for death. But to Sun Simiao, who had dissected dozens of bodies, it was clear, the wooden spike hadn't pierced the internal organs. If treated in time and supported with penicillin, the chances of survival were high. Thus, Sun Simiao dared to accept the treatment on the spot. Fortunately, the spike had not hit any critical area. Otherwise, if the bleeding couldn't be stopped, even penicillin would be of no help. While Sun Simiao was treating the patient, Qingxiu's carriage slowly stopped outside Huichun Hall. He had originally planned to leave and come another day upon hearing Sun Simiao was performing surgery. But after hearing the medical attendants describe the case in detail, he decided to go in and see for himself. He wanted to assess the results of the past 6 months, where Sun Simiao had practiced on the corpses of criminals. At that time, Sun Simiao and the others were deep into the operation and hadn't noticed Qingxiu quietly entering. Too bad we can't create a sterile room. But for now, this will have to do. Qingxiu frowned as he observed the environment. Luckily, this wasn't an open cavity operation. Otherwise, the risk of infection would be so high that even penicillin might not help. Qingxiu closely observed the surgery carried out by Sun Simiao and his team, pleasantly surprised to see that their coordination and procedure were gradually forming the prototype of modern surgical practice. In fact, surgery wasn't unheard of in this era. Even during the Han Dynasty centuries earlier, Hua Tuo had performed surgeries. But such clear division of labor, combined with anesthesia and disinfection, was probably unique to this place. If this medical system could gradually spread, perhaps a new system of medicine could truly emerge in Qingxiu's time. It's done. Sun Simiao carefully removed the long wooden spike. Seeing that the internal organs were still intact, he finally relaxed. So up the wound. At that moment, he was completely exhausted. A young physician hurried to suture the wound and disinfect with penicillin. Though their tools were crude, everything proceeded methodically. Even Qingxiu, watching from the side, couldn't help but be impressed. Just as Sun Simiao sat down to rest, he noticed Qingxiu standing nearby. Startled, he quickly stepped forward to greet him. But Qingxiu gestured for him to wait until they had stepped out. "Master Sun, you've truly surprised me today." After leaving the room, Qingxiu smiled and said, "You managed to treat a near-fatal abdominal wound." Hearing this, Sun Simiao felt somewhat ashamed. There's no such thing as a guaranteed fatal injury. It's just that we physicians lack the tools and knowledge. If I'd had the conditions you've provided me earlier, far fewer people would have died under my care. Thinking of the many patients who had died due to poor medical conditions, he felt guilty. I've wasted so many decades of life. What's past is past. What matters is now. Qingxiu suddenly took something out of his package and handed it to Sun Simiao. "I've brought you something, see what this is." Sun Simiao opened the bundle and found a block of black, paste-like substance, emitting a strange odor. The smell seemed familiar, but he couldn't recall what it was. "This looks like medicine?" Sun Simiao examined it for a long time but still didn't recognize it. "What's it for?" "To treat addiction," Qingxiu said meaningfully. "Addiction?" Sun Simiao was even more confused. "Duke Qing, please explain in detail." "Do you know about poppy?" "I do. It has some pain-relieving effects. When boiled into a medicinal soup, it can calm the mind." Then have you heard of the so-called immortal powder that's become so famous lately? Sun Simiao was slightly startled. Then he stared at the paste in his hands, and was instantly shocked. This is immortal powder? Sun Simiao immediately threw it aside. He hadn't forgotten how terrifying those addicts looked once they were hooked. From now on, there shall be no such name as immortal powder on the market. This substance is harmful by nature. How can such a name be used to downplay its danger? Qingxiu said calmly, this thing should be called opium paste. Opium paste? Could it be that this substance is extracted from poppy flowers? Sun Simiao was greatly shocked. Poppy flowers were a very common medicinal herb. Even now, Sun Simiao still had many growing in his backyard. Thinking about how he had once used poppy decoctions for many patients, he became extremely remorseful. No worries. You need not be concerned. If this substance is merely used to brew medicinal decoctions and consumed as such, it carries almost no toxicity. Qingxiu pointed at the opium paste on the table. But if you extract its juice, it becomes a highly addictive poison. Sun Simiao didn't hesitate and immediately called his apprentice to dig up all the poppies in the backyard. Wait! Qingxiu stopped him. I showed you this today not to demand you eliminate all poppies. If opium paste is used properly, it can be a very good medicine. Duke Qing, using this kind of thing on patients, isn't that just harming them? Sun Simiao was a little helpless. In his view, even if it could cure some diseases, what was the point? Cure the illness, but leave the patient addicted? They might not live much longer anyway. Qingxiu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Master Sun, do you only see toxicity and not dosage? He took a small surgical knife and cut the opium paste into 3 pieces of different sizes. First, he picked up the largest piece, about the size of a palm. This much, whether swallowed or smoked, would cause immediate death. Then this piece, about the size of a pinky, if smoked, would lead to addiction. And afterward, the same amount would be needed each time just to relieve the withdrawal symptoms. Lastly, only a paper-thin sliver remained on the table, about the size of a small insect. If this amount is mixed with other herbs and brewed into a soup, it can have excellent pain-relieving effects, boost mental clarity, and taken just once or twice over a short time, it absolutely will not cause addiction. After hearing Qingxiu explain, Sun Simiao looked at the opium paste pieces on the table in varying sizes and suddenly understood. I truly was foolish. How could I only look at toxicity and not at dosage? Sun Simiao now no longer feared this substance like a wild beast. He carefully picked up the opium paste and immediately thought of the still unconscious patient. Although the surgery had just succeeded, once the patient awoke, the wound would definitely be extremely painful and would remain so for a long time. If opium paste really worked as described, it might indeed help relieve some of the pain. May I try a dose on that patient? If it's only a small amount, it really won't cause addiction, right? Of course. Qingxiu nodded with full confidence. Once given permission, Sun Simiao quickly instructed someone to brew a small amount of opium paste into a medicinal soup and give it to the patient later. He repeatedly warned, under no circumstances should the dosage be exceeded, otherwise it would harm rather than help. Qingxiu also wanted to see how effective the opium paste was as a painkiller. For now, he'd have to use this patient as a clinical trial subject. With such a tiny dose, even if addiction starts, I can help him quit later, Qingxiu thought, rather irresponsibly. Not long after, the old farmer slowly woke up. As soon as he awoke, he cried out in pain from his wound, begging Dr. Sun to do something. Sun Simiao immediately brought over the prepared soup medicine, and the old farmer, without any suspicion, drank it in one gulp. The others didn't know the details, but Qingxiu and Sun Simiao were tense, watching the patient closely. As expected, the medicine's effects exceeded even Qingxiu's expectations. Before long, the farmer stopped complaining about pain, and his expression eased. Thank you so much. Duke Qing, you're here too. The old farmer immediately noticed Qingxiu beside Sun Simiao and was visibly shocked. If not for his condition, he would have gotten up to bow on the spot. No need to be so formal. You're a patient. Rest and recover. Qingxiu motioned for him not to worry. Though Qingxiu said this, the old farmer still couldn't calm down, his face remained nervous. Speaking of which, you should thank Duke Qing. If he hadn't brought that painkiller just now, you'd still be suffering, Sun Simiao said with a smile. The old farmer looked uneasy. Dr. Sun, I must be honest, I can't even afford to pay you for today's treatment, let alone for such a valuable soup medicine from Duke Qing. Even if I sold my old bones, I couldn't repay it. No need to repay anything. We've met by fate. All medical costs are waived until you've fully recovered. Qingxiu said generously. Thank you, Duke Qing. How can I ever deserve such kindness? The old farmer was overwhelmed. He nearly ignored his freshly stitched wound and tried to kneel and kowtow to Xiao, only to be quickly held down by the physicians. What a joke, they'd worked so hard to save this man. If he died from exertion now, they'd cough up blood in rage. Xiao quickly told the old farmer to rest, then left with Sun Simiao. To be honest, the fact that this man had taken the medicine and confirmed its effects, just as Xiao had expected, was worth more than 100 taels of gold. Even though the old farmer had unknowingly become a test subject. By the way, how did he get injured? Sun Simiao shook his head. A land dispute with a neighboring village while opening up farmland. The old farmer and his 2 sons had argued with neighboring villagers over who had the right to reclaim a piece of unused land. During the argument, the other side became unreasonable, broke a stick, and started beating people, accidentally stabbing the old farmer. Since you're not always here at Huichun Hall, you probably don't know, the majority of external injury patients we receive are from land disputes between neighbors. This one's the most serious case I've seen. His 2 sons had lost hope. No other doctors would accept the case. Only we took him in, treating a dead horse like a live one. Sun Simiao sighed. If Duke Qing hadn't allowed us to study prisoner corpses and learn internal anatomy, we wouldn't have been able to save this man. At first, many in the medical hall thought it was disrespectful to dissect the dead. But now, looking back, that idea was utterly foolish. It's a pity that we won't be able to use opium paste as a medicine anymore, Sun Simiao said with some regret. Nowadays, growing poppies in Chang'an can lead to beheading at best, and extermination of the whole clan at worst. These rules were personally set by Xiao. Huichuntang was originally Xiao's property, and not following these rules would be like slapping him in the face. What if I can get you enough opium paste for medicinal use, how about that? Xiao suddenly asked. Sun Simiao was very surprised. That might not be appropriate, Duke Qing. These days, everyone in Chang'an hates and fears opium paste. You were the one who personally set this tone. Even if the pharmacy uses it in secret, there's no wall in the world that doesn't let the wind through. If this gets out, it may ruin your reputation among the people. Xiao shook his head, meaning that's not what he meant. Of course, using raw opium paste directly is unacceptable. Not to mention its addictive nature, if a small amount leaks into the public, it would be another big problem. What I meant was, Xiao walked over to the medicine cabinet, casually picked up a bottle of pills, and examined it. Without saying much, this gesture immediately made Sun Simiao understand his intention. Xiao wanted him to use opium paste as a raw material to create a painkiller with minimal addiction potential. This way, it could be used freely for medical treatment and avoid public criticism. Even if the origin of the raw material was exposed, it could still be explained. So that's what you meant, Duke Qing. That's not hard at all. Sun Simiao laughed heartily. These old bones of mine can still work for a few more years. At the very least, I promise I'll finish the medicine you asked for before I drop. Hearing Sun Simiao's commitment, Xiao was both pleased and a little worried. Elder son, you're at your age and still have to work on the front lines. I feel I owe you. What are you saying, Duke Qing? Sun Simiao sighed deeply. The fact that Xiao gave him this platform and provided all kinds of unexpected support and resources was already more than enough for him to give his all. He had practiced medicine for decades, but only since working alongside Xiao did he realize his previous life had been lived in vain. Since that was the case, he had to make the most of his remaining strength and do his best. Seeing how determined he was, Xiao didn't say more, only reminded him to take care of his health. All poppies among the people have already been destroyed. But to make it easier for you to use them medicinally, I specially had His Majesty allow some to be planted in the Imperial Garden. I can get the raw materials from there. Using the Imperial Garden as a medicine supply base, only Xiao could pull off something like this. Sun Simiao was genuinely impressed in his heart. Xiao always left a backdoor for himself in everything he did, so calculated and deliberate. 3 days later, all officials involved in the opium paste case were publicly executed by Xiao as scheduled. None were spared. After the executions, Lingair rounded up all diplomats and merchants from the kingdom of Jingjue in Chang'an and brought them before the Forbidden City to accuse them one by one. The kingdom of Jingjue regards the Tang Empire as its sovereign state, yet deliberately allowed such poison to flow into our land. This is your first crime. Your prince died outside the borders of the Tang Empire, yet you insist it's related to us, slandering the Central Plains. This is your second crime. Lingair harshly denounced their crimes. By the end, he ran out of things to say and concluded with, "Your crimes are beyond words." The envoys and merchants knelt on the ground, not daring to utter a single word, taking the verbal assault silently. Among them, however, there was one exception, a young prince of the kingdom of Jingjue. From the moment he was captured, he had shown no fear and looked as if he was ready to die. It was as if he never intended to return to his country alive. Naturally, Li Jing gave him the highest respect and ordered him executed immediately, without any humiliation. As for the other envoys, they were executed for their crimes, and the merchants involved in selling opium paste were also all beheaded. Those who did honest business were spared, but were still expelled from Tang territory and permanently banned from returning. After all of this ended, Li Jing addressed the court officials angrily. Ever since 2 years ago, when the court focused on threats from Goguryeo and Jurchens in the northeast, the western regions have stopped being as obedient. They've even made secret moves, colluding with the Turks and Tibetans, defying our rule. If the Tang Empire is to pacify all its borders, then the old debts of the western regions must be settled properly. The ministers were not surprised by this. Li Jing had been preparing for over a year. There hadn't been any major battles externally, clearly all for this moment. Moreover, they didn't oppose the court sending troops to the western regions. After all, it concerned the safety of trade routes heading west. Many court officials had invested caravans along the Silk Road. They wished nothing more than for the court to fully commit to securing the western regions. We believe this is a good idea. The western regions need to be taught a lesson. From what we know, in recent years, they've often sold us fake goods and broken promises during trade. If His Majesty wants to strike the western regions, we will fully support it. The ministers voiced their support one after another, all becoming staunch advocates for war. Li Jing's gaze swept past them and finally landed on Qingxiu. This plan was originally Qingxiu's proposal, so it was only natural he should carry it out. Duke Qing, you once told me, build national strength, develop the western regions. If the time has come, are you ready? Of course. Qingxiu took a deep breath and then strode forward boldly. I am willing to accept your Majesty's order to go to the western regions and punish the unlawful nations. You will lead this mission. If you need any officials to accompany you, feel free to choose anyone from the court. Li Jing's words made all the officials look at him with eager eyes. Some generals hoping to gain military merits nearly started waving at Qingxiu. Everyone knew that going to war with Qingxiu meant endless chances for promotions. Coming back from a campaign would surely mean titles and ranks. Qingxiu scanned the officials and picked out some to accompany him to the western regions. Strangely, most of those he chose were not military men, but civil officials. They were mostly promising young talents newly selected by the court. Besides these civil officials, he also named a few trusted generals, saying they were enough to stabilize the western regions. Lingair looked at the selected group of civil officials, deep in thought. It seemed that Qingxiu truly wanted to govern the western regions with long-lasting stability, fully transforming it into territory under the Tang dynasty's control. That's why he needed such a large number of civil officials to maintain order. I knew it, sending you to the western regions was the wisest decision. Others only saw military merit and warfare, but only Qingxiu focused on operation and management. Those who weren't selected felt a bit regretful inside, but this kind of thing couldn't be envied. As long as Duke Qing could bring more order and stability to the western regions, their invested caravans would also profit greatly. Thinking this way, many people quickly got over their disappointment. They really did want to see how Qingxiu planned to operate in the western regions. From the beginning, he was the only one on this court who had always been obsessed with the western regions. Now was the time to let everyone see the value in it. Half a month later, after the grain and ear solar term had passed, Qingxiu set out with over 10,000 elite soldiers and nearly 100 officials, heading west out of the pass. Even though the journey was long and no one knew when they would return, both the officials and soldiers were extremely excited. They knew well that this trip was to gain achievements, no, to serve the country. They could already imagine scenes of themselves being rewarded, their families honored, and their ranks promoted upon returning from battle. As for the possibility of dying in the frontier, that wasn't even something they considered now. If you're afraid of death when going to war, then you're not one of those Central Plains men with grand ambitions. Looking out at the frontier lands, all they saw were barbarian dogs. How could they be feared? They were simply waiting to be cut down for merit. Just as the army exited the pass, the Tangut chieftain Tuobayu, who had been waiting under orders, immediately brought large herds of cattle and sheep to greet Qingxiu. The heavenly troops passing through the pastures of our Tangut people is an honor for our entire tribe. Welcome, Duke Qing. Welcome, heavenly army. Tuobayu personally knelt on the ground to greet Qingxiu, showing great humility. Stand up, Qingxiu nodded, allowing him not to kneel anymore. Only then did Tuobayu dare rise and personally stepped forward to lead Qingxiu's horse, warmly inviting him to the main tent for a talk. That's fine, but we don't have much time, we can't afford delays. Understood, understood. Tuobayu quickly ordered cattle to be slaughtered and sheep butchered to provide meals for the Tang army, even specifically instructing that there must be no negligence. To please Qingxiu, Tuobayu really spared no effort. Just the cattle and sheep he gifted were over 2,000, not counting some high-quality warhorses. This was the benefit of subduing frontier tribes. Wherever the army went, they could draw from them to meet military needs. Just after sitting down, Qingxiu made a request. He wanted Tuobayu to send 5,000 troops to drive cattle and sheep and follow them westward. I don't need your men for protection, logistics and escort forces are tight. We just need help with support tasks. As Qingxiu spoke, he cut a slice of roasted lamb without ever looking at Tuobayu. Of course. If the heavenly troops need help, our Tanga tribe will certainly do our duty, just afraid the heavenly army wouldn't need us. Tuobayu eagerly agreed. Qingxiu put down the knife and glanced at Tuobayu with a meaningful look. Tuobayu still wore a diligent smile, but under that expression, his anxious thoughts were already showing. Duke Qing, do you have something to say? I want to ask you, do you have something you want to say? This man agreed too easily, without any pushing or hesitation. Clearly he had a favor to ask. And putting on such a big display to welcome him, wasn't that exactly to make it easier to ask for help? Though serving the Tang dynasty was an obligation for these tribes, this level of enthusiasm was far beyond what was required. Well, since Duke Qing asked, if I don't say it now, it wouldn't be right. Tuobayu rubbed his hands, cautiously saying, the Tibetans haven't been peaceful lately, frequent border clashes with us, and they even took West Sea. So I wonder. At the mention of Tibet, Qingxiu's expression changed slightly. These people are still stirring up trouble? Not just stirring, they completely ignore us, they're subjects under Tang, and they don't respect the Tang dynasty either. Tuobayu poured out his grievances. It turned out that ever since the battle at Zhizhou Mountain, the Tibetans had spent some time building strength, trying to reclaim Zhizhou Mountain and avenge their defeat. Songtsen Gampo often used the Tang's past battle at Weishui to inspire himself and his ministers, believing they too could reclaim lost land like Tang once avenged its shame against the Turks. But he never expected that sugar-coated diplomacy was far more effective than blades and blood. Since the Tang opened a trade market at Zhizhou Mountain, the Tibetans tried doing business with the Tang, and were shocked at how profitable it was. Luxury goods like silk, rice, tea, porcelain, things Tibet didn't produce, could now be traded just by offering horses, cattle, and barley. In the past, these were strictly forbidden for sale, even kneeling in submission couldn't get them. As a result, the Tibetan nobles and ministers began to waver. None wanted to keep fighting the Tang. Even if they could reclaim Zhizhou Mountain, they no longer wanted to. If war broke out and the Tang closed the market, where would they get these luxury goods? Doing business honestly now brought the best returns. As for the lost Zhizhou Mountain, that increasingly barren land wasn't worth nearly as much. Though Songtsen Gampo was a strong leader, the nobles in his country all opposed him. He couldn't resist the trend and had to give up on Zhizhou Mountain. But what was lost in the east had to be made up in the north. So, he set his eyes on the Tanguts who grazed near the West Sea. West Sea was among the more fertile lands on the Gobi, and the Tanguts were weak militarily, making them the perfect target. Tibet fought 4 major battles against the Tanguts at West Sea, severely weakening their main force. Even newly captured Turkic slaves were half lost. Forced to retreat, they had to give up West Sea and could barely keep a bit of pastureland on the Gobi. Tell me, isn't that pure bullying? When did we Tanguts ever have trouble with the Tibetans? These bastards can't fight the Tang army, so they come bully us. Tuobayu was furious, cursing non-stop. They already had little territory to begin with, and now the only decent land, West Sea, had been taken by Tibet. That left them with absolutely no path to survival. So, you want to borrow my Tang army to take West Sea back from the Tibetans? Tuobayu quickly replied, not borrow, request. I request the heavenly troops to show their power, to uphold justice for us loyal subjects of the Tang, and to punish those bastards who dare to disrespect Tang's authority. This guy sure knows how to talk, his flattery even comes in different styles. Enough, no need for such compliments. Qingxiu felt a wave of disgust and immediately told him to stop. He wasn't someone who enjoyed others flattering him. Even if Tuobayu hadn't asked today, he would have helped anyway. After all, these surrounding barbarian tribes had done a lot in service to the Tang. Helping them appropriately, giving something in return, would make them more willing to serve. After all, the imperial strategy was to use both kindness and authority. Suppressing them too harshly would backfire. But more importantly, he wanted to send a message to the Tibetans. These people, seeing they couldn't expand southward into Tang territory, tried to go north and took West Sea. By coincidence, this posed a threat to the Silk Road. If they kept expanding north and succeeded, wouldn't that cut off the He corridor? He had to take action and teach them a lesson, make Songtsen Gampo understand that they must stay confined to their frozen plateau, and even one step out would be a crime. Su Dingfang. Qingxiu called out, and the man behind him immediately put down his wine cup and stood up. Here. You've fought the Tibetans many times. Go teach them another lesson, drive them back to the plateau. Yes. Su Dingfang accepted the order without hesitation and declared that just 3,000 cavalry would be enough. Good, you'll get your 3,000. Take as many fire weapons and ammunition as you need. Tuobayu was overjoyed and immediately stood up. General Su, come with me, I'll personally lead 10,000 soldiers to support you. Solving this matter would truly be a blessing for him. After the two left, Gue cleared out the remaining Tangut attendants from the tent. Once he was sure no one else was around, he lowered his voice and spoke to Qingxiu. Boss, something's not right with the Tanguts. What's not right? Qingxiu looked at him with interest. He wanted to see if the kid had figured it out. When we passed the camp earlier, did you see the Turks? Most were shackled and doing hard labor, each one full of resentment and anger. So? The Tanguts are treating the Turks like animals. I think the hatred has built up for a while. It won't be long before the Turks rebel. Gui's expression was serious. He had clearly seen the hidden danger. You've improved. Qingxiu praised him. Looks like I didn't teach you in vain. You're really seeing things clearly now. Gui chuckled. Ever since Qingxiu's guidance last time, he had started paying attention to such matters. And it was clear he wasn't just good at fighting, he had a knack for politics too. Alright, let me ask you, how much longer can the Turks endure before rebelling? Gui frowned and thought for a moment. 3 months at most. The Turks will definitely rebel. I'm more optimistic. I think they'll wait at least 6 months. Why do you think that? Gui knew Qingxiu never guessed randomly, he must have a reason. Qingxiu said meaningfully, a while ago, some exiled Turks from the north approached the garrison at Yanmen Pass and tried to buy weapons, but the local troops drove them away. Gui had heard of this but hadn't given it much thought. The court would never allow even a single piece of iron ore to reach the grasslands, let alone weapons. But what Qingxiu said next shocked him. Later, I secretly sent men to communicate with them and promised to provide some of the Tang army's discarded weapons and armor. Boss, are you crazy? Qingxiu tapped Gui's head with the back of his knife and scolded, is that how you talk to me? But the court strictly forbids letting even a single blade fall into barbarian hands. What you're doing is? Exactly. That law exists to prevent the barbarians from using weapons against us. But if the Turks are trying to buy weapons at any cost now, what do you think that means? Gui froze, then suddenly recalled the Turks being enslaved by the Tanguts, and instantly understood. So that's what it is. He patted his head, finally realizing the scope of Qingxiu's strategy. From the beginning, giving those Turk prisoners to the Tanguts and Khitan for free was all to plant the seeds of internal conflict. Those fools thought they got a bargain. But I don't get it. The Tanguts and Khitan are loyal to the Central Plains, why scheme against them like this? Loyal? That's only because the Central Plains is strong. With one finger we could crush them, they have no choice but to submit. Qingxiu slowly stood up and opened the tent flap. Just then, a group of herders passed by, driving cattle and sheep. Greetings to Duke Qing. They immediately bowed in fear, as if his status was even higher than their chieftain. If one day the Tang weakens, the Tanguts will be the first to rush and seize the He corridor and Hetao. If we don't drive them out completely now, they'll always be a hidden danger. While Su Dingfang led troops to West Sea to repel the Tibetans, Qingxiu sent ahead a group of civil officials to take office in the kingdom of Gaochang. He instructed them to prepare for the army's arrival, there must be no delay. These civil officials were mostly selected through the imperial exam over the past 2 years. Each was ambitious and saw Duke Qing's orders as top priority. One of them, Wang Yanqiao, was appointed by Qingxiu as governor of Gaochang, overseeing more than 10 civil officials. Wang Yanqiao had previously risen rapidly in court due to outstanding political achievements. When he arrived in Gaochang and saw crowds of citizens welcoming him, he couldn't help but feel inflated. Back in the capital, I could handle even the huge Ministry of Revenue. I knew every vacancy in every department. Governing this small kingdom of Gaochang will be no problem. Before even entering the city, he proudly said this to his colleagues. Everyone laughed loudly. Clearly, none of them thought ruling this city, or even the whole kingdom, would be difficult. As soon as he arrived at the former royal palace of the Chu family in Gaochang, Wang Yanqiao couldn't wait to sit on the throne. Especially when he thought this palace would be his future office, his heart soared uncontrollably.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.